Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry and Draco's bloodlines change the wizarding world. Here is short summary. Harry and Draco uncover their hidden ancestral magic, reshaping the wizarding world and their own destinies. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. First day back in school after vacation, but do you think the teachers could go a little easier on us? Ron looked forlornly at the stack of homework that he had piled in front of him on a table. You'll find that if you actually get started on it, Ron, the work goes much faster than you think it will, Hermione told him from where she was already working on her arithmancy homework. Ron looked at Hermione's pile of homework, which was about half the size of his because she had already been working on it for an hour. In a last resort effort, Ron turned to Harry, who also had a rather large homework pile in front of him. Harry was too absorbed in his potions text to register the question. Let's see, radish, ragweed, ragwort, raspberry, red root, reed common, reed giant rose, rosemary, rocket aruca sativa, rue, rush common, rutabagas. Harry looked up. What? Ron was trying to find a way out of starting his homework, Hermione stated, shooting Ron an annoyed look. Harry grinned sheepishly. Sorry, Ron, I have a potions essay due first thing tomorrow. But you don't have potions until the afternoon. I know. In the silence that followed, Hermione looked up from her calculations. Harry, are you sure Malfoy won't mind us being in here? Harry shrugged. It's not like we're sitting on his bed, Hermione. Ron didn't hold back the shudder that idea sent through him. Like we'd want to be. Harry returned to the index. He'd run out of R words. But, Rosa rubiginosa, the ingredient he was supposed to be doing this essay on the uses of, was nowhere to be found. Where's the Rosa rubiginosa? He asked the book exasperatedly. Try looking under the common name and not the scientific name, Harry, Draco told him as he entered through the portrait. It's most likely listed under eglantine. Thanks. Harry started going back to the E's. Sure. And Draco disappeared into the bedroom. Ron shared a knowing look with Hermione as the blonde left the room. You two seem to be close, Harry. Ron stumbled slightly over the words. Harry thought for a moment. I guess you could say that. We're not really close friends, we're just not enemies anymore. I think that's a good thing, Harry, Hermione told him. Ron looked almost betrayed. What? Why? Well, before this whole thing happened, if we were in the same room as he, Malfoy wouldn't ever have missed the chance to start something. But just now he completely ignored us. I don't know about you, Ron, but I'd rather be ignored than be yelling insults at each other. The look on Ron's face clearly indicated that he'd rather be yelling insults, but he kept quiet. Hermione did have a logical point, even if his family's feud with the Malfoys might state otherwise. Ignoring each other was a lot less troublesome than constantly fighting. Talking about his friendship with Draco made Harry remember the conversation Draco had started the night before they came back. Hey, Ron, Harry started. What do the other Gryffindors think about me not staying in the tower anymore? Well, it's not a big thing anymore, Ron said. The first couple of weeks Neville and I had to cover for you a bit. You told Neville, not the whole truth. I told him that it was a safety thing. He assumed it was about oops Voldemort. And then he and I told the other boys in the dorm that it was a spacing thing, try not to cramp everyone in. I figured that they might believe it more if it came from people other than just me. No one else really noticed you were gone from the tower, Hermione explained, because you still eat with us and attend the same classes and still sit in the common room. It's not like you're not in Gryffindor anymore. They would have noticed that you just have different sleeping arrangements. Draco seemed lost in thought during dinner that night, pondering a thought that had came into his head earlier that day. It was rather strange, but after a week of having Harry around almost constantly, from sunup to sundown, he almost, missed having Harry around. And there was a Hogsmeade day this weekend. Adding these two facts together, his mind had come up with the strangest idea during history of magic. Now, Draco was used to the strange places that one's mind wandered during history of magic, but this was a different thing altogether. Why not ask Harry to go to Hogsmeade with him? Or at least, to meet him at Hogsmeade for a little while. Maybe get a drink or something. There were private rooms at the Three Broomsticks, so no one need know that they were meeting each other. And it wasn't like he was asking Harry on a date or anything, or was he? That was the problem. Because if he wasn't, then there was no issue, it was just two people getting together for a few butterbeers and company. But if he was, then that would mean something entirely different, something that Draco wasn't quite ready for. He would admit that Harry wasn't the bane of his existence anymore. He would admit that he could enjoy Harry's company. Heck, he could even admit that he liked Harry, but he was not ready to actually do anything about it. And so that was the dilemma, wasn't it? Either say nothing and go about whatever else he would be doing this Saturday. Or, say something and deal with what it might bring. Well, he still had a few days to think about it. The number of days dwindled as Monday turned into Tuesday and Wednesday followed. Yet Draco was no closer to figuring out his dilemma than he had been on Monday. He had even considered writing to his father about it, it had gotten that annoying, but writing it down would somehow make the issue more real. If he never wrote it down and the weekend came and went, then he could just concentrate on forgetting that the thought ever occurred. But if he wrote it down, it became more concrete than a simple thought that occurred during history of magic. So instead he tried to imagine what his father would say. If really wasn't hard at all. His father would give him this look and tell him that he was a Malfoy and Malfoys did what they wanted to and that he should get rid of these insecure feelings. If he wanted Harry's company, he should request it, and that was that. It shouldn't matter what it might look like if someone actually saw them. Really, think rationally, Draco. It all comes down to a matter of pride. Some Gryffindors are allowed to hang around him and yet you, a Malfoy, cannot. You have as much right to be around him now as they do, considering that you no longer hate each other and could even be considered friends. Morgan, you are going to spend the rest of your life around him, so what is making you inferior to them? Gryffindors may have their courage when they need it, but for a Slytherin it is a matter of pride. Harry had just finished all his homework for Friday. Of course, he couldn't really use any of his free time at this time of night, but it was still free time and that was a good thing. Yet he felt edgy somehow. Content that there was no more homework, but edgy all the same, almost as if there was something he should be concerned about. And he wasn't concerned about anything right now. So why was he feeling this tense? The shower turned off and in the change of noise Harry's mind shifted to Draco. The blonde left the bathroom silently, the look on his face almost contemplative. That, Harry's mind crowed triumphantly, is where those feelings came from. But what would Draco have to be nervous about? Hey, Draco. Draco looked over at him from his side of the room. Are you okay? Yes. Well, that didn't get me anywhere, Harry thought. Harry, what? Harry looked over at Draco. The blonde wasn't looking at him. You know this is a Hogsmeade weekend, right? It is. Harry blinked. Strange that Ron or Hermione hadn't said anything about it. Yes. Silence prevailed for a few minutes before Draco calmly asked, "Would you like to do something with me on Saturday?" Harry blinked, surprised where had that come from. Not that he was going to turn down an offer like that from Draco. Sure. Where do you want to meet? There are some private rooms at the Three Broomsticks. I'll get one of them. Sounds great. Harry eagerly dug into his eggs. It was a Friday morning, tomorrow was Saturday, and that Saturday was a Hogsmeade day. Add to that the, anticipation of Draco's proposition the day before, and he was in a rather good mood this Friday morning, even with upcoming classes. The other Gryffindors were in good spirits as well. Ron was working excitedly at something. Harry would have to ask him what was going on later, and Hermione was deeply ensconced in a new book about the psychological mindset of wizards in the 16th century. Harry had scheduled a DA meeting for next Thursday, so the other DA members were already looking forward to it. And there was leftover raspberry pie from last night's dessert for breakfast, a common favorite of every house in Hogwarts, so this was a decidedly good Friday. Over on the Slytherin side of the Great Hall, Draco was also feeling the Friday spirit, even though raspberry pie was not his favorite form of pie, but he wasn't grinning like an idiot as the Gryffindors on the other side of the room were. A smile, no smirk, did appear briefly on his features when a familiar messenger bird dropped a letter next to his plate. His name was written in plain black ink on the envelope in a script he knew well. Quickly, though not outwardly eagerly, he opened the letter. His father's note was short, something about telling his mother about the Christmas holidays. Draco quickly stood from the table and left, ducking into the nearest alcove in the hallway. He waited as the spell that hid the true letter disappeared as it sensed he was alone. A newspaper clipping fell out of the letter. Draco, I thought you would have certain interest in this. Fudge has decided to remove this article and associated pictures from the Prophet and will not allow it to be printed. You may want to share it with Potter as well. Take care, Lucius Malfoy. Draco's eyes fell to the article's words. Attack on Muggle London, by Rita Skeeter. 3 days after the Christmas holiday, an attack on a Muggle hotel shook the heart of Muggle London. The building itself collapsed in an explosion, killing 134 Muggles and wounding 113 more. The Muggles believe it to be the work of terrorists, but this reporter wonders otherwise. Several of the recovered bodies seem to have died before the collapse of the building, and there is evidence that the wounds inflicted upon them were caused by magical means. The Ministry of Magic refuses to confirm or refute this for the public, and that causes this reporter to wonder if the Ministry is trying to cover up a darker purpose for this slaughter of innocent life. This reporter remembers all too well the Ministry's continued secrecy around the resurgence of you-know-who 1 year ago, when it is clear in hindsight that they were simply not willing to see where known incidents indicated. This reporter can only guess what the Ministry is hiding now by not revealing if this truly was a slaughter of Muggles by dark wizards, and can only hope that the Ministry will choose to reveal the needed information to the wizarding public for pictures. Turn to page 3. Draco quickly wrote a reply to his father and headed for the Ollery. From there he would head for the dungeons. Harry would have to stop back at their rooms before going to class. He would tell him then. Harry finished reading through the article with a scowl. And Fudge is hiding this. Yes, why that? Harry couldn't even begin to think of a word that described what he felt towards the current Minister of Magic. Draco raised an eyebrow. So what are we going to do about it? Harry looked at Draco in surprise. What? Draco sighed as if he were trying to explain something to a little child. What are you, or rather we, going to do about this? I don't know, Harry muttered. Bloody hell. It was too early in the morning to be dealing with Fudge's stupidity. Draco's smile was predatory. We get it printed, Harry. That is what we do. Harry blinked. How would we do that? That's your job. Get it printed somewhere, anywhere. Like you did last year. Draco's plan began to dawn on Harry. Can your dad keep getting articles that Fudge doesn't want printed? And even the ones he does. Once this goes public, by any means, Fudge will have to let the Prophet print it. It would be bad for business and his reputation if he didn't. You mean the Prophet would print it anyway because they didn't want to lose customers, and then it would become clear that Fudge had stopped them from printing it? Exactly. Then that's what we'll do. I'll write Father about our plan after class. Harry looked to a clock. Bloody hell. Divination is in 5 minutes. I gotta run. Harry grabbed his stuff and ran out of the room, ignoring the protests from Medusa about being slammed open and shut. You'll have to forgive him, Medusa dear. This time it wasn't his fault. Draco drawled as he left a few minutes later. Ron had saved Harry a seat next to him and was visibly relieved when Harry ran through the door a minute before class. What took you so long? He whispered. I'll tell you and Hermione later, Harry whispered back. Ron nodded and turned towards the front of the room as their teacher entered in her usual fashion. Think we'll actually learn something today? I wouldn't bet on it, Harry muttered back. Harry found Luna sitting in a corner of the library that afternoon. She seemed to be reading, so he waited until she looked up at him before he spoke. Hi Luna. Hello Harry. She gave him a small smile. Would you like to assist me in divining the future of the Mugloof clan by reading the words in this book backwards? Harry didn't know what a Mugloof was. Not at the moment, Luna. I have to talk to you about getting an article published in your dad's magazine. What kind of article? Harry leaned forward to whisper, One that the Minister of Magic doesn't want printed in the Prophet. Luna's smile broadened. I'll send it to him. When Harry returned from the library, he found Hermione working on some assignment alone in the Gryffindor common room. Hey, Hermione, where's Ron? He asked, sitting down on the couch next to her. He's off playing chess with Dean, I think. Hermione put down her quill and turned to look at Harry. He's avoiding having this conversation with you. What? He asked me to go to Hogsmeade with him this weekend and I said yes. But he didn't want to tell you because he didn't want to ostracize you. Ostracize? Leave you out? Oh, well that's no problem. Harry said cheerfully. I'm doing something with. He looked around quickly to see that no one could hear Draco this weekend anyway. He asked you out. Hermione looked surprised and pleased. I don't know. How do you not know? We're doing something, but whether it's a date or not is still up for grabs. Oh, Hermione seemed to think about that for a minute. Well then I wish you luck on whatever it turns out to be. Harry grinned. Hopefully I won't need it, right? That Saturday dawned warmer than it had all winter and glaringly bright. The feeling was almost infectious as students throughout Hogwarts dressed warmly for a day roaming the streets of Hogsmeade. Harry, guessing that Ron would be bouncing off the walls in nervous tension, left for Gryffindor Tower before breakfast, leaving Draco in the shower. Harry was right, Ron was a mess. The other boys had long since stopped trying to calm Ron down. The redhead practically attacked Harry when he came into the dorm. Harry, what am I going to do? Or where? And what if I act like a jerk and... Harry shared a suffering look with the other boys who were very glad not to be in Harry's shoes right now. Draco was thinking much along the same lines as Ron, but in a more dignified manner. And the only one around to hear his mutterings was a mirror. She had watched unimpressed as Draco had taken most, if not all, of the clothes out of his closet and strewn them around the room. And then watched as he proceeded to pace between the piles that had formed, discarding item after item for being not good enough. Why don't you close your eyes, pick a shirt, and then find trousers to match? The mirror asked, irritated. Draco fixed her with a glare that translated to, what could a mirror know? Hun, I've been here for years. I've been in every dorm possible and I've seen this mess over and over. Believe me, everyone eventually gets to that point. So why don't you save yourself a whole lot of trouble, pacing, and wearing yourself out in worry? Draco didn't comment, but sneered at the mirror, and then picked up the nearest shirt. Breakfast was already underway when Draco was finally pleased with how he looked and donned the traditional Slytherin robes over his outfit. Perfect. You look lovely, darling. Now wasn't that easier? The mirror asked. Draco shot another glare at the mirror and left, muttering about reflective glass that knew too much. Hogsmeade was always bustling with people, and the leftover cold from the height of winter did nothing to deter them. So it was with a little difficulty that Harry made his way through the crowded room of 3 broomsticks to the back where the private booths were. Madame Rosmerta had smiled warmly at him and waved him towards the booth that was tucked in the most out-of-the-way corner of them all with a, "He's waiting for you." The booths themselves were something of a stroke of genius to Harry. They were placed around the outskirts of the room with concealing, silence, notice me not, and privacy charms on them that were keyed to the people that wanted to use them. Regular customers wouldn't even know they were there, and so it was perfect for his and Draco's, whatever it was. Draco had already ordered 2 butterbeers and was lounging quite comfortably on his chair, looking out at the patrons who couldn't see him watching them. Harry noticed that he seemed interested in one table in particular as he slid into the seat opposite Draco. I know that look, Harry observed. Draco's eyes flickered to him and then back. What look? You're plotting something. What? I'm thinking of ways to embarrass Crabbe later. He never told me he was interested in Millicent. Harry looked over and saw the 2 Slytherins in question chatting in a manner that was a little more than friendly. Well, you didn't tell him about being a Varii and me, did you? Draco had the grace to look uncomfortable. No, but that's different. Harry was confused. How? I don't know, but I'll think of something. Harry just laughed and took a sip of butterbeer. Ron looked a bit worried as he turned to Hermione. You know I haven't seen Harry anywhere today. Are you sure he was okay with this? Hermione smiled. Yes, Ron, I'm sure. He had someone to spend the day with. Ron's eyes widened a bit. Really, really. A comfortable silence had fallen over the two boys, and Harry noticed that time had stretched into the late afternoon, when Draco said, "I don't hate you anymore, you know." The silence that followed was not as comfortable. "I don't hate you anymore either," Harry finally replied, thinking a bit and then adding, "In fact, I think I might like you." He looked up to find Silver eyes looking at him with a strange expression. "Sometimes, I'm not sure if it's me or the very eye who likes you," Draco said slowly, but it's becoming harder to distinguish between the two of them. Harry didn't know exactly how to respond to that, but he didn't have to as Hermione and Ron entered the pub, clearly looking for someone. "They're looking for you." Draco's always prominent smirk was back on his face. "See you back at Hogwarts then?" Harry asked. Draco nodded. "Hopefully we'll end up in my bed tonight. We've been in yours for 3 days straight." Harry realized how that would sound to someone who didn't know the situation they were in, and laughed. Harry noticed that Draco was frowning on Monday morning, as the mail was delivered. He then noticed the owl that sat perched on Draco's shoulder and the letter in his hands. Draco scribbled something at the bottom of the letter and put it back in the envelope, handing it over to the owl. The owl flew up into the crowd of other owls all bearing mail, and Harry was very surprised when it dropped a letter in his lap a few minutes later. Curiously, Harry opened the letter, to find another article inside it. At the top of the article Draco had written, "Here's another one." Harry looked up to see Draco watching him and nodded minutely. Draco smirked and turned back to what his year mates were saying. Harry quickly got out, addressed the letter to Luna and placed it in his bag for Hedwig to bring to her later. As her last class of the day ended, Hermione caught Ron's look from across the room and nodded discreetly. Ron flashed her a smile and turned to the door. Hermione sat a few rows in front of Harry and Ron in Transfiguration, so they were closer to the door than she was. She smiled slightly when she remembered the small argument they'd had about seating in the first week of school, how she'd been adamant that they should take their own notes instead of always coming to her. After all, when they left Hogwarts, they wouldn't be able to come to her with every little problem. Secretly, Hermione hoped that they would still come to her with their problems. But they still needed to be somewhat self-sufficient. And so, in their first big argument of the year, Hermione had moved her seat up 3 rows from theirs in Transfiguration. They'd dropped the subject. Hermione secretly thought that Ron had dropped the subject because he didn't want to upset her and that Harry hadn't really been part of that decision to begin with, and so Transfiguration was the only class in which Hermione sat far away from her 2 best friends. Ron was, as he had asked in their silent exchange, waiting for her near the doorway, and the two of them began the walk to the room of requirement. Harry went ahead, Ron said awkwardly. He'd been somewhat awkward around her ever since he'd asked her out. If they were alone for a while, he would eventually relax, but in the short times that they had alone he was awkward. There was no other word for it. "That's fine. I don't mind walking with you." Hermione smiled at the redhead, who was fighting back a blush. "In fact, we could do this more often." The two entered the room of requirement to find Draco and Harry sitting in what had become Draco's corner, talking about something in low voices. Draco's only acknowledgement of their presence in the room was to end whatever conversation he'd been having with Harry. This was the routine. Whenever Harry was with Ron or Hermione, Draco made himself non-existent, either leaving the room or ignoring them. In fact, the only time Hermione could remember Draco talking in their presence was that one time when Harry had been stuck on the potion's ingredient and Draco had told him what to look for as he left the room. While such behavior around them could be considered insulting, Hermione understood that Draco did it so as not to start any fights with them, and thus upset Harry. Ron still muttered under his breath whenever Draco purposefully ignored them, but Hermione didn't mind being ignored. In fact, she didn't know if Draco realized why he was staying away from Harry's friends, but she knew the reasoning. Any fights that, say Draco and Ron, got into would cause Harry to choose a side. So Draco kept his distance and they allowed him to. "Ready for tonight?" Harry asked as he joined them. They had decided to work on an advanced healing spell for this DA meeting. It was rather basic, but if you concentrated on it, it would heal and protect you during a battle or duel. Little things like scrapes and cuts could be healed instantly if you got good at it. Yes, Hermione replied. When isn't she? Ron asked, earning a small shove from the girl next to him. So, Harry, Ron asked, shoving Hermione back, when are you going to tell me what made you almost late for divination? Hermione turned to Harry and he could see a lecture beginning to form. I wasn't late, Hermione, I was almost late. There's a difference, and I've got a good reason for it. You had better, Mr. Potter. Hermione scolded, sounding strangely like a certain Transfiguration teacher when she did so. And so Harry began to explain. The DA meeting had progressed to the dueling stage, with all of the members trying out the continuous healing spell in a duel setting. Because everyone needed to try out the spell, the staged duels were shorter than normal, timed and without a true victor. From his section of the room, Draco looked up from his potion studying to see Harry ascending the dueling platform. Sighing slightly, Draco rested the open book on his lap and watched the duel. No one noticed this extra pair of eyes. In the first few weeks that Draco had been sitting in the corner, there had been a lot of speculation about his presence. But once the other DA members figured out that he wasn't going to do anything, they left him alone. In fact, most forgot about his presence during the meetings, which suited him just fine. His eyes watched as the duel progressed. It was obvious that this was one of those times when Harry was in his element, but still he was wary. Harry dodged a bolt of blue light as he concentrated on keeping the healing spell inside his skin, something that was easy when you didn't have 4 other people to watch. Ginny sent a curse at him and he jumped to right into another spell of red light. His head came up to see the spell, just inches from his skin, veer off course and spin, heading towards the boy who had cast it. Harry blinked. He hadn't done that. His eyes drifted off to the corner of the room directly behind the boy who'd cast the spell at him. They locked onto Draco's eyes and Harry saw the source of that protection. That's cheating, he mouthed in Draco's direction, ducking under another well-placed curse. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Draco shrug, uncaring. The next day Ron came down to breakfast looking like Christmas had just been cancelled. Seeing Harry's questioning look, he shook his head, sitting down in his customary seat across from Harry. Don't ask, mate, you'll see soon enough. And Harry did see, or hear, when Hermione came down to breakfast a few minutes later. Harry, she asked as she began to load her plate with food. Do you know when exams are? Exams. Harry hadn't even thought about exams. They were 4 months away after all. They're 4 months away, Hermione, give or take a week. This was the last week in January, so yeah, about 4 months. Exactly. 4 months. Only 4 months. Hermione said this as if it was a bad thing. That's a lot of time, Hermione, Harry started. I missed a whole month of studying. Normally I start when there are 5 months left to the exams, but I missed almost all of January. What? Harry mouthed, disbelieving, to Ron, who shrugged. They would never understand Hermione's logic when it came to exams. Harry flopped down on the couch, completely bored. He had excused himself from breakfast, leaving Ron to Hermione, and found himself with an entire Saturday of potential boredom. Normally he had something to do, an essay or something, but today he found himself with no school work at all hanging over his head. Draco, who was sitting in a chair across from him, didn't comment on his state of boredom, if the blonde even realized that Harry was in the room. His head was bent over some parchment of homework, an open book lying on the armrest of the chair. Watching Draco calculating some angle or something that looked like an angle, whatever it was some form of arithmancy from where he stood, Harry thought of something to do with this free Saturday afternoon. He turned back into the bedroom and sought out a small box from the depths of his trunk. He hadn't tried out the practice snitch he'd gotten at Christmas yet. Grabbing his firebolt in the other hand, he headed back into the other room. Draco, let's go play Quidditch. Draco looked up with a look that clearly stated that Harry was approaching insanity. Come on, it's a beautiful day and I have no homework. He pointed at the arithmancy or whatever it was with the handle of his broom. And I bet that isn't due until Friday, knowing you. So let's go outside. Draco sat back against the chair. And suddenly seeing 2 rivals playing a semi-friendly game of Quidditch will look normal to everyone else in Hogwarts. he drawled. Harry pouted. Trust Draco to find some problem with his idea. We'll find some place that they can't get to then. Draco thought for a moment. Come on, I want to see how I do against a Verii. Harry was almost begging. A slow smile played with Draco's lips. All right, you're on. Meet me at the edge of the Forbidden Forest in 10 minutes. Harry followed Draco through the Forbidden Forest down a path that he had never been down before, if it could truly be called a path. It seemed, though, that Draco knew exactly where he was going, and in a few minutes the two boys had reached an overgrown clearing that was only a little smaller than the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch. Sunlight splintered down through an overgrowth of leaves, turning the grass a golden-green color. Not bad, Harry murmured in appreciation. I used this clearing when I was learning how to fly, Draco offered in explanation. So you can fly with only your wings now? Harry asked. I see you didn't bring your broom. My wings have reached their proportional size. They'll continue to grow as I do, but there won't be any more drastic changes. So, yes, they'll support my weight in flight. Both boys removed their outer school robes, draping them over a nearby tree branch. Harry then began fiddling with the practice snitches controls. Practice snitches worked exactly like real snitches, except that one could restrict where they went. It wouldn't do, after all, to be chasing the snitch all over the Forbidden Forest itself. Harry estimated the size of the clearing, thinking there was maybe 1/8 difference between the clearing and the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch. Draco met him in about the middle of the clearing, holding a practice bludger. Practice bludgers were controlled the same way as practice snitches, but you could also set how hard they would knock into you. I set it to be reasonably annoying. Draco smirked as he let it go. The bludger arched out of sight, into the treetops, but both boys could hear it moving over their heads. Ready, Harry held out the snitch. Always. Both boys let the snitch go. Harry then mounted his firebolt and kicked off the ground as Draco leapt upward, wings extending as he did so. Almost instantly the bludger arched down through the leafy canopy and whizzed by Draco's ear. It headed for the ground and then arched upwards to follow after Harry for a while as he tried to evade it. Harry had never considered how absolutely wonderful beaters were, as when there was no way to deflect the bludger. You had to evade it until it got bored of you and went after the other player. This is mildly annoying, Harry yelled to Draco after the 5th time he had to evade the bludger. Yes, we could set it worse if you want. No, this is fine. Hermione was buried in the library, all of her course books and even some that weren't required for the courses she took spread out over the table in front of her. She was writing furiously, working on some study guide, and Ron approached the table with some trepidation. She had been working since the end of breakfast and it was now late in the afternoon. Even Hermione would need a break after that. Hermione, Ron asked quietly. Hermione made some sound of acknowledgement, her hand never stopping the furious speed that it was working at. You know, you've been working since the morning, and it's about 4 right now. A nod was the only thing that let Ron know she was even listening to him. Somewhat more boldly than he felt, he continued, and anyone would need a break after that, so I wondered if you might want that walk now. The writing slowed and stopped. Ron braced for a lecture on how work was more important, blah blah, and was surprised when Hermione put down the quill. The admonishment he'd been waiting for turned out to be a smile and a, that sounds like a good idea. Let me clean this up, and drop my books off in the dorm, and then we'll take that walk. As Hermione began to put her books back into her bag, Ron blinked in amazement. Not that he was complaining though. Harry ducked under the bludger and twirled into the greenery above the clearing, successfully losing the annoying thing. Of course, now he couldn't see where he was because of the leaves and dove back down, right into the path of a rather large tree limb. Watch out, he heard Draco yell and he pulled on the handle of the firebolt in an attempt to swerve out of the way. It wasn't enough. The air seemed to shift around him, and he was pushed under the branch. He could hear Draco hiss as one of his wings scraped the underside of the branch and both boys fell towards the ground and landed in an undignified heap. They rolled, Harry losing control of his firebolt, which skittered away a few feet before coming to a standstill. Harry braced his arms against the soft grassy ground to fight their momentum and the two stopped with Harry's arms on either side of Draco's head, their legs entangled in the soft grass. Draco's wings spread out on the grass around them, and his mouth a few inches above Draco's own. Harry froze, his eyes locking on the silver-gray pools that were looking up at him with no trace of a sneer. Just looking. The clearing, the forest itself, was silent, waiting for what would happen next. Slowly, as if fast movement would break the stillness, one hand rose to caress the nape of Harry's neck, pulling him down slightly as Draco's body rose underneath him. Their lips met in the silence of the clearing. Harry relaxed and, leaning into the key asterisk, turned chaste more passionate. Draco's wings, silken curtains of night, came up to wrap around Harry's body in a way so similar to his dreams. Draco's mouth began to explore his neck, trailing wet keys down to his collarbone before returning to Harry's mouth again. Harry's fingers trailed down the sharp aristocratic jawline and down to the nape of Draco's neck to tangle in the soft platinum strands. His mouth followed his fingers to Draco's ear, pausing to whisper, "Is this you or the very eye?" Silver eyes caught his own. Both. Good. And any other words Harry might have said were lost to Draco's mouth on his own. Harry couldn't contain a smirk rivaling Draco's patented one when the Daily Prophet belatedly began to report the attacks. By now it was obvious that they were Death Eater attacks. One of the more recent ones had been the destruction of a small Muggle town, and the dark mark had been prominent in the sky. No one could pretend now that they were just freak accidents or technical malfunctions, at least not in the wizarding world. Still, as the number of attacks grew, the students began to get visibly tense and edgy. Parents began writing more often, just to check that their son or daughter was safe and to say that they themselves were safe. Whispers in the halls about the attacks became louder as students wondered whose family would be the first to be attacked. Draco woke to a strange numb sensation in his left leg and realized that he couldn't feel anything lower than his thigh. Blinking blearily in the dim light, he attempted to sit up only to find that he couldn't move much in that way either. The cause of this was the other person in the bed, who was still sleeping soundly, his arms wrapped around Draco's torso and his legs wrapped around Draco's left leg. "Potter." Draco gently pushed Harry. No reaction. "Harry." He tried again. Harry muttered something that he couldn't understand into his stomach. "Harry, I need you to unwind yourself from my left leg. I can't feel it anymore." With the effort of one who was more asleep than awake, Harry rolled slightly to the left, the opposite direction of what Draco had been aiming for. "Harry, having your lower body situated between my legs does not help me get out of bed faster." Draco heard a more intelligent mumble this time. "Can't believe you said that," with a straight face, but ignored it. Again Harry rolled to the left and off of Draco's legs entirely. However, he was still using Draco's upper body as a pillow. "Harry," Draco began to point this out but was cut off. "Do you have to move?" Harry mumbled and then added something unintelligible along the lines of "Masalipi." Draco pondered this. It was still the weekend and he didn't have to go anywhere, well, except down to breakfast, but he could get food later. "Fine, but you owe me one." Harry's reply was again a mumble of things Draco couldn't make out, but in a few minutes he too had drifted back to sleep. Ron and Hermione stood outside the portrait of Medusa, unsure of whether to knock or wait for either Harry or Draco to grant them entrance. "If you want to get in, you're going to have to wait a while unless you have the password," Medusa commented, inspecting her fingernails as if expecting to see dirt underneath them. "Can you tell them that we're here?" Hermione asked. When Harry hadn't shown up at breakfast, she had worriedly dragged Ron down to the dungeons to find out if their friend was okay. "No, I can't." "Why?" Ron asked. "Because I don't have access to the bedroom," came the tart reply. "And that's where they've been all morning." "Too much information," Ron yelped, covering his ears as if he expected the picture to launch into sordid details. In a tone akin to Hermione's, the picture spoke. "Had they been doing what you are suggesting, young man, I would have found an excuse to go visit another portrait." Ron shrugged, admitting that the portrait had a point. "So they've been sleeping this whole time?" Hermione asked. "From what I can tell, yes. Either that or lounging around doing nothing." "Draco, do you have to use my back as a desk?" Harry muttered, feeling the quill moving lightly over his back as he spoke. "Do you continue to want to use me as a pillow?" "Then yes. You are the nearest flat surface, after all. Do you have to be doing homework now? Harry's words were spoken in a truly pitiful whine. This isn't homework. Then what is it? It's a list of all the things I'm going to have to study before exams at the end of the year. What? Well, just in potions. I couldn't care less about most of the other classes that require memorization. Ancient runes and arithmancy are pretty straightforward, so I don't need to worry about them. You're starting to study for exams now. No, I'm making a list now. Oh good, I was starting to worry. I'll start actually studying tomorrow. A muffled groan was all that was heard from Harry. Ron finally resorted to banging on the picture frame quite loudly, to alert the boys inside to his and Hermione's presence. A few minutes later the portrait opened to reveal Harry, looking as if he had just crawled out of bed and pulled some clothes on, which in truth he had. "Morning," he said, trying to stifle a yawn. "Good morning, Harry." Hermione beamed at him. Harry mentally wondered if it was illegal somewhere for someone to be that wide awake mid-morning on a Sunday. "Did you sleep at all?" Ron asked, noting Harry's state. "Yeah, I'm just tired this morning." Ron nodded in understanding. "Good. We'll get you some food and then we'll start studying." Hermione ushered Harry out of the room and towards the kitchens. Harry's groan matched the look on Ron's face. "You and Draco," Harry muttered under his breath. "You know, Hermione said something strange today." Draco lazily looked over at Harry with an expression that clearly stated he didn't care what Granger had said. Harry ignored the look and continued anyway. "She said that the attacks seemed random, all over the place, almost as if they weren't coordinated at all." "So," Draco drawled, "they still cause terror and mayhem. What's the difference between coordinated attacks or spontaneous ones?" "It just doesn't seem like something Voldemort," Draco flinched, "would do. It would seem to me that he would plan out the attacks for a maximum effect, or to send a message, or something. I couldn't picture him just telling the Death Eaters to go off and have fun with random carnage." "The fact that you can picture the Dark Lord at all is rather freaky," Draco murmured, "but I have to agree with your point. If we can't see the message behind the attacks, then I assume he isn't finished writing it out yet." Harry sat in the dark for a long time thinking about what Draco had said. He knew that there was some guiding force behind these attacks, he just knew it. But there was no focus. It really seemed that Voldemort just took a map and pointed to a random town or village and said, "Attack there," or something like that. The only attack that might have given any message at all was the first attack, the one on London itself. That was more the, "I'm here and waiting to destroy you," type of attack he could expect from Voldemort. But these other attacks, now Harry couldn't start to say he knew the name of every town that existed in Britain, but he'd never even known some of these places existed. So why they'd garnered Voldemort's attention was beyond him. But maybe Draco was right. Well, Harry knew that there were more attacks to come, but maybe the point of this particular slew of attacks wasn't obvious yet because a few of them were missing. As horrible as that logic was, it did have a ring of truth that Harry couldn't ignore. And if there were some attacks missing, and they could figure out the pattern or message first, then maybe something could be done to stop the attack before it started. Gently easing himself out of the sleeping bee***'s hold, Harry worked his way out of the bedroom. A map. He needed a map, a very detailed one. Draco awoke the next morning to find Harry curled under him, somehow. The other boy didn't even stir as Draco moved out of bed and made his way towards the bathroom, didn't make a sound or a movement when Draco came back out, or show any signs of waking when Draco crossed back through the bedroom. He must be really tired, Draco thought. Wonder how late he was up. Draco would have then gone down to breakfast, but he saw something on the table near the couch. It was a map, with ink splotches on it. Was this what Harry had been up to last night? Harry obviously hadn't drawn the map, unless he was a geographical artistic genius that no one knew about, but he might have added the ink splotches. But why? Draco looked at the map more closely, tracing the path of the ink blotches up the aisle with his eyes. These were the location of all of Voldemort's attacks. They formed a semicircle that traveled almost the entire length of the aisle. His own words came back to him from the night before. The attacks were centered around something, but not London or any other important city. But if one were to extend the circle out into the ocean where there were no places to attack, one could find the diameter and from that find the center. Draco did so, his finger coming to rest on one point of land. His stomach dropped as his mind registered where the attacks were focused around. Even though there was no marking on the map for the building was unplottable, it was a place Draco knew well. It was Malfoy Manor. As the first week of February started, Hermione rolled into studying for exam mode with a relish that Harry and Ron wouldn't even try to match. They suffered in silence through her insistence that they create study guides for themselves so that they could prepare for the exams that were only months away. Ron, on Wednesday, was persuaded to start his own list of things to study. Harry believed this was not for the good of his exam grade, but for the good of his budding relationship with Hermione. Harry, of course, was safe from Hermione's cajoling. He would merely say that Draco had them covered. And Draco was also studying, although a whole lot more passively than Hermione was. His idea of studying involved going over the material a little each night before bed until the exams actually came, instead of constantly working to re-memorize everything in one sitting at the library. Of course, Draco didn't care if Harry studied or not. But since Draco and Hermione never compared notes on Harry's study habits, he slipped through as if exams were the months away that they were. Harry was getting used to Draco falling asleep after he did, the light from the B***'s wand slightly illuminating the room. "What is it tonight?" Harry asked as he slid into Draco's bed. Draco looked over at Harry's bed on the other side of the room and then at the boy next to him with a strange expression. "Potions. I'm reviewing Dragon's Bane. Why are you over here?" "Well, I thought there was no real point in getting into different beds anymore." Harry shrugged as if it were obvious. "We're going to end up in the same bed by morning anyway. Besides, if I'm over here I can hear you read out loud." "And why would I read out loud? I noticed that your mouth moves when you study things, as if you're speaking them. Since it's something like potions, I figured you could just read it out loud and then I could listen until I fall asleep." "You think you'll fall asleep while listening to potions ingredients?" Draco asked, amused. "Well, if it weren't for Snape, I'd gladly sleep through the morning potions classes." "Fine. Get comfortable then." Harry found it a lot harder to fall asleep than he thought. It was relaxing to listen to Draco's voice go over something that he was interested in. And while Harry felt the tug of sleep overtake him, something in Draco's voice always seemed to call him back to what the other boy was saying. Draco was slightly surprised when Harry sleepily asked him to go over what he was explaining again. After a moment's pause, Draco repeated the steps to adding the powdered leopard canines while stirring the potion, first clockwise 4 turns and then counterclockwise 5 turns. Harry nodded sleepily and Draco continued with the instructions, surprised that Harry was actually listening. Ron grumpily surveyed the headlines of the Daily Prophet, noticing that an attack was once again the highlight of the day. Wordlessly, he passed it to Hermione and proceeded to pay complete attention to his eggs as if they were the cause of the constant flow of things that he should be sure to remember for such and such exam that came from the brunette next to him. Hermione didn't even look at the headline, passing the paper to Harry as she continued her explanation of the Second Troll and Goblin War. Harry looked over the headline with a frown. Another attack. Blocking out Hermione's explanation of the troll leader whose name he couldn't hope to pronounce, much less spell correctly on an exam, he began to read the description of the attack. An orphanage had been attacked. Over 100 Muggle children, about his age and younger, had died. No one had yet been able to find out how the orphanage had been attacked. The building had been burned to the ground before anyone had seen the dark mark in the sky. Voldemort wasn't hiding it now, Harry thought. It's obvious now that they're Death Eater attacks, but there's still no point. The orphanage had been a few miles outside London, and other than the sheer horridness of it, Harry could see no other gain that this particular attack gave Voldemort. Maybe that's the point, Harry wondered, as he put the paper back down on the table. He doesn't have to do these attacks, and yet he's going to do them anyway to show exactly how powerful he is. Over at the Slytherin table, Draco had a very different reason for Voldemort's attack. He pulled out the map that he had shamelessly taken from his and Harry's rooms without telling Harry and located the spot on the map where the orphanage had been. It fell exactly on the circle he had drawn before. It's got to have something to do with Malfoy Manor, Draco thought. There was no other explanation. But what was Voldemort's goal? He could attack Malfoy Manor directly. The wards would kill a lot of Death Eaters before he got to the gates, but he could still do it. But what was he waiting for? All of the attacks had been aimed at Muggles. A few wizards had been killed as well, but they were a few in a long list of Muggles. If Voldemort meant to intimidate his father, then he was going about it the wrong way, because his father wouldn't care if Muggles were attacked. Another thought passed through his head. Maybe the Dark Lord wanted to make it look as if his father had helped plan the attacks by placing them in such a way that it looked like Malfoy Manor had to be part of the attacks. Frowning slightly, Draco began to consider his options. These types of thoughts could not be written down in a letter. He could tell his father any theories he had, and yet he could be sure that his father would not answer them, lest the letter be intercepted and his reply used against him. There was no way to get to Malfoy Manor from Hogwarts unless he used one of the teacher's flows, if they were hooked up to begin with. But he would have to have a discussion with his father somehow, and the next Hogsmeade weekend was weeks away, too far away for him to simply ask his father to meet him in the Three Broomstick to discuss the attacks. He would have to talk with his father much sooner than that. Snape was surprised to see Draco standing outside his quarters just before curfew that night. He was even more surprised when Draco asked if he could firespeak Malfoy Manor. "I believe that now would not be the best time, Draco." The boy opened his mouth to protest. "Not for you or your father." Draco had not been expecting that. Godfather, and Draco placed special significance on the title. "I need to speak with my father." "About the attacks, yes." Snape sighed and ushered Draco into the room. Closing the door, he placed a silencing charm on the room. "Draco, you cannot firespeak Malfoy Manor." "But you cannot, because no one can." "What, Draco, do you think that your father hasn't figured out what's going on?" "Malfoy Manor is closed up like a Gringotts vault. All of the fireplaces have been cut off from the flow network until further notice." "But what if you know who attacks Malfoy Manor?" Draco asked. "Then we'll have to hope that your father knows a way off the grounds that does not involve a fireplace or the front gate," Snape replied sarcastically. Then, more seriously, "Also, Draco, even if you could talk to your father, I doubt he would let you." "Why?" "Because right now it's too dangerous." "Not for him." Snape cut off Draco's protest. "Draco, Narcissa is no longer your father's wife. He has no control over her actions anymore." "What does that have to do with it?" "Think about it, Draco. Narcissa knows you're an Alter Veritas, just like Lucius. Being married to him, even though she was not his Verii intended, she knows more about Verii than other wizards. And at Christmas, or so Lucius tells me, she found out who was your intended." Draco's mind reeled as he realized his godfather spoke the truth. His mother had seen Harry at Malfoy Manor at Christmas. She would have known that he was Draco's intended. "That's why it's too dangerous, Draco," Snape finished. "Because if you do something stupid and the Dark Lord captures you, Potter would go after you." "Harry wouldn't do that." Draco's voice wavered, uncertain. "He wouldn't." Snape raised an eyebrow. "No." Draco's voice sounded more certain that time. "I would disagree with you, Draco." It was on Monday that Draco first realized something was very wrong. To start off, he was late to breakfast that morning and barely had time to eat, let alone read his father's customary letter, so he tucked the letter away in his bag to read later. After classes that day, Draco curled up in front of the fireplace to read the letter before starting on his schoolwork. The first thing he noticed was that the letter was folded outward, so that the words could be seen. His father never folded letters outward, because then other people could read the writing as the intended recipient was opening it. Still, Draco continued without giving it much thought. As Draco read, he got more and more worried. His father never wrote to him in this way. Yes, it sounded like his father, and anyone else would not have been fooled, but Draco knew better. Reading the letter was like walking down Diagon Alley in public with his father. The words radiated the prestige of the Malfoy name and none of the emotions that his father might have felt while writing to his son. The letter was ripped from Draco's hands by a white-faced Harry Potter as Draco finished reading his father's signature. Just, "Your father, Lucius Malfoy." His father always signed his letters to Draco, "Your loving father, Lucius Malfoy," because such things could not be said in public. Harry, what are you? Harry turned the letter around wordlessly, and Draco suddenly realized the reason the letter was folded outward instead of inward. Through the thick parchment, folded outward, you could not tell that the back of the parchment was smeared in blood. The room of requirement had made itself into a cave. The walls were limestone, with a low ceiling and a moss-covered floor. The room was very small, so small in fact that the three people inside the room had to duck to avoid hitting their heads on the ceiling. The cave was what the room thought of as the perfect place to speak of secrets, and so the three Gryffindors settled down as comfortably as they could against the cold stone. "There's something wrong with Draco," Harry said, looking down at the moss as if it was the most interesting thing he had ever seen. Neither Ron nor Hermione were fooled by his antics. Ron, though, was puzzled at Harry's words. "But he seems, fine to me." "Well, he doesn't act any differently than he normally does." "No, he's more nervous than usual," Hermione observed. "Exactly," Harry said. "It's like he's planning something that he doesn't want anyone to find out. And it started after he got that letter." "But that was a week ago," Ron protested. "Yes, and he's received 2 other letters from his father, both as false as the first one," Harry explained. "False letters. That's all he'll tell me about them. That they aren't really from his father." Hermione frowned as if thinking. "But why wouldn't his father write to Malfoy?" "If he couldn't," Harry replied, looking up at his friends for the first time since the conversation had begun. "But why couldn't he write to Malfoy?" Ron asked. "He's done it for 5 years, so what's different now?" Harry shrugged. "I don't know. Draco doesn't know, and no one who knows is telling." "Harry, what does Draco think is going on?" Hermione asked. "What exactly does he say?" "About the letters." Hermione nodded. "Well, he says that there are certain things his father always puts in a letter, certain phrases, the way he signs his name, and so on. I don't remember the exact details. And he says that all these things are missing from the last 3 letters. But hasn't he done a spell to make sure that it's his father's handwriting?" Hermione asked. "First thing he does. It's his father's writing, but not his father's style." "Has there been any other blood on the letters?" Ron asked. "No, not since the first one." "I think I see what he thinks," Hermione stated. "His father has always written to him, and so if something happened, like for instance, if his father got hurt, then the absence of letters would tell him immediately that something was wrong. But there isn't an absence of letters. Yet, these recent ones are very different from what he's used to. There are, as he says, certain elements missing to them. And then there's the blood," Ron added. Hermione nodded. "Yes, I think that Lucius Malfoy is trying to tell his son that something is wrong." "Then why doesn't he come out and say it?" Ron asked. "We must assume for some reason that he can't. But what's going to stop Lucius Malfoy from doing something?" Ron looked skeptical. "Voldemort," Harry spoke suddenly. "But we'd know if Voldemort was doing something, wouldn't we?" Ron asked. Harry was silent. He didn't know what Voldemort was doing. After all, he hadn't had a vision since he'd bonded to Draco. Another thing Harry noticed about Draco's change in attitude was that the blonde was silent. Yes, in public he acted like the Draco everyone knew and expected, but when there was no one around except Harry, he didn't speak unless Harry started the conversation. It was like he always had something on his mind now. And Harry couldn't find out what. It wasn't like he could bluntly ask, "What are you planning?" Because he wouldn't get an answer, or at least, he wouldn't get the truth. And because Draco was a Slytherin, Harry doubted he'd find any evidence of what Draco was plotting just lying around. He would just have to wait until Draco told him, or until Draco acted on whatever it was he was planning. Harry didn't like waiting, but he forced himself not to call Draco on his behavior. It wasn't like Draco could do anything drastic, like actually going to Malfoy Manor. Draco had told him that all the fireplaces in Malfoy Manor had been closed off, so Draco couldn't flow there. And there was no point in walking down to Hogsmeade and getting on the train because then Draco'd be stuck in London and unable to flow home. Without Lucius trying to bring his son home, Draco was stuck in Hogwarts. And Harry doubted that Lucius wanted his son to come home right now, doubted that very much indeed. Harry woke up cold. This didn't matter that much to him because his rooms were in the dungeons now and this part of the castle tended to be cooler than other places. But what bothered him was what he realized once he got past the cold part. He had woken up in the middle of the night. Alone. Draco was nowhere to be found. And judging from the temperature of Draco's side of the bed, he hadn't been in bed for a long time. Tempest, Harry muttered, and was informed that it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Not good. Harry began to pull on clothing while trying to piece together what he could about the situation. Don't panic, he told himself. You're just overreacting. But somehow he knew that he wasn't. If Draco had fallen asleep at all, then he would still have been in the same bed as Harry had seen Draco sleeping last night before he had gone to bed. Harry felt a cold wave wash over him as he realized that last night was Friday. Today would be Saturday. That meant that no teachers would realize Draco was missing until Monday, if Draco was gone. And it wouldn't have been that hard for Draco to get rid of his friends for a weekend. Tell them that he would be studying or something. Harry bit his lip. This was beginning to look bad. But where would Draco go? Another part of his mind asked. It wasn't as if he could just waltz out of Hogwarts at any time of day or night. And though instinctively Harry's first idea was that somehow Draco had gone to Malfoy Manor, it just wasn't logically possible. No, there just had to be another explanation. Harry continued this like a mantra. He would find Draco and it would be something stupid, though what Draco would wake up for in the middle of the night was beyond Harry, but there had to be something. And it was probably something obvious and stupid and Harry would feel really idiotic when he found out, but that's what would happen. Yes, that is what would happen. Harry fumbled on the nightstand for his wand and cast a quick lumos to help light up the room. It proved inadequate, however, because halfway out of the room he tripped. Harry hissed in pain as he rolled over to see what had caught his toe. It was a book, a rather thick book. It was one of Draco's independent reading potions books. Harry fought back a groan. As he tripped he'd bent about half of the pages, not to mention the cover. He would somehow have to explain that to Draco. Harry picked up the book and placed it on the nearest surface that was not the floor, his bed. Maybe there was a spell to unbend pages. Harry winced as he surveyed the damage more closely. Somehow his foot had dislodged a page from the middle of the book, right where the bended pages started. Carefully he opened the book to that page and looked at it. Harry brought the page near the light of his wand and blinked. This wasn't potions. This was the map he'd made a few days ago that he thought he'd misplaced. Draco must have picked it up. Harry carefully made his way out of the bedroom to look at the map in better light. Draco had added to it, creating a circle using the attacks farthest away from each other as a diameter. By doing this, he'd also found the circle's center. Harry frowned slightly as he looked at the area Draco had repeatedly starred in different color inks. There was nothing there, at least not on the map. But it had some significance to Draco, it must, for him to indicate it as so important. Maybe Draco thought that the center of the attacks would be where Voldemort was hiding or launching the attacks. But Draco wouldn't do something so Gryffindorish as to try and sneak into Voldemort's headquarters, even if he thought that stopping the attacks would stop the lockdown his father had on Malfoy Manor. Harry folded the parchment again and put it in his pocket. Now was not the time to be thinking, what ifs? There was still a chance that Draco was in the school and Harry had to find that out first. Harry crossed to the corner of the room where he'd thrown his books the night before and pulled the Marauder's map from his bag. As he spoke the words to make the map spring to life, he hoped that a dot labeled Draco Malfoy would appear somewhere, anywhere, in Hogwarts. But he wasn't too surprised when it didn't. Now what? Harry thought desperately. He could wake Ron, but it was too early to get Hermione out of the Gryffindor girls' dormitory. It wasn't like he could just walk in there after all, like he could the boys' dormitory. Better let Ron sleep, he decided finally. If he couldn't find Draco by the time his friends woke up, then he would ask for their help. Harry sat down on the sofa, idly staring into the fireplace. He had to think like Draco, yet how could he? He didn't know what else Draco knew about the situation. Okay Harry, he thought, hypothesize. If it's right, you'll find facts to support it once Hermione's up to help you. So, worst case scenario first. Draco was caught by Voldemort. No, worst case was that Draco was dead. But that was out. Harry would be able to feel if Draco was dead or hurt or in danger. No, he wasn't in any pain, so Draco must be safe, or physically well or something like that. So, no Voldemort and no death. Then, the next worst, or hardest to deal with, was that Draco had gone to Malfoy Manor, somehow. Even with Malfoy Manor disconnected from the flow system and unloadable. Harry grabbed at the map again, a streak of terror snaking down his spine. Where was Malfoy Manor? Draco had never really said where, no one ever had. Somewhere in England, but that wasn't much help, was it? But he knew that Malfoy Manor was big, so logically you'd need a really large amount of land, so. The area Draco had starred was a large plot of land with nothing on it. Harry bit his lip. It made sense, but it was just a theory. He would need to prove somehow that what Draco had starred was in fact Malfoy Manor. But the number one candidate to ask about anything Malfoy was not in Hogwarts. So then who could he ask? Only one name came to him, and Harry decided that the fates must really hate him if he had to wake this particular person up at 3:45 in the morning. Snape's gonna kill me, Harry muttered at the fire's flames, but they didn't seem to care. Harry looked at the door to the potions classroom with more than a few feelings of misgiving. If all the classrooms were set up like the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, then Snape's personal quarters would be at the back of his classroom, or to the right of his classroom, or connected to his classroom in some way. Harry grasped the door knob and willed his hand to turn it. The door opened soundlessly. Harry stepped into the classroom and cast his wand around in the dark, looking for a door that didn't lead to the supply room. There was only one other door to the potions classroom, other than the doorway Harry stood in, and the door to the supply room, which Harry knew didn't have any doors inside it. It was a rather modest door over on the Slytherin side of the room that Harry had never seen opened during all his years at Hogwarts. Well, that looks a bit promising, he thought as he crossed the room. And what exactly do you think you are doing in my classroom at this time of the night? A voice asked from the shadows behind Snape's desk, and Harry nearly jumped out of his skin. The light of his wand swung to illuminate the glare that he knew would be prominent on his professor's face as the man leaned against the wall. He knew I was here the whole time, Harry berated himself snidely. Harry said the first thing that tumbled into his mouth. I need to talk to you about Draco. And this is something that you could not speak about to Mr. Malfoy himself. And felt it necessary to wake me up in order to speak at this particular time. Screwing up every ounce of Gryffindor courage he had, Harry replied. Yes, because I only just found out that Draco isn't anywhere in Hogwarts. After a second's hesitation he added, Sir, just to try and appeal to Snape's good side, if he had one. Something shifted in Snape's eyes, but outwardly he appeared the same. And you know this, how? Bloody hell. Harry hadn't thought how to reveal how he knew that Draco wasn't in school. Think, Harry, think, he told himself. Well, Mr. Potter, I know it in the same way that I knew how to get to Hogsmeade back in third year, Harry muttered, looking down at his shoes, or what he assumed were his shoes. He couldn't tell in the dim light of one Lumos spell. He could feel Snape's eyes burning into his skull as the man thought about what Harry had just said. Where do you think Mr. Malfoy is? Snape asked after a long silence. Harry's eyes shot up in astonishment before he realized that he was supposed to answer the question. I found this in one of Draco's books. He held out the map of England to Snape. I think he's gone to the starred area, wherever that is. Snape cast his own Lumos spell in order to look at the map. If you are right, Mr. Potter, which I highly doubt you are, then Mr. Malfoy has gone to Malfoy Manor. You are undoubtedly aware of how impossible it is to get to Malfoy Manor at this time. How would you propose he got there? Apparated out of Hogwarts and into Malfoy Manor. Rode in one of the school carriages perhaps. Sprouted wings and flew. Snape stopped short and Harry's mouth dropped as they both realized what the potions master had just said. A memory of last weekend played through Harry's mind, of snitches, bludgers, and black wings. Yes, Professor, Harry replied. I think he did sprout wings and fly there. Harry fumed silently as he paced the Gryffindor common room. Draco had been missing for over 15 hours now. How long exactly wasn't known because Harry didn't know when Draco left. Harry fought back the yearning to hit something, knowing that were he to let out his rage, his two friends would become more scared of him than they already were. As it was, his behavior resembled a caged animal to them. It was all just so stupid. Sure, if a student was petrified the whole school went on bloody alert, but if a student was just missing, there were protocols. Was Draco really missing? Bloody hell. Harry was so sick of hearing another teacher ask that to the rest of them. Snape had gone to Dumbledore immediately, and while Harry was sure that Dumbledore believed them, there was a bunch of legal stuff set in place for just this occasion. So after rounding up all the teachers at 4 in the morning, they had begun searching the castle. All of it, every room, and Harry had been sent back to his dormitory to wait. Then, when everyone realized Draco really wasn't in the castle, as Harry had been telling them, they had to search the bloody Forbidden Forest because apparently Draco had permission to go there because he needed someplace to go be a very eye for a while where no one could see him, or something like that. And of course, the centaurs hadn't taken kindly to a group of people gallivanting around in their forest, even if one of those people had been Hagrid, who knew his way around pretty well. Of course, they found that Draco wasn't in the forest, after 3 hours of searching. Harry could have told them that, but they didn't listen, of course. So now they were thinking that maybe Draco really wasn't in Hogwarts. So they had to go check Hogsmeade. Harry, of course, knew that Draco wouldn't be found there. He knew where Draco was. So did Snape, and so, he suspected, did Dumbledore. "Harry, are you okay?" Hermione asked cautiously as she saw her friend had stopped pacing. "Do I look like I'm okay?" Harry shot back immediately. "Looks like you're worried sick," Ron observed. "We should have stopped this searching hours ago." Harry exploded. If he'd done something stupid like going to Hogsmeade, then he would have been back by now anyway. And he wouldn't have left in the middle of the night, Hermione added. "Exactly. So what are we going to do about it?" Ron asked. "What can we do? They obviously don't want us involved," Hermione pointed out. "You shouldn't even be here, Harry. They told you to go wait in your rooms in case he came back." Harry waved a hand at the Marauders map on the table. "I would have known if he came back," he muttered. "But if they go to find you and tell you that they actually believe you, you won't be there," Hermione continued. Harry sighed. "Yeah, you're right. I'll see you later then." "They'll find him, Harry." Hermione tried to be comforting. "Yeah, even if they have to send Dobby to go open the door to Malfoy Manor for them," Ron joked. Neither of the two saw Harry stop and smile slightly as he left the common room. Dobby was, as always, ecstatic to see Harry Potter. "How can Dobby be helping you, Harry Potter?" he asked brightly. "I need your help, Dobby, and it's very important." The house elf practically squealed his joy at being able to help. Harry crouched down low in a corner to talk to Dobby so that the other house elves in the kitchen would not overhear. "Could you still get into Malfoy Manor if you wanted to?" he asked. Dobby's ears drooped a bit, but he nodded. "I could, Mr. Harry Potter, sir. I need to get into Malfoy Manor, Dobby. It's important. I need you to connect one fireplace in Malfoy Manor to a fireplace here. Can you do that?" "Oh, I can, Mr. Harry Potter, sir." Dobby was again happy to help. "Connect it to the Room of Requirement's fireplace then." Harry grinned and the two parted ways. Harry walked back and forth in front of the Room of Requirement. "I need a fireplace and flow powder," he thought forcefully as he paced. Opening the door revealed an empty room except for a large, ornate fireplace, filled with logs and yet unlit. On the mantel above the fireplace was a large pot filled with flow powder. Perfect. A small pop sound to his left indicated Dobby's return. "It's all done, Mr. Harry Potter, sir. I is connecting you to the fireplace in Old Master's study." "Perfect, Dobby." Harry went to grab a handful of flow powder. "Mr. Harry Potter, sir." Harry turned back to Dobby. "There are bad people in that house, Harry Potter, very bad people." The elf's eyes were wide and Harry realized immediately what the elf was talking about. "I'll make sure they don't see me," Harry promised, cloaking himself in his invisibility cloak before stepping into the fireplace. Malfoy Manor. In a flash of green flames, Harry Potter was no longer at Hogwarts. Ron noticed that Hermione had been quiet for a long time. Her quill was paused over the word she had been writing 3 minutes ago. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Ron, what way would you leave the Gryffindor common room if you were going to the dungeons?" Hermione asked. "Well, I'd go left to the stairs." "So would I. But Harry went right." Ron suddenly had a bad feeling. But where would he go? "Let's go have a chat with Medusa." Hermione stood and the two made their way towards the dungeons. Draco cautiously arrived at Malfoy Manor, calling on the numerous wind currents in the area to shield him from sight as he touched down on the lawn. Flying from Hogwarts to Malfoy Manor took a long time, even with the help of the wind and water currents making clouds to hide him. It was also very tiring. Draco had to stop 3 times along the way to rest and regain his strength, lest he fall out of the sky for lack of energy. But he had planned for this, which was why he'd left so early in the morning and had not planned to get back until Sunday evening. It was just about time for supper. If all was well, he'd just slip inside and surprise his father for a meal, get reprimanded for doing something so foolish, and then they'd talk about these attacks. Draco knew though that all was not so easy as that. The letters had warned him of this. But what was wrong? That was what he was here to find out. The wards around the manor recognized him. He noticed as he felt the subtle touch of very eye magic, his father's addition to the wards. Stepping up to the large double doors, he waited for the wards to admit him. Silently, the door unlocked and he slipped inside. All the lights were on inside the manor. Strange, Draco thought. His father never left all the lights on. Malfoys were creatures of darkness, and his father was quite comfortable with only one candle lit in the entire house. "Thank you very much." Draco had inherited this taste from his father. The only one who constantly left all the lights on in the rooms of the house was Narcissa. Draco's lip curled in disgust as he walked silently down the hall, dropping into a corner when he heard 2 female voices talking. "Have to have him write another letter tonight. Sissy dear, don't worry. He can barely move, much less use those very eye powers. Nothing can go wrong tonight. Initiation." The voices got quieter as the 2 women walked away, leaving Draco fuming. He knew those voices. Narcissa and his aunt, Bellatrix. Something strange was going on here, Draco thought. But he had to find his father without being seen. If Bellatrix was here, then who knew how many other Death Eaters were here as well? So Draco headed for one place that no self-respecting Death Eater would bother going, the kitchens. The house elves could tell him what was going on. Ron and Hermione ran through the halls, oblivious of the rule that said they couldn't, heading to the kitchen. They waited impatiently for the portrait to open and raced inside as soon as they could fit through. "Dobby," Ron panted. "Where's Dobby?" "Hello friends of Harry Potter." Dobby waved to them from where the house elves were mixing raspberries into pie mix. "Dobby, Harry's in trouble." Dobby's eyes widened to a size they did not think possible and in an instant he disappeared. Ron groaned and Hermione sighed at this action. "Well, there goes that idea," Ron muttered. "Attention. Will all students please return to their common rooms immediately?" McGonagall's voice sounded through the school. "We have to tell Dumbledore," Hermione spoke, her tone leaving no room for discussion, not that Ron would have protested anyway. Harry rolled out of the fireplace and just missed hitting the leg of a mahogany desk. "What was that?" a gruff voice asked. "What was what?" another answered. "I thought I heard something." "I think you've gone crazy." "Shut up." Harry pulled the invisibility cloak tighter around himself as he edged towards the open door. The 2 Death Eaters began to argue as he slowly slipped out. Harry ducked into a dark corner just outside the door. If Snape was right and the Death Eaters hadn't rerouted the flow system, he should be somewhere in Lucius's wing, which was on the opposite side of the house as Draco's. Now that he was actually here, he didn't really know exactly what he was going to do. Somewhere in this house was Draco, Lucius, a whole lot of Death Eaters, and maybe Voldemort. He had to find the first 2 without running into the second 2. "Master Draco," a house elf squealed as the boy slipped into the kitchen. The boy hushed the house elf, listening to see if there was any movement in the hall before turning back to the creature that was cowering at his side. "Speak quietly. What has happened?" "Oh, it was awful, Master Draco." The house elf buried her face in his robes as she sobbed. They sent these things to attack Master Lucius, Master Draco, big black creatures that make the air freeze. Is my father all right? Draco recognized the description of a Dementor. They is ordered not to hurt Master Lucius, Master Draco. That was for someone else, they said. Then other people came, lots of people in black like Master Lucius used to wear. Black like his father used to wear. His father still wore. Draco then realized what the elf was saying. Black like his father used to wear, black robes like his father used to wear, Death Eater robes. Then a man with red eyes came. The house elf continued, eyes like blood, Master Draco, and skin like no one who ever came to the manor had. Lord Voldemort was in Malfoy Manor. When was all this? They is coming 1 week ago, Master Draco. Did he hear that they is making Master Lucius write to Master Draco as if nothing is happening? Did he hear they is planning to gather all the black-robed people here, Master Draco, so that when you come home for the summer they can make someone else come here too? Who? They is not saying, Master Draco. They is saying their master wants to kill him, Master Draco. Harry. They wanted Draco to lead Harry to Malfoy Manor. Did he hear they say that many more come tonight, Master Draco? You are not safe here, Master Draco. Many more. If they have all the Death Eaters here, who else is coming? They is saying those that would become Death Eaters will come here tonight, Master Draco. You have to leave, Master Draco, before they is finding you. Draco felt sick. Initiation. Tonight was the initiation. That had to be what the house elf was taking about. He had to get. He heard someone try to turn the doorknob and he froze, looking for a place to hide. Diddy barely held back a shriek and pushed Draco into an empty cupboard under the countertop. There was a muffled word from outside the kitchen and someone entered the room. Can Diddy help you? Yes, sir. The frightened house elf cowered before the closed cupboard door. You can move out of my way for a minute. The Death Eater pushed the house elf aside and stepped up to the counter. He sighed and sat down on the counter. I know what you're doing, Draco, and I think you're crazy. Draco's eyes widened as he realized he knew who this Death Eater was. Very well, in fact, this Death Eater was Blaze. You picked the worst time to do a rescue mission too. This is the weekend for initiation, and you know who is here somewhere along with all the Death Eaters and those who want to become Death Eaters. Most of the Slytherins from school are going to be hanging around if they're not here already. And I didn't think you were going though with the Death Eater bit, Draco said quietly through the wood. I don't have a choice in the matter. Listen, Draco, you may be my friend, but once the initiation takes place I'm not on your side anymore. So you have to find your father and get out of here before then. I heard some of the others talking, and he's being held up in the North Tower. That's really all I can do for you at this point. Blaze got off the counter and left the room, pausing at the door to add. Don't let me see you. Draco waited a minute before exiting the cupboard. Is you okay, Master Draco? Yes, Diddy, I'm fine. Diddy, can you get me to the North Tower? Diddy began to shiver. Master doesn't want to go there. There's a big snake up there. It eats house elves, sir. Diddy doesn't want to see Master Draco hurt. My father's up there, Diddy. Can you get me up there or not? Diddy nodded sadly and snapped her fingers. The kitchen disappeared and the hallway of the North Tower appeared around them. Diddy, I need you to do one more thing for me. What is it, Master Draco? Diddy whispered. I need you to go back to your normal duties and act as if nothing is wrong. He turned his back to her. But, do it, Diddy. There was a small popping sound and Diddy disappeared from behind Draco. Keeping to the shadows of the hall, Draco silently thanked his third great-grandfather for wanting to redo the entire house in the Gothic style. He'd only been able to talk his wife into redoing the towers because she never went up there and would never have to see it. But as Draco pressed back into the shadows caused by an obsidian gargoyle and a Death Eater passed by on her way to the stairs, missing him completely, Draco made a resolution to redo the whole house in that style. But there weren't many places that one could hide someone in the North Tower, Draco had to admit. There was only an old Ollery up here and a hardly used platform for stargazing. He continued his way down the hall and towards the stairs up to the Ollery. There were no sounds echoing down from the top of the curved staircase, so he began to slowly climb them. "There's no sign of Mr. Malfoy anywhere in Hogsmeade," Professor McGonagall said wearily. "I believe we must act as if he really has left Hogwarts." "There is something much worse going on, Minerva," Dumbledore said gravely. "I've just gotten word from the Ministry. Azkaban has been attacked by Dementors. I believe it is safe to assume that any Death Eaters who were in Azkaban have been released. Albus, do you think the Malfoys have something to do with this?" McGonagall asked suspiciously. "No, Minerva, I do not think they do. I do, however, think that someone wants us to think that." There was a loud banging sound on the door and the sound of two frightened voices from outside the office shouting, "Professor Dumbledore!" Harry's disappeared. Almost as if on cue, a figure dressed in black stepped from the fireplace in the headmaster's office. Snape paused slightly at the shouting before wincing and turning back to the headmaster. "He's calling, Albus, and I've noticed that a few other Slytherins are missing, not just Draco Malfoy." Harry was lost. He was somewhere in the South Wing, or was that the south part of the North Wing? He had no idea, but wherever he was, it wasn't where he wanted to be. "Sir." Harry jumped at the timid voice. "Sir, why is you wearing an invisibility cloak?" Harry turned to see a house elf cowering near the wall. He moved farther into the shadows near the elf. "I'm trying to help Draco." "Master Draco. Master Draco is being in the North Tower, sir is being Master Draco's Harry." Harry nodded and the house elf nearly clapped with joy. "How can I get to Draco?" "I can take Sir close to there." Harry nodded and the walls seemed to bend and blend around him to form a new hallway. Draco tried the door and found it locked. Reaching up, he plucked a single feather out of his wings and, after it turned to steel, jammed it into the door. After a hard push, the door creaked open. The small amount of light from the stairwell shone on the floor of the old Ollery. Draco felt all his feathers turn to steel as he stepped further into the room. His father lay chained to the wall, wings retracted. There was almost no trace of his normally regal presence and strange burn marks covered his body, dried blood coated his arms and torso. Only the slight movement of his chest told Draco that he was alive. Harry's vision swam as a sharp pain shot through his skull. Anger, Draco's anger, swirled around him like a cloud. Checking to see that there was no one in the hallway, he began sprinting down the halls, trying to make as little sound as possible. A hiss sounded near his father's feet and Draco found himself staring into the eyes of the longest snake he had ever seen. It rose to look Draco in the eyes, its tongue flickering out as if to taste the air, or his fear. Draco began to edge away from the snake, trying to see if he could get to his father by going around it. The snake turned to continue to watch him as he stepped deeper and deeper into the shadows. Draco couldn't see the stone floor nor what was resting on it. He froze as he bumped against something that was not the stone wall. A deep hiss cut through the darkness and Draco jumped back across the light that was cast into the room from the hallway. A creature moved in the darkness and began to crawl out of the shadows and into the small beam of light. Harry winced as the somewhat familiar feeling of pain began to spread across his stomach. Draco was in trouble. He crossed into another hallway and turned down into the corridor that connected to the tower entrance. Draco looked up into jeweled faceted eyes whirling in a red fury as the dragon loomed over him. As he looked up at the black-scaled monstrosity, he never saw the large snake slither out of the room. Draco's wings curled forward to protect him from the dragon's fire as he jumped backward to avoid a silver-tipped claw reaching forward to grab at him. He now realized why Voldemort had chosen this tower to hold his father in. With the window closed, no magical currents could get into the room, which left the very eye powerless. The room was small and cramped, and Draco was pushed farther and farther back into a remote corner of the room, away from his father. His wings scraped against the wooden rafters as they sloped down towards the step and his back hit the stone wall. He was trapped. Harry ran through the corridors as quickly and silently as he could. The burning sensation in his stomach was growing hotter and larger by the second. As if he needed more urging to get to Draco, he berated the bond silently. He was already going as fast as he could. After rounding a corner, he was forced to stop suddenly and press back into the wall as a Death Eater strode down the hall. She stopped and looked around. Harry held his breath and waited, hoping she would just move on. "I know you're here, Potter," a familiar female voice drawled. "Draco and his father are up there, but you'll have to survive me to get to them. This is the only hallway up to the North Tower, so don't even think about trying to find another way up." Her eyes glittered insanely as she grinned at the darkness. "I made sure we could have a proper fight. My cousin may have taken precedence last time, but this time, Potter, I'm going to kill you." "No you won't, Bellatrix," Harry mouthed silently, aiming his wand at her. His mouth began to form words. "You shall not harm Harry Potter." "Dobby," Harry whispered as Bellatrix spun to look at the house elf that had materialized behind her. In a manner akin to Lucius Malfoy in Harry's second year, Bellatrix was thrown backward, hitting the wall with a crack that couldn't have been healthy. She slid to the floor in a heap, unmoving. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak off as he stepped into the hallway. "Dobby, what are you doing here?" "I came to help Harry Potter, sir." Harry winced as another wave of pain hit. "Come on, Dobby," he told the house elf as he grabbed the cloak and headed for the stairs. Sounds of snarling echoed down the stairwell. Harry raced up the stairs as he heard a strangled shriek and threw open the door at the top of the stairwell. He stopped short at the state of the room. The room was covered in splatters of blood. In the far corner he could see Draco outlined in blood-stained steel wings, the mutilated corpse of a dragon in front of him. Draco was staring down at the corpse with an expression akin to horror. "Draco, are you okay?" Harry asked as he stepped into the room. "I think I'm gonna be sick." Draco spoke softly. "Fine, but not now. We have to get out of here before they figure out what's going on." Draco nodded and stepped gingerly around the mutilated body. Harry walked up to where Lucius was chained to the wall and pressed his wand's tip to the man's temple. "Enervate." Voldemort stood as the ceremony finished, frowning slightly. "My lord," one of the Death Eaters asked. "I want you all to search the mansion," Voldemort hissed. "Nagini has informed me that we have some guests." Lucius Malfoy's eyes opened blearily, and took in his blood-covered son and his sons bonded in the dim light before saying, "What are you two thinking?" He half shouted at them as Harry whispered the spells to unlock the chains. "You cannot possibly be this dense. With all due respect, Mr. Malfoy, you're beginning to sound like Snape," Harry said seriously. He was fixed with two incredulous looks before Draco spoke. "I came to rescue you, father, but I did not bring Harry. He came by himself. He's the stupid one, not me." The look Lucius gave his son was one that stated quite clearly that he highly doubted his son's words were true, but he said nothing. He gave a long-suffering sigh and leaned back against the wall, wincing as his body protested. "So then, Potter, I can guess how my son came here from Hogwarts." "How did you?" Harry looked down at the blood-stained floor sheepishly. "I had Dobby connect the fireplace in your study to one in the room of requirement at Hogwarts." Instead of being angry that his former house elf had done something like that, Lucius merely looked impressed. "That was a good idea, Potter. And it gives us a means out of this mess." "But your study's in the South Wing," Draco pointed out. "And we're in the North Wing. Initiation isn't going to take all that long." "It's probably over by now," Lucius replied morosely. "Initiation?" Harry asked, the blood draining from his face. "Yes. You two picked a magic's cursed time to stage this rescue mission." "Draco picked it, not me," Harry pointed out. "I didn't ask you to come, did I?" "This is not the time to be casting blame." Lucius stopped the bickering with a look. "We have to devise the safest way out of this mess, and quickly. We could take the diagonal, go down to the ballroom. And though that would be the fastest way, it's probably the worst as well. They most likely used the ballroom for initiation. We could walk through my wing and then down to yours," Draco offered, thinking of his mental maps of the manor. Too much time spent walking in a place they could easily check. "No, we have to get over to the east side of the manor without them being able to see us." "Underground then?" Draco asked, a slight tinge of fear in his voice. "Yes, no Death Eater would look there." Mr. Malfoy, are you sure you can walk that far?" Harry asked as he surveyed exactly how much damage Lucius had been through. "You'd be surprised what adrenaline and very eye magic can do towards ignoring one's wounds," Lucius drawled. Once we're out of this magic forsaken tower, I'll be fine. Leaning heavily on his son, Lucius stood on shaky limbs, and the three of them made their way towards the base of the tower. Where are we going exactly? Harry asked, as they made their way down the steps. Neither of the two Malfoys had explained their conversation from before, and he had no idea what they were talking about. The dungeons run underneath the north to west wall, Lucius explained in a ragged voice. We're going to walk through them to get to the west wing and then walk down the corridor that leads to my study. No one goes down there, Draco said with conviction. Even if every Malfoy to live here has memorized its passageways, it's still not a good place to go by yourself. At the bottom of the steps a small shriek greeted them. Master, you is so hurt. Let Diddy help. No, I'll be fine. The house elf cowered uncertainly at her master's feet. If you is saying so, Master, she said sadly. Harry Potter, is you okay? Harry looked down to see Dobby's eyes looking up at him with concern, as if checking to see if Lucius's ailments were also Harry's. Yes, I'm fine. Dobby is happy to hear that. Dobby's eyes swept over the elder Malfoy and he pressed himself further into Harry's shadow. Lucius ignored the house elf, and addressed Harry. Request that your house elf connect the flow in my study to the one in the headmaster's office. I don't want to waste time walking through the halls of Hogwarts as well. Harry relayed the request to Dobby, who was happy to do such for Harry Potter. The house elf disappeared with a small pop and Lucius turned to his own house elf. I want you to get all the other house elves together. If the Death Eaters start looking for us, I want you to get in their way. Diddy understands, Master. Diddy will do so. The other house elf vanished with a pop and left the two Malfoys and Harry Potter standing alone in the corridor. Harry had never been to the dungeons of Malfoy Manor, and he was happy that he hadn't thought as he stepped off the small staircase and looked around. The rooms were dank, dark, and smelled of bodily fluids that Harry didn't want to identify. Someone shifted next to him and a small light appeared in Lucius Malfoy's hand of his feathers, glowing as brightly as a Lumos spell. In the dim light Harry could make out the cell doors, wood and steel monstrosities that lined the hallway that they were in. Harry could see why no Death Eater would want to come down here. The dungeons, from what he could see, were a maze of hallways. There would be no hope for a prisoner to get out of here once left behind in the lightless rooms. Be careful, Lucius spoke softly as he began to walk down the passageway. Harry and Draco followed as silently as they could, passing door after door, hallway after hallway. One of the doors they passed was open and Harry looked in to see a skeleton sitting in a pool of dried blood. After that he didn't try and look around. Lucius turned and headed down another corridor, turned again at the next hallway and continued in that direction for a while. Harry found himself praying that Lucius Malfoy knew where he was going, because there was no way he'd be able to find his way back to where they'd come from if the man suddenly announced that they were lost. After they turned yet another corner there was a small crunch, and both Lucius and Harry turned to see a peculiar expression on Draco's face. I think I just crushed someone's head, he explained, his voice strained, his eyes pointedly looking anywhere but down at his feet where the splintered remains of a skull lay under his shoe. Lucas didn't say anything but turned and continued walking. Harry almost cried out in relief when he saw a set of stone steps spiraling upwards towards a small door. They had reached the other side of the dungeons. Lucius was about to put a foot on the step when a small voice whispered, Lumos, behind them. All three turned to see the pug-like features of Pansy Parkinson looking at them with tear-streaked eyes. She stared only at Draco for a moment before her eyes closed tight and she placed a hand over her eyelids. I didn't believe them when they told me what was going on. She spoke quickly, her voice hushed and afraid. But I can't. I can't. Get out here now. I didn't see anything. I didn't. Draco cast a sorrowful look at the broken girl before he followed his father up the steps. A lone Death Eater stood in the hallway with his back to the door that led down to the dungeons on guard duty in case the three of them tried to enter it, Harry guessed. He made a strange strangled sound when Lucius's wing slit his throat and he fell to the ground in a crumpled heap. Neither boy made a comment as they followed Lucius down the hall, carefully sidestepping the body whose blood was now seeping into the purple Persian carpet. They had to run a little in order to keep up with the elder Malfoy's long and purposeful strides. They were not fleeing the house, not yet, but they were certainly moving quickly. The hallway seemed deserted, but they could hear crashes and movement resounding throughout the entire house. The Malfoy house elves were doing a great job then. They certainly must have been holding up a lot of Death Eaters, if the muffled shouts were anything to go by. A sharp pain hit Harry like a needle through his stomach. Realizing it for what it was, he pushed Draco down to the floor just as a blue beam of light raced over their heads. Lucius whirled around at the sound of curse hitting wall and snarled as a robed figure stepped out of the shadows. "I told you not to let me see you," the Death Eater hissed at Draco. "Blaze," Draco started. "I found them," Blaze yelled at the top of his lungs. The boy could say no more as he was flung back against the wall, the sound of broken bones on stone filling the hallway as the full fury that was Lucius Malfoy was unleashed in a fit of very magic. Blaze gasped as he slunk to the ground. "Run, now," he whispered pitifully at Draco as Harry helped the young Malfoy to his feet. "Come on," Harry whispered, as Draco stared at his friend with a look of horror. He could hear the muffled footsteps of the Death Eaters getting closer, most likely tracking Blaze's position with a spell. The three now took off at a run. The long hallway was now filled with shouts and curses as the Death Eaters poured into the rooms of what had been Lucius's personal wing. The sound of breaking glass, splintering wood, and a few shrieks of what had to be house elves filled their ears, and yet could not drown out the sound of their own hurried footsteps, muffled by the rug. The study door was still open as they neared it. A sigh of relief squelched in Harry's throat as a lone figure walked through it to bar their path of escape. The three running stopped short, a room's length away from the robed figure. Almost cowering behind the steel wings of his father's, Draco's hand sought Harry's as his own wings re-emerged, steel tipped on one side, soft as silk on the side near Harry. "Lucius Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter," the figure hissed, and Harry could almost picture a forked tongue as he spoke. "Get ready to run, Draco." Lucius spoke calmly, his eyes never leaving the red ones of Lord Voldemort. "Run." The figure's mouth curled into a cruel smile. "Where would you run? Not back up the corridor, surely. It's full of my loyal Death Eaters by now. And you cannot run from the killing curse." "No, but you can block it," Lucius replied just as calmly. "Daddy," Draco whispered, his eyes looking up at his father in new fear. There was something Draco must know that I don't, Harry thought. "Ah yes, you always did say that, Lucius. The easiest curse to block, you said. All you have to do is get someone in between you and the curse and it's blocked." The smile twisted into a sneer. "There will be no one in between us when I cast it, I assure you." A wand lifted in their direction and Lucius shouted, "Now Draco." Draco didn't wait to ask, but ran past his father towards Voldemort and the doorway, pulling Harry along behind him. There was a small pop, and a snarl as Voldemort was pushed backwards by one lone house elf that was standing between him and her master. There was a growl and a bolt of green light, and Harry barely registered his own shout as the little creature, Diddy, fell dead. Draco barreled into the room, hand clenched tightly around Harry's, and headed for the open pot of flow powder Dobby had placed on the mantel. Lucius entered the room at a run as his son grabbed a handful of the powder, more spilling over the floor in his haste. "Quickly, go," Lucius shouted, as an irate Voldemort entered the room. Harry pulled Draco into the fireplace as the flow powder fell upon the flames, turning them green. "Father, come." Draco tried to pull his father into the large fireplace. He was pushed back into Harry with a snarled, "Go." Harry realized what Lucius Malfoy was doing as Voldemort raised his wand and pointed it towards him. "Hogwarts," he yelled as Voldemort spoke. Avada Kedavra. The last thing Harry saw through the flames was a cascade of black feathers as Draco's screams filled his ears. They fell out of the fireplace into an undignified sprawl of arms and legs. Harry grabbed onto Draco as the other boy scrambled to get back to the fire. "Father," he screeched. "Draco, stop," Harry yelled, fighting to keep the blonde away from the flames. "There's nothing we can do." The blonde collapsed in a sobbing heap on the floor of Dumbledore's office as the door was opened and Albus Dumbledore walked in, followed closely by Ron and Hermione. For 5 minutes Dumbledore's office was pure chaos. Harry. Both Ron and Hermione cried and ran over to where he was still sprawled on the floor. Are you all right? Hermione kept asking, as if the first time he answered her question was not truthful enough. And what happened to Malfoy? Ron asked after a few minutes. Draco continued to sob into Harry's shirt, and Harry did the only thing he could think to do. Let him, even though he was fast losing feeling in his lower legs because of how Draco's body had landed on them. Dumbledore said nothing until the door opened and Professor McGonagall entered the room. The deputy headmistress had the total count of missing students. Not counting Harry and Draco, 13 Slytherins were missing, along with 5 Ravenclaws, 2 Hufflepuffs, and 3 Gryffindors. All of the students were either 6th or 7th year students. Dumbledore needed only to think for a moment before issuing the orders. Filch was to personally watch the front doors and leave them open for any students who were courageous enough to march in after being missing. All students were to remain in their common rooms until every student from that house was accounted for. The heads of their respective houses were to stay with their students in their common room. Dumbledore himself would cover the Slytherin house in Professor Snape's absence. Hermione and Ron were to go back to the Gryffindor common room. Harry, Dumbledore said through Draco's muffled sobs. Why don't you take Draco back down to your rooms? I trust you will both stay there. The twinkle was gone from his eyes as he spoke, a direct order, not a suggestion, though Harry doubted neither Draco nor himself would be doing much of anything at least until breakfast. Harry helped Draco get to his feet and the new Malfoy patriarch walked solemnly out of the room. Harry had to admire Draco's strength. If he had been in Draco's position, he doubted he would be able to think straight right now, much less be somewhat dignified. Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked out of Dumbledore's office together, pausing at the foot of the stairs. You are going to tell us what happened, right? Ron asked tentatively. Harry nodded. What I saw of it anyway. Ron seemed satisfied and started off towards the Gryffindor common room, not realizing that Hermione lingered a moment longer. He's going to need your support, Harry, Hermione said quietly, as if unsure how to approach the subject. You might not have gone through the same thing he did, so you cannot feel his same emotions, but you can make sure other people stay away from him until he's ready to face the world again. She started walking to catch up with Ron, turning back when she thought of something. And knowing Malfoy, it will be before he's truly ready for it. Then she too left Harry to walk after Draco towards their rooms. Medusa was livid when Harry got to the portrait. What did you do? She nearly screamed at him. Harry ignored her and spoke the password. The Gorgon continued to rant about whatever it was that Harry had done to make the poor Malfoy boy so miserable as she opened, and Harry was sure that he could hear her continuing to speak about it, now in Parseltongue. You're starting to repeat yourself, Harry muttered, but he knew she wouldn't hear him. He found Draco in their bedroom, curled up on his bed in what Muggles called the fetal position. His wings were curled around him as if to protect him from the world, but they opened as Harry drew near. The boy was the personification of grief, and Harry wished at that moment to never see such a sight again. Strands of blonde hair stuck to his face, held by the drying and still wet tears. His eyes had lost their luster, more of a dull gray than a vibrant silver. His fingers trembled as they held his knees to his chest. Harry had never wished Voldemort dead quite like he did right now. Harry approached the bed cautiously, slowly, unsure if Draco would push him away. Maybe Draco wouldn't want him to be seen in this state. Yet, as Harry stepped close enough that he could have reached out and touched him, a wing encircled him and pulled him closer. Draco's arms followed, and Harry found himself again with a lap full of a crying Malfoy. He's dead. Draco's voice was riddled with sobs and heaves. He's gone. He's not coming back. Harry didn't know what to say, so he didn't say anything. What could one say? So he just held Draco and let the blonde mutter broken sentences into his chest. They stayed that way for a long time, until Draco's sobs had slowed and his breathing evened. Harry realized that Draco had fallen asleep, worn himself out with crying. Carefully Harry maneuvered them into a horizontal position and closed his own eyes, willing himself to sleep and not think about what the morning might bring. Harry shifted from sleeping to waking instantly, realizing that Draco had shifted and was also awake. All the blonde said when he realized that Harry was awake was, "It's afternoon already." Harry could easily believe it. He stretched and tried to be discreet as he watched Draco pick out what he was going to wear that day and disappear into the bathroom to change. The B***'s emotions seemed to have shut down. He didn't even scoff at the mirror when she commented, "You look absolutely dreadful, dear," a comment that would have produced a shouting match on a normal day. Harry quickly changed out of his own clothing from the night before and into clean robes, wondering what in Merlin's name he was going to do next. Luckily, Dobby made that decision for him. The house elf entered the room with a tray laden with foods that Harry knew were Draco's favorite breakfast foods. This the house elf placed on Harry's maid and hardly slept in bed before turning to Harry. Even the normally cheerful house elf seemed to be in mourning. Dobby thought he might do something to help. "Harry Potter, sir," Dobby muttered. Dobby knew Diddy would be doing that if she were still here. "Harry Potter," said Dobby. Dobby broke more rules. "Harry Potter, sir." Harry was confused, but he followed the house elf out of the bedroom when the elf beckoned him to follow. This was in former master's study. "Harry Potter," Dobby said, pointing at the wall. Harry's jaw dropped. A regal golden eyebrow rose in a disdainful manner that Harry was all too familiar with. The man in the portrait on the wall looked Harry over with an appraising eye and decided that he wasn't worth talking to. Harry looked over at Dobby with a question. And Lucius Malfoy had this in his study. His eyes returned to the portrait as Dobby offered a tentative explanation. Former master was not liked by some relatives, Harry Potter, so he is thinking it was safer to put the portrait of himself where the other portraits could not be going. And indeed it was a portrait of Lucius Malfoy that Dobby had placed on their wall, all the way from Malfoy Manor itself if Harry understood correctly. "But Dobby, why did you go back there?" Harry asked. "The bad people are not staying there, Harry Potter. Now that you is back safe in Hogwarts, they is saying that the manor will soon be crawling with ministry people, Harry Potter, sir. Other house elves is telling me this when I went there." It made sense, kinda, although Harry was struck with a small morbid curiosity of what had happened to Lucius Malfoy's body. Then he decided he'd rather not know. The door to the bedroom opened and Draco walked out, pausing when he saw Harry and his family's former house elf standing in the room. Then his eyes drifted to the wall that had been bare before and now held his father's picture. He didn't say anything for a moment or so, just looked at it. Harry had to admit it was a good picture of Lucius Malfoy. He was dressed as he had always appeared in public, in the best black silk robes that money could buy. The background of the picture was in one of the libraries of Malfoy Manor, and one could see the fields behind the manor through one large ceiling-to-floor window. The Lucius in the picture stood regally, looking out the window like a king would look out over his country. And, Harry thought, that was how the real Lucius Malfoy had looked at his life in general. The one thing that separated the Lucius in the picture from the one that appeared in ministry functions and could be seen strolling down Diagon Alley as if he owned the place, was that the artist had drawn his wings black, silken, and as magnificent as they had appeared when Harry had first seen them in the Great Hall. Dobby disappeared, as if fleeing from a possible outburst from Draco at how the house elf had broken whatever rule it was he said he had broken, leaving Harry and Draco in the room. "Dobby, thought it might help," Harry said at last. "I didn't know he was going to do it." Draco nodded, his eyes never leaving the portrait. Harry suddenly felt as if he wasn't supposed to be there, as if there was some closure that Draco needed that he shouldn't see. "I'm going to go get some lunch," he said. "Fine." Harry knew by now that, coming from Draco, that was a dismissal. The Great Hall was more crowded than usual on a Saturday, but Harry immediately located Hermione and Ron in the crowd of Gryffindor students. They offered him tentative smiles as he approached and sat down across from them. "What's going on?" Harry asked, indicating the bustle of students talking excitedly. "The students that were out last night all came back a few hours after you did," Ron explained in a hushed voice. "They were all sent to sleep in the infirmary and all of them except Blaise are up in Dumbledore's office right now. They all face suspension but people are whispering about expulsion. Blaise has 3 cracked ribs, a fractured knee, fractured jaw, and a severe concussion. One of the ribs punctured his lung as well, but he's expected to make a full recovery," Hermione continued. "It's supposed to be a secret so everyone knows," Harry remarked, loading food onto his plate. "So, are you going to tell us what happened?" Ron asked. "Yeah, but not here. After I eat we'll go talk." Harry ate quickly and the three Gryffindors left the Great Hall and headed down towards where Hagrid's house was. No other students were milling about today. Most of them seemed to be waiting for the verdict on the formerly missing students. As they walked, Harry told his friends what had happened, starting with his idea to have Dobby connect a fireplace to Malfoy Manor and ending with Lucius Malfoy's death. "Bloody hell," Ron said appreciably when he finished. There was a pause as no one said anything, then Ron frowned. "I wonder what will happen with the manor now." "What do you mean?" "Well, Malfoy's parents were divorced when his father died. Normally, like if my father died, the house would go to my mom and then when she died to the oldest child, or whoever was named heir. But Malfoy's not 16 yet, is he? So he can inherit the property but he can't live on it until he's legal. He could be facing a lot of legal problems then," Hermione said thoughtfully. "Other adults could make a case that he is unfit to inherit it because of his age." "True, and I bet Lucius Malfoy left everything to his son," Ron continued. "The Malfoys would stick to tradition like that. Malfoy would inherit everything, so if he was deemed unfit to inherit, then someone else would get everything. And any other relatives are Death Eaters," Harry continued the thought. "That could be a problem." "Well, it won't be if Malfoy turns 16 soon. Does anyone know his birthday?" Hermione asked. Both Harry and Ron shook their heads. Harry walked into his and Draco's rooms tentatively, unsure of what to expect. Draco was sitting on the couch, looking into the fire, a thoughtful expression on his face. Lucius Malfoy's portrait was still on the wall. The figure inside it looked up slightly when Harry entered the room and nodded curtly to Harry before returning his attention to the window. Draco didn't look up until Harry sat down next to him on the couch. Harry thought Draco looked much better now than he had that morning. His eyes had returned to their original coloring, and the sullen expression that had set in, though still there, was not as prominent as it had been before. Harry wondered if Draco had talked to the portrait of his father after he'd left. He knew that he would have, had there been a portrait of Sirius Black to talk to after his godfather's death. "Voldemort killed my father," Draco said softly, his eyes boring into Harry's own with a question. "You're going to have to fight him. Harry, are you going to kill him? When you fight him?" "Yes," Harry replied evenly and with a conviction he'd not felt before. "I am going to kill him. Promise me that when you do, even though you have your own reasons to kill him, promise me that part of it will be for my father." Harry looked for a moment at the boy sitting next to him, saw how hurt inside Draco was, saw the same feelings that he knew from his own experiences, saw the one thing that he might be able to do to help. "I promise." Harry had never seen the student body of Hogwarts as attentive as when Dumbledore announced the 4-day suspension of 23 students from the school. No names were mentioned, though as Harry looked around the Great Hall it was rather obvious where the gaps in the houses were. As his eyes had done countless times during the day, he sought out Draco, who was sitting calmly at the breakfast table. He had briefly appeared in the Great Hall for meals on Sunday, but had insisted on going to classes on Monday. "Harry, you look more upset than Malfoy," Ron muttered. "Relax. If Malfoy was going to break down, he would have done it already." "I think he's doing the right thing," Hermione added. Harry looked at her in surprise. "The faster you get back into your life after an incident like that, the better it is in the long run. People find the routine of their lives helps them move past it." "But that routine has been broken already, hasn't it?" Ron asked around a mouthful of eggs. "Yeah, because normally Draco gets a letter right about now," Harry muttered. Hermione winced and Ron tried not to look sympathetic for his longtime rival. "What about you and Malfoy?" Hermione asked after a minute. "Why aren't you two in trouble?" "I don't know. Dumbledore didn't say." Harry shrugged, "But if I had to guess, I would say that he didn't want to draw attention to it." Ron frowned in the midst of drinking his pumpkin juice. "Oh, I get it," Hermione exclaimed before adding in a much quieter tone. "As long as he keeps you and Draco out of it, then nothing about Voldemort is exposed to the school. Kinda like he did when Malfoy's dad showed up in Hogwarts." Ron asked. "Exactly. There was a rustle of wings throughout the great hall as the mail began to arrive. Harry's eyes snapped towards Draco, but the Beyond looked, well, he looked like he did normally, yet he was much too tense for him to be acting truly normal. Also, his clothes made any pretense of normality disappear faster than an invisibility spell. Draco wore what Hermione had informed him is traditional morning clothing in the wizarding world. Underneath his outer school robes, he wore clothing of the colors found on the Malfoy family crest, colors that represented the Malfoy family. Clothing of those colors would only be worn on 3 occasions, Hermione said: when there was a birth, when there was a wedding, and when there was a death. The occasion was specified by the armbands worn on the cuffs of the robes, blue or rose for a birth depending on the gender of the baby, white for a wedding, and a dark blood red for a death. Draco's cuffs were so dark red that it was hard to tell where the black of his robes ended and the red began, and looked so bloody that it seemed as though he had dipped his robes in his own blood. Draco had gone to Snape that morning to get permission to violate the school uniform in such a way. Snape had let him without hesitation. "Harry, you should look at this," Ron said in a voice that told Harry something was wrong. Harry looked at the paper in Ron's hand and groaned. "I guess they made the death public." Not just that, Harry, Hermione told him, looking over from where she sat perusing another student's paper. "Look at the first and second pages." Wincing, Harry took the paper and scanned the headline on the first page. Lucius Malfoy found dead with dark mark blazing over Malfoy Manor. Hoping that the next page didn't also have to do with Lucius Malfoy's death, Harry opened the paper. When he saw the title, he suddenly wished it did have to do with Lucius Malfoy's death. A secret love affair revealed. Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter. Oh no, oh yes. Hermione looked livid. "When I get my hands on her, I'll squash her like the bug she is." Harry's eyes fell to the name of the writer of the second article and he practically hissed at the name. Rita Skeeter. Ron took the paper from Harry's shaking hands and began to read the second article for himself, cringing every 2 minutes. "You want to know the damage, mate? Why not? I'll learn it sooner or later," Harry grumbled into his drink. "Well, from the way she says it, you two might as well have been soulmates from birth. It talks about Malfoy being a Varii, though it doesn't say much other than a cousin of the well-known Vila. It also says that you two have been sharing rooms since the beginning of this year, which is true, but then goes on to describe your relationship, the detail of which is utterly false and makes me sick." "Doesn't sound bad so far," Harry muttered. "Oh, it gets better, Harry," Hermione seethed at the article. "It talks about how Malfoy has no choice in his soulmate and says, and I quote, 'In such a time of grief as Draco Malfoy is going through over the loss of his father, Lucius Malfoy, he will become more dependent on his mate.' I can't believe she actually uses the term, and will be vulnerable to any suggestions he might get from Harry Potter." Hermione snorted in disgust. "It makes it sound like he's your—" "Don't say it, Ron," Harry seethed. Harry was so absorbed in hating Rita Skeeter that he didn't notice a large barn owl drop a letter onto Draco's lap. He did notice the sudden movement from the Slytherin table as Draco stood and abruptly left the room, their eyes meeting for a moment as he did so. Harry nodded to his friends and followed the Beyond out of the room. Draco stalked down towards the dungeons, pausing only to snarl the password at Medusa before walking into their rooms. Harry followed him silently, ignoring the portrait's talk about how the poor boy was still distressed from whatever Harry had done and he'd better fix it. "Did you see the prophet?" Harry asked as Draco began pacing the room. "Why would I? I knew what was going to be there," Draco muttered. "On the first page or the second page?" Harry queried, leaning against the portrait door. "The second page," Draco asked. "Yeah, the page with the article about your and my secret love affair." All color drained from Draco's face. "You're kidding." "Nope. The entire wizarding world knows you're a Varii now. They know that we're rooming together. I don't know if they'll believe that we're sleeping together or not, but that's there too. Oh, and there's the implication that I might be using you for my own selfish gain somewhere in there as well." "Bloody hell," Draco snarled, as he dropped an opened letter on the couch. "Well, that explains this then." "What is it?" Harry asked. "Read it yourself. I'm going to go shower." "We have potions first period, you know," Harry warned, knowing that this kind of shower for Draco would be a long one. Oh, I know, and if I actually make it to that class at all, I will be very surprised. I should be making a comment about the unfairness of it all, Harry muttered as his eyes scanned the letter. Who's Mr. Archeon? Mr. Achilles Archeon is the man who looked after my father's will while he was alive, Draco explained over his shoulder as he left the room. Harry frowned slightly as he read the tiny, scrawling script. Something about reading Draco's father's will after his wake, which was in 3 days. It assured Draco that while the Malfoy Gringotts accounts were frozen until the reading of the will, Draco's personal one would remain open for his use, as it was not owned by his father at his father's time of death, but by Draco himself. It also said that after the divorce his father had made Draco's godfather Professor Severus Snape, Draco's legal guardian if he should pass away before Draco reached legality. Then, and Harry assumed that this was the part Draco had been upset about, it stated that Narcissa Malfoy had already declared her intention to challenge the transfer of Draco's guardianship from herself to Snape, and the man wrote that he could only assume that she would also challenge any inheritance Draco might receive from his departed father. But, it said, even though Draco would not reach the legal age of 17 until June 5 of that year, a little less than 4 months away, in light of certain new developments there may be a way for Draco to enter into legality despite his age, should the rumors prove true. Should the rumors prove true? Harry gulped. The man couldn't be talking about that rumor, could he? And even if he was, why would Harry's relationship, if you could call a few scattered keys and one make-out session a relationship, with Draco have anything to do with Draco becoming legal in the wizarding world before his birthday? Harry caught up with Hermione a few minutes before breakfast ended as she made her way down to the dungeons for potions. What are the ways that you can become legal in the wizarding world? Harry asked breathlessly, thoughts jumbled in his head, and gasping from his run-up from his and Draco's rooms. Hermione looked surprised for a moment before answering. The legal age in the wizarding world is 17, so anyone becomes legal if they turn 17. However, in older wizarding custom, marriages were arranged at birth and the children to be married were usually engaged at 15. This started the tradition that a wizard or witch could become legal in the wizarding world after becoming engaged. They needed that, Hermione searched for the right word, flexibility, in order to plan their weddings. And the guy in the relationship had to be able to provide for his wife, and so on. The look on Hermione's face showed exactly how enamored with that idea she was, not very much at all. Why do you ask, Harry? She questioned him a second later, suddenly curious. No reason. Just wondered, Harry said quickly. Hermione didn't buy it for an instant. Harry, what's going on? She paused. This has to do with Malfoy, doesn't it? No. Well, yes, it kinda does, but it's not what you're thinking. Harry sputtered as Hermione's face held a look of disapproval. And we're going to be late to potions if we don't hurry. Harry changed the subject, grateful for a distraction. He wasn't ready to have a conversation with Hermione about what she had just told him, not yet. Harry sat on his rarely slept in bed paying absolutely no attention to the Transfiguration essay he was supposed to be working on. He'd gone through the rest of the day in the exact same manner. He still didn't know how he managed to get through potions without destroying himself utterly by his lack of concentration. He couldn't even remember going to divination, and Transfiguration was all a blur to him. But somehow he found himself here, after dinner, supposedly working on his Transfiguration essay while Draco wrote back to that Archeon person. It was crazy, utterly and horribly crazy. And yet he hadn't been able to take his eyes off Draco for the rest of the day when the Beyond was around. That was probably why Transfiguration was so blurry and he had no idea about what he should be writing this essay on. His thoughts were all scrambled up in his head, popping into conscious thought at peculiar moments. Why was he so angry about the mention of those rumors? Had slipped into his mind when Snape was talking about skewering butterfly wings, or at least that's what Harry hoped he had been talking about. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was just angry because of what Narcissa Malfoy had done. Or maybe he was angry about the veiled comment about the rumors, had repeated around in his head during divination. And the worst, what if he was angry because he would never want me romantically? Popped up right around dinner time. Harry had almost choked on the air he was breathing, causing Ron to ask him if he was okay and Hermione to look at him suspiciously. "Harry, would you mind if you stopped staring at me? You haven't blinked in the past 5 minutes. It's rather disturbing." Harry blinked quickly a few times at Draco's words. When he looked back at the beyond, Draco had returned to his letter and gave no sign of wanting to ask why Harry had been staring at him. It was strange but a small relief to Harry. Whether Draco knew, guessed, or didn't care about what Harry had been thinking of that evening was not broached by either of them, but Harry couldn't help thinking as he fell asleep that night that Draco had probably guessed. "But I don't understand why it's taking so much of his time to organize the funeral. Isn't that what the people he writes to are supposed to do?" Harry mused, sitting in the Gryffindor common room opposite Ron and Hermione. "Well, that depends on what kind of a funeral he is going to give his father," Hermione replied crisply. Well, most of the ideas that you and I would have of funerals are more Muggle than Wizard," Hermione explained. As Muggle-borns began to filter into the wizarding world, they brought their traditions with them. So the older wizarding families, like Ron's, would probably stay with the strict wizarding traditions. "So what's the difference?" Harry asked, looking to Ron. "It's a family thing," Ron shrugged. "Only relations can attend, and then they bury the guy." Hermione sighed. "What he's saying is, that in ancient wizarding customs there's no wake and no funeral, in our sense. Just the burying part, if you want to think in Muggle terms. The family members meet at the house of the person who just died, and they process to the family graveyard or mausoleum. Only those related by blood can then enter the place where the body is going to be buried and bury the body. What's probably taking all of Malfoy's time is fighting everyone who wants his dad to have a more modern burial, with speeches and stuff," Ron mused. "But if there's any family that will stick to tradition like that, it would be the Malfoys." But Harry didn't process Ron's words, thinking instead of how Hermione had described the burial process. "I'll see you later, I have to go talk to Draco." As Harry hurried out of the Gryffindor common room, Ron frowned. "What's he upset about?" "I don't know," Hermione replied. Harry stormed through the portrait hole, ignoring Medusa's ranting, and headed straight for the bedroom where he knew Draco would still be working on something. The blonde didn't even look up when Harry entered. "I'm not letting you bury your father by yourself." Draco paused in what he was writing and looked up at Harry. "This is not up for discussion." "Bloody hell, Draco, it's not damn healthy what you're doing. Your father died 3 days ago and all you've done now for 2 days is push people away. There is no other Malfoy family. I will deal with it." Draco began to write again. Harry glared at Draco across the room for a minute and the blonde ignored him. "I'm family," Harry hissed. The quill shook in Draco's fingertips. "What makes you say that?" the blonde asked in a strained voice. "Your father was a Verii. You are a Verii. I am your Verii bonded. That makes me family, doesn't it? Not by blood. Doesn't matter. I can still walk with you, can't I?" Draco sighed. "You're not going to leave me alone until I agree to this, are you?" "No." Draco rolled his eyes and muttered, "Bloody Gryffindor," under his breath before looking up at Harry. "Fine. You can walk with me." Abandoning his homework for his own sense of urgency, Harry headed for the library the first minute he could after classes had ended for the day. Harry quickly realized that he had no idea where one would store the kind of subject material he was looking for in a library setting, and therefore had to turn to Madame Pants for help. She looked rather surprised when a young teenage boy, Harry Potter no less, asked for where one would find books on wizard etiquette, but she gave him directions to a remote corner of the library and 2 hours later Harry found what he was looking for. Many of the books he looked through had been about how Muggle culture had been integrated into wizarding society. But that wasn't what he'd wanted. With a family like the Malfoys, he had to go looking for the oldest book on wizard etiquette he could find. He finally found it buried on the lowest shelf in the corner, so covered with dust that he sneezed when he pulled it off the shelf. Placing it on the table where he'd thrown his book bag produced yet another cloud of dust and another sneeze. Harry began flipping through its see-through thin pages, bypassing the long section on wizarding naming ceremonies to the section on funeral etiquette. Now that he was going to attend Lucius Malfoy's funeral, he wanted to know everything that would be expected of him, even if the only two in attendance would be Draco and himself, or maybe more because the only two in attendance would be Draco and himself. It was not that he did not trust Hermione to have her facts straight, but to be sure he didn't miss something important, something that maybe only Draco himself would find important. After half an hour of reading, Harry found that his only problem was finding his family's colors. He didn't think that they had any, and wondered if the Potter family was even old enough to have family colors or a family crest, and plus he had no idea how to find out if they did. But the book said that in the absence of family colors, in the instance of an orphan for example, the mourning clothes would only be black with the dark red cuffs. Of course, Harry did not own proper wizarding mourning robes, but he figured that Hermione could change the color of the cuffs on his normal robes easily enough. Harry picked up the book to close it and place it back on the shelf before he headed down to the Great Hall for dinner. As he did so, the page he'd just finished reading turned, and the heading of the next section caught his eye. Wizarding engagements and the marriage rite. Harry bit his lip as he stood there for a second and then sat back down. He knew that engagements in the wizarding world gave younger wizards a status in a way very different from the Muggle world where legal status was based on age. What if there was something else about it that Harry didn't know? He hadn't really pressed Hermione for any details for fear that she would jump to the conclusion that he was going to propose to Draco in order to solve this legal fix that Draco, and subsequently himself thanks to Rita Skeeter, was in. But, he admitted to himself, it was a real possibility, even if it was very far-fetched. In fact, Draco himself was probably not even thinking of it as a remote possibility. No, only he was, and Harry didn't even know what he would be getting himself into. Sitting back in the chair, Harry began to read. The information to remember about wizarding etiquette concerning engagement and marriage was a bit more complex than that on funerals, which made Harry decide to write it out to make sure he did not forget anything crucial. The book broke any relationship down into two beings, the caretaker of the pair, called the Meritus, and the one who was taken care of, called the Merida. In a case with a heteros **** rules, the caretaker was always male and the one taken care of was always female. In a case with homos ***UAL partners, the two would decide which would take the traditional, male, role and which would take the traditional, female, role. This, the book stated explicitly, had no connotation to what role the partner took in the say-UAL relationship between the two. First there was a long courtship process that by now Harry and Draco had completely skipped over and rendered useless seeing as they had shared sleeping quarters, something that was forbidden during the courtship ritual. An engagement proposition could only occur after the Meritus had gained permission from both his own family and the family of the Merida. This permission could come only after proper fulfillment of the courtship rituals, which he and Draco would have to skip anyway. The Meritus would then kneel before the Merida and request, "Where I am Gaius, there you are Gaia." Slightly different than the traditional marriage vows, spoken in the first language that the Meritus had learned. If the Merida accepted, she would reply, "Where I am Gaia, there you are Gaius." The Meritus would then place the engagement ring on the Merida's finger and the Merida would do the same for the Meritus. In preparation for a traditional wizarding wedding, it was the job of the Merida to provide the robes for both partners. Traditionally the clothing had to be hand-sewn by the Merida, but over time the custom had evolved so that the Merida only had to pay for the clothes. The Meritus would pay the bride price of the Merida to the head of the Merida's family, or the closest male guardian of the Merida in the event that the Merida had no family. This price was set by tradition of how wealthy and noble the family was that the Merida was marrying into, and not, as Muggles had used it, set by how much the Merida was worth to the Merida's family. The actual wedding ceremony was done outside the doorway of the house that the couple were going to live in. The Merida was walked up the driveway surrounded by the Merida's family, and was led by her closest male relative guardian. The Meritus waited just outside the closed doors to the house and when the Merida reached the doors, she was given over to the Meritus. The rite of marriage itself had three parts. First the marriage vows were given in the language of the birthplace of the two to be married, a symbol of the connection between not only the two to be married but that there was now a connection between the lands that the two came from as well. "Where you are Gaia, I am Gaius," was spoken by the Meritus, to which the Merida replied, "Where you are Gaius, I am Gaia." The wedding rings were then exchanged. Then the wedding vows were said again, this time in Latin, to invoke the forces of magic themselves to watch over the couple to be married. Ubi tu Gaia, ego Gaius, was said by the Meritus, to which the Merita replied, Ubi tu Gaius, ego Gaia. The next part of the marriage was the opening of the house doors, in which the couple quite literally opened the doors of the house. If the doors would not open, it was a sign that the magical forces looked down on the marriage for some reason and the ceremony could not continue. Harry had no idea what would happen if the doors wouldn't open. No one had recorded what would happen in such an event. Closing parenthesis. The Merita was then carried over the threshold into the house, for it was considered unlucky if the Merita tripped over the threshold when entering the house, and was carried to the ballroom where the third part of the wedding took place, the traditional dances. This was something that wasn't strange to Harry. Muggles used the same kind of dances at their weddings. The couple would dance first, and at this point they were considered married. Then the Merita would dance with the closest male guardian, parent to him, her. And finally the Meritus would dance with the closest female guardian, parent to him, her. In cases with homos ***ual pairings, the gender of the person either partner danced with did not change. But what surprised Harry the most was that it seemed to be proper for an engagement to last for years and then be dissolved without marriage. Even after the elaborate courtship ritual, it was proper in the wizarding world for the partners to be split, either for family or their own reasons. If the engagement terminated while a partner was under 17, that partner would return to being not an adult, or not legal, in the wizarding community. But if the engagement terminated after both partners were of legal age, they would retain their legal status. And in the case that a partner died while another was under the legal age, that surviving partner would still remain legal. When Harry entered their bedroom that night, Draco did not comment on how late Harry was or how Harry had missed dinner. Neither boy spoke, both too enveloped in their own thoughts to voice them. The great hall was a buzz of hushed excitement the next morning, and Harry realized through the haze of half-shaken-off sleep that there were no more missing students at the Gryffindor table. His gaze shifted sharply to the Slytherin table as Draco took his customary seat in between Crabbe and Goyle. They weren't eating as they normally were, but were sitting there looking imposing, for once at their own housemates. The subjects of their gazes were sitting across from Draco, looking as out of place as first years before the sorting. This morning Blaise and Pansy couldn't even look at Draco, decked out in the same colors he'd been in since the beginning of the week and would remain in until his father's funeral. Draco, on the other hand, looked as regal and condescending as ever, acting as if the two opposite him were not worth his time. Harry frowned. He didn't know how friendships worked in Slytherin, but from what he'd seen in Malfoy Manor, those two had cared for Draco in a way that friends cared for each other, but Blaise, at least, had betrayed whatever ties he'd had with Draco. Pansy hadn't done that as far as Harry had seen, yet she acted just as Blaise did, ashamed of her own actions. Draco nodded only to Crabbe and Goyle as he left the table, walking towards the dungeons. They began to load food onto their plates as if they had just discovered what lay on the table, and Pansy whispered something in Blaise's ear. Harry. Ron's voice redirected Harry to the Gryffindor side of the room. You're being rather obvious, he muttered under his breath, and Harry looked down the table to see most of the Gryffindors looking at him and whispering to each other. Just great. They were probably wondering if there was any connection from that article to his behavior. At least no one had made a scene yet. Movement caught Harry's eye and he hastily stood as Blaise left the Great Hall. Harry, Hermione asked, you haven't touched your breakfast. I'll see you in class, Harry said hurriedly and left the room. Malfoy, Ron mouthed and Hermione nodded, returning to the parchment in front of her. Ron watched for the next few minutes as she wrote frantically, crossed things out, and scribbled notes around other scribbles. What are you doing? Ron asked finally, scooting closer so he could see over her shoulder. I'm plotting. What does it look like I'm doing? Scribbling on a piece of parchment. Hermione gave him a look that showed she was not amused. Ron shrugged and returned to his breakfast. Just tell me what you come up with so I can help this time. Harry managed to cut Blaise off in the hallway before the Medusa portrait. Get out of my way, Potter. I don't think I will. I'm not in the mood to deal with you right now. I don't think Draco's in the mood to deal with you right now. Blaise's eyes took on an appraising look, like a cat eyeing a canary. Well, it seems as if rumors are true for once, Potter. Don't you think it's strange that you're using Draco's first name so casually? I don't recall you doing so in previous years. Harry refused to be baited. I really don't care what you recall or not. I think you must have a class to get to, Zabini. Why don't you go there? Blaze's eyes narrowed as he took a step closer to Harry. Harry didn't move. I've got one thing to say to you, Potter. I've known Draco since I was 4. You can't say the same. I'm watching you, Potter, and you'd better not hurt him. 'Cause if you do, I'll string you up before the Dark Lord faster than you could draw your wand. Strange, and here I thought it was only Draco you'd betray to the Dark Lord. Guess I was wrong. Blaze's face twisted in fury and his mouth opened to speak only to be cut off by a calm and icy voice. I think you should leave now, Blaze. Draco stood off to one side as if he'd been watching the scene unfold before him. Blaze's mouth snapped shut with an audible click. He nodded once to Draco, glared at Harry, and walked back up the corridor. You didn't have to do that. I could have taken care of him, Draco said softly as Blaze rounded a corner and disappeared from sight. I'm a Gryffindor, remember? Harry grinned lopsidedly at the blonde. I do weird things like try to protect those I care about. Draco swirled his pumpkin juice in his right hand as he waited for Crabbe and Goyle to finish their narrative of how they'd beaten on some first-year Hufflepuff that afternoon, nodding absently in their direction to show he was paying attention. His eyes scanned the room, meeting a few cautious looks that were sent his way. Blaze's comment to Harry had been accurate after all. Talk had been spreading. Why would it not, after all? He hid a smirk behind his goblet as he took a sip. They were much more subdued than the last time Harry's love life had come to the front page of the paper. Of course, the fact that he was a boy probably made people less likely to believe it. It just sounded more far-fetched than what Skeeter had thrown at Harry before. Of course, the last time she'd been attacking Harry, he'd been helping. But he was surprised that he hadn't received any howlers, or angry letters if not howlers. It just went to show how much power the Malfoy name really had. Oi, Malfoy. Draco turned slightly to look at the 7th-year Slytherin that had called his name down the Slytherin table, interrupting Crabbe's explanation of how they'd chucked the first year, stunned and growing fingernails in strange places, into a tickle-me-silly rose bush. All conversation stopped as he locked gazes with the other boy. When you're done with Potter tonight, why don't you come down to the 7th-year dorms? Across the hall at the Gryffindor table, Harry stood abruptly, looking murderous. And if looks could kill, the 7th year would have died purely from the look Snape sent at him from the staff table. Draco, however, stared at the boy unblinking. In a cocky salute, the boy lifted his goblet in a toast to Draco. Draco blinked. The goblet shattered, pumpkin juice flying everywhere, the sharp pieces of the cup attempting to embed themselves in the soft flesh of his face and neck. I don't think you could keep up with me. Draco's calm voice seemed to echo down the Slytherin table, just loud enough so that the now bleeding boy could hear the words, but not the rest of the hall. Mr. Goldstein, Snape's voice promised many unpleasant things as he appeared at the Slytherin's elbow. We need to discuss your code of behavior. In my office. Now. Apparently, a 3-day suspension was not enough to curb your rule-breaking streak. Snape looked down the table at the other Slytherins, his eyes stopping at every one that had just returned that day from the suspension. Does anyone share Mr. Goldstein's sentiments? I'm sure he would be happy to have your company. I don't think I've ever seen Snape talk to Slytherins that way. Ron whistled in appreciation. I mean, he's still a greasy git, but that was really something. Hermione hid a smile behind her book at Ron admiring Snape. Harry, though, looked as if he almost didn't hear Ron, staring into the fireplace that lit the Gryffindor common room. Hermione frowned as she looked at his sullen eyes which flickered in the firelight. Harry, he looked up as if he had nothing better to do at that moment other than stare into the flames. Are you feeling all right? He's just as shocked as I am that Snape started beating on Slytherins. Ron broke in cheerfully and Harry nodded to his friend's statement, a false smile on his lips. Are you thinking about the funeral? Hermione saw through his smile instantly. No, I'm not, and he wasn't. If I were him, I'd be thinking about the trial, my own, Ron interjected before Hermione could continue questioning Harry. What do you mean? Malfoy's dad left everything to him, so all he has to do is prove that and he gets his inheritance, Hermione pointed out logically. The only one I can think of who could bring Malfoy's inheritance into question is his mother. That won't work against his own mother, Hermione. And she's got Malfoy's age on her side, too. He leaned in eagerly as he came to his conclusion. Before, Malfoy's dad used to sway the ministry purely with money. But Malfoy doesn't have all that money right now, since that's what they're going to court about. Hermione looked stunned. Ron had obviously done some serious thinking on the situation. Harry, looking back at the fireplace, commented on how Ron seemed to have thought the entire scenario through. Well, Ron looked sheepish. I told Malfoy he was eventually going to get what was coming to him and, no offense Harry, but I think this is when he's finally going to get it. None taken. Harry managed a smile at his friend. But, he thought as he turned their conversation to other topics, I'm going to help make sure that won't happen. Draco was lounging on the sofa, having stopped his transfiguration work, only for a minute to rest his eyes. He only realized he'd been dozing for half an hour when he was shaken out of his stupor by the portrait door closing as entered the room. So how are things on the Gryffindor side of the school? Draco drawled as he again looked at the transfiguration essay he had to write. Harry looked surprised that Draco had asked such a question. Fine I guess. I wasn't actually interested, Draco replied pointedly as Harry plopped into the armchair facing the sofa. The Gryffindor shrugged carelessly. So then, how are things at the Slytherin end of the school? I wouldn't know. You'd have to go to the Slytherin common room to find that out. Harry grinned lopsidedly. Yes, I was planning on doing that, but I thought I'd check with you first to see if you knew and save me the trip by telling me. Sarcasm does not suit you, Harry. If you say so. I do. A pause. So when is your appearance in court? Draco hid his surprise as Harry waited for an answer. Monday. Monday. That's soon after the funeral. Of course. You're not thinking like a Slytherin, Harry. If Narcissa had requested Friday, I could then say that the funeral was on Friday and move it to a date of my choice, whatever was convenient enough for me. Saturday or Sunday would be convenient for me and therefore are out of the question. But since I already miss Friday's classes, it's only more inconvenient for me to miss Mondays as well. Anything to throw off your opponent, Harry. You'd be surprised how the little things can undermine people. So who's going to be there? Myself, my godfather, my mother, Archeon is holder of my father's will, and the Wizengamot. What if I wanted to come? Harry's voice sounded as if he didn't care whether he went or not, but Draco wasn't fooled. You're already coming to the funeral, Potter, don't push it. Why can't I come? You're not involved. Harry bit his lip for a second, as if weighing some decision in his mind. I could be, he whispered. Draco's eyes narrowed slightly as Harry refused to meet his gaze. What are you getting at? Look, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's your word against the person the world sees as your mother. She says you should not inherit and you say that you should. Harry paused and fumbled for words. Your dad's not there anymore to make sure the outcome is what you want. Draco caught the double implications of Harry's words. Harry was dancing around the subject of bribery, an option that was not open to Draco. I don't know what kind of sway Narcissa Black holds, but in the worst-case scenario she would be equal to what your father used to hold. Even without that, she's got wizarding law on her side because you're not legal yet and she is. Draco sighed. He already had thought through this vicious circle of logic himself. Harry, come to the point. If I came as your fiancé, then you would be legal and there would be nothing they could do to stop your inheritance, seeing as the whole problem arose because you aren't a legal adult yet. There. He'd said it. Harry waited for Draco's response. But there wasn't one. The seconds seemed to stretch into lifetimes as Draco sat silent, his eyes looking down at his transfiguration textbook without seeing the printed words. The blonde shuddered as he breathed out slowly and spoke, his voice sounding dead to Harry's ears. That is not an option. I will not allow something as trivial as legality to influence something like that. Gathering his books, Draco stood and headed towards the bedroom, pausing at Harry's words. At least we agree on that. If I were to say any vows, they would be real. Ron was just finishing the last of his history of magic essay when Hermione excitedly pulled him over to an abandoned corner of the Gryffindor common room. "I finished," she said excitedly as she pushed him down into a chair and sat down in the opposite one. "Finished what?" "My plan for revenge on Rita Skeeter." Now Ron was interested. "I'm in. You don't even know what it is yet." "Doesn't matter. What are we doing?" Hermione smiled and outlined the plan. "Well, first I wanted to go after her personally and practice some spells on her, but I couldn't do that until vacation, and by that time it would be too late for this plan. What I want to do is discourage her from ever writing about Harry ever again." "Sounds good. How do we do it?" "Well, the only reason she gets to write the articles on Harry is because she uses her animagus form to snoop around for information. She then has something that no other reporter has, inside information on Harry Potter." "But what if we took that away?" Hermione's eyes glittered with triumph. "What if we gave the Prophet another reporter, closer to Harry Potter than Rita Skeeter could ever be? Someone like those who really know him. People like us." "Exactly. And since you're willing to help, and if we can get Ginny to help too, we can have one reporter for all the major journalism outposts." "But will Harry go with it though?" Ron looked skeptical. "I mean, it would kinda be like spying on our own friend." "But he'll get to decide what gets printed. He knows we wouldn't print anything bad or untrue, and he knows that if he wanted something kept secret we could keep it. So why wouldn't he?" "Good point. We'll ask him first before we go through with it though." "Of course. But going on the idea that he will. You, Ginny, and I will write to the Prophet, the Quibbler, and Witch Weekly. We'll offer to write articles about any of the newsworthy actions of Harry Potter. What they won't know is that we'll shuffle all the information between the three, so each publication will have some details that the others won't. Therefore, they'll see our input as priceless. Other than a stipend for our articles, we'll demand that in return no other writer can be allowed to write an article exclusively about Harry Potter or those connected to him." Ron's grin was akin to that of the grins normally seen on the faces of his two brothers, Fred and George. "Let's go ask Ginny if she wants to help." All the next day, Draco refused to let himself think about the trial, or Harry's idea of how to win the trial. The funeral the next day, he reasoned, took precedence. The very fact that he was putting off thinking of what Harry had said did not enter his mind, although on some level he knew he was doing it. Harry seemed to have realized that Draco did not wish to discuss what he had brought up and kept his distance. But Draco could feel the weight of his stare whenever they were in the same room together, even though he ignored it. He wouldn't allow himself to think about anything regarding the trial until his father's funeral was over. The day of the funeral dawned bright and sunny, and as warm as the weather can be in the third week of February. Dumbledore himself had given his consent for Harry and Draco to miss both Friday and Saturday, on the condition that they had to come to his office immediately after they arrived back at Hogwarts Sunday night. He presented them with 4 tickets for the Hogwarts Express, 2 to go back to London that morning, and 2 to come back Saturday afternoon. Harry was secretly relieved that Dumbledore did not ask if they'd rather travel by Flow Powder. He didn't think either he or Draco would have been able to do that yet. The idea of a chaperone was not broached by anyone, and Harry thought that there had to be some rule that they were breaking. As the train was pulling away from Hogsmeade, Harry asked Draco if that was true. Draco thought for a moment. That sort of thing is done when students are leaving the Hogwarts grounds and Hogwarts is still responsible for them. So if anything happens, then it's the school that is blamed. We are actually leaving the school and going home, like on Christmas vacation, so if we get hurt it's our fault and not the school's. That's why we have to report back on Saturday. We're not part of the student body at the moment. Oh. Draco studied Harry for a moment as the boy across from him looked out the window at the passing scenery. "Why aren't you wearing your family colors?" "I don't know what they are," Harry replied truthfully. The only color on Harry's clothes other than black was the dark red cuffs that Hermione had colored with a spell that morning. "We'll have to find that out sometime." Draco spoke thoughtfully, as his own gaze turned to the window. Nothing more was said until they arrived at King's Cross. The same limo that was actually a carriage that had greeted them during Christmas vacation waited for them outside the station, and they rode in silence to the manor. Ever so often Harry would look over at Draco and, As the carriage got closer and closer to his home, the blonde paled just a little more. Harry didn't have to guess to know what he was thinking, or rather remembering. The manor itself didn't look like it had changed from the last time they'd seen it. Outwardly, one could almost believe nothing had happened. Such delusions were shattered when Draco was presented with a list of what artifacts had been broken beyond repair by a shivering house elf as they walked in the door. "But we is fixing everything other than those, Master Draco, sir," it said hurriedly. "I'm sure." Draco cut the creature off abruptly but with no malice in his voice. The house elf's eyes fell sullenly to the floor. "Master Lucius is out on the terrace, Master Draco, sir." Draco nodded and the house elf disappeared. Together, Harry and Draco walked through the first floor to the back gardens. A casket of white marble, covered in a clear film which hummed of magic, levitated there and Harry almost couldn't look at the former Malfoy patriarch. The Death Eaters had left Lucius's body untouched, except for his wings which were broken beyond even the repair of skilled house elf magic. The tattered black wings, still in their steel form from when he'd died, had been arranged around his body, which was dressed in what Draco knew had been his favorite outfit. At his feet lay the familiar snake head cane. Harry had done his own research to know how to properly act during the funeral, and stepped up to the casket as Draco did. When Draco placed both hands on the foot of the casket, Harry placed one of his on Draco's shoulder. Together they walked slowly over the snow-covered land towards the very back of the land owned by the Malfoy family. The Malfoys owned a mausoleum, which had been built in the style of ancient Greek architecture. It was tucked away in a heavily forested area, all gleaming white stone in contrast to the dark stone of Malfoy Manor itself. The doors had been opened at dawn by the house elves, doors that were only to be opened when a body was to be placed inside. Wizarding mausoleums, while rare in this day, had long ago been built to expand as more members of the family were added, so as to never run out of room. When a family built a mausoleum, they would never have to build another. What had fascinated Harry, in a grotesque manner, was that no body ever placed in a wizarding mausoleum ever decayed. The magic inside the mausoleum kept them looking as they did when the body was first placed there. Husband and wife, or husband and husband, or wife and wife, were placed together, to forever sleep next to each other. Personally, Harry was glad that Draco's father was going to sleep alone for eternity, rather than sleep with Narcissa Black when she died. He was sure that Lucius himself would have preferred it. In the doorway Harry stopped and let Draco continue into the room alone, his hand falling to his side as the young Malfoy patriarch walked into the room. It was ornately carved, and Harry couldn't help looking around from the doorway. There was one grave per section of wall, so that no Malfoy was buried above another Malfoy. Instead there were carvings of that Malfoy couple's life carved both above and below the bodies on the wall. There was only one spot in the room without a body, and Draco gently pushed Lucius's casket towards it. He lined the casket up with the open alcove in the wall and for a moment stood in contemplative silence, his eyes looking over the ornate carvings of his father's life. He then looked to his father and spoke 3 words, Pax Vobiscum, Pater. Peace be with you, father. And then he pushed the casket gently into the wall. The white marble of the casket melded to that of the wall until Harry could not tell what had been casket and what had been wall in the first place, and all that was left was Lucius's body lying in the alcove immortalized by magic for eternity. Draco turned and began to walk towards Harry, slowing to a stop at one of the bodies lying closer to the entrance of the mausoleum. Harry could see the black wings that cradled the 2 bodies lying there as if in sleep, one of them the only other Varii that had existed in the Malfoy family. Draco looked at his ancestor for only a moment before again heading for the doorway. Draco slowly disentangled himself from Harry and carefully left the room, leaving the other boy still sleeping. He couldn't sleep anymore tonight if he'd tried. There were too many things whirling around in his mind to allow him the solace of sleep. Draco meandered past the sleeping pictures as he walked towards what had been his father's rooms. He needed a place to think, and his feet guided him towards one room as if by their own will. He entered his father's study slowly, walking over to the fireplace and calling on a small current of magic to heat the logs that had been placed there. In the light of the flames the first piece of jewelry that he would ever wear glittered like molten gold. The Malfoy signet ring, one that had been made to fit his own finger. The same ring that still adorned a hand of every single Malfoy patriarch that he had seen in the mausoleum today. Now it was his turn to begin wearing the mark that told the world of his heritage. Wearing it though, brought his mind back to the trial and, inevitably, back to Harry. Almost on a whim, Draco summoned a house elf and asked for it to bring him the Malfoy matrimonial bands. 2 rings that had been passed down for generations upon generations. The house elf quickly appeared with a small wooden box made of cedar. Draco thanked it before dismissing it and returning his attention to the box itself, as if maybe the object in question could give him the answer he sought. Wedding rings were always unique to the pair that were to be married. For the Malfoy family, this meant that the pair were one-of-a-kind jeweled masterpieces created once and never copied. But engagement rings were passed down through the heirs of the family. Anyone who had ever married a Malfoy would have worn one of these rings during the engagement time period. His mother had worn one of them. But Harry wouldn't be like her. He wouldn't use something like engagement for his own means, of that Draco was positive. It wasn't something a Gryffindor would do, it wasn't something Harry would do. Harry had to be doing another self-sacrificing thing, he just had to be. Somehow, he'd gotten it into his head that the only way for Draco to retain his inheritance was to become legal by wizarding standards. But what in Merlin's name was his motive? He had to have a motive, even if it wasn't one of self-gain. But this kind of thing was not something you'd do for a friend. Even if engagements could be broken and had been many times before, it was still not something done frivolously. If that was the case, whenever teenagers wanted to be perceived as adults for any small reason, they'd just become engaged to someone and break it when they wanted to. And no one did that. It was a mockery to the marriage rite to do that. Harry would know that, so why was he suggesting it? Draco doubted that such a thing would be done even by people who had crushes on each other, but that took out any motive Harry might have had. Unless Harry's feelings ran deeper than that, but they couldn't. But if they did, no, he just wouldn't even start going down that direction of thought. His own feelings for Harry were confusing as they were, he wasn't going to add that into the mess. Sighing, he closed the small box's lid and let it drop into his pocket, Harry's words coming back into his mind. If I were to say any vows, they would be real. Real. True engagement vows would hold until the marriage vows when the bonds of matrimony were made. Draco had seen such vows, even those as sacred as the marriage vows, broken, even if they had been real when made. His own parents had done that. Reasons being good or bad, the marriage vows had been broken. But with Harry, Draco couldn't do that with Harry. Harry was his very eye bonded. Were he to propose engagement to Harry, it would be more than real, it would be binding. Completely and utterly binding, never to be broken. It scared him, those kinds of bonds. It wasn't the loss of freedom. He'd already lost that by becoming very eye-bound to Harry. No, what scared Draco was how easy it would be to make such a proposal, how little restraint he had, and how quickly that little restraint was crumbling. Harry woke late that night to an empty bed. Slowly, he stretched and headed out of Draco's wing. He knew where he would have gone if he were Draco. The door to what had been Lucius's study was closed, but light crept under the doorway as Harry neared it. Draco didn't look up as Harry entered the room and quietly padded over to where he stood, looking at the fireplace. I was thinking about removing it, Draco whispered, so that I never have to see it again. But I don't think I will. He turned molten silver eyes to Harry's own. I think it would be better to see it in real life than in nightmares. Harry nodded. Now that he was here, he wasn't really sure what to do. He watched as Draco crossed to his father's desk, sitting in what had been his father's chair. It reminded Harry of a throne, but Draco didn't look much like a king sitting in it. More like a lost prince who has been forced to come home and take control of a kingdom plagued by war. Are you going to make this your study? Harry asked. I don't know. It's rather far to walk to from my room. Harry smiled. Draco would make this his own study, no matter if he had to cross the entire manor to get to it, he was positive of it. Well then why don't you check it out? Harry asked. Look and see what's here before you decide. He crossed to Draco and leaned over the blonde to open a drawer in the desk. For instance, What's in this drawer? That would be the quills, ink, and paper drawer. Draco drawled, pushing the center drawer back. I know that much, Harry. How about the others? Harry asked, sitting on the arm of the chair. There certainly are a lot of them. Draco smirked and pointed to the left side of the desk. Official documents and records are on that side. How do you know that? Harry asked, pulling the 3 drawers open and then shutting them. Draco was right, they were all full of documents. That side would always be open when I would sneak in here to see my father. Oh, what about the other side? Draco frowned. I don't know. It was never opened when I was in here. The blonde leaned over and pulled at the top drawer handle. All 3 drawers pulled out together to reveal that it was only 1 drawer but 3 drawers deep. Whoa, Harry blinked at what was stored in that drawer. It was undoubtedly a pensive. Golden and decorated with diamond gems, but a pensive nonetheless. Draco pulled it out and set it upon the desk, and they both could see the ornate writing carved at the base of the large chalice-like holder of memories. Lucius Sergius Malfoy. Draco and Harry looked at it for a moment. This wasn't mentioned in the inventory in Father's will, he said at last. I wonder why, Harry pondered. What could be in it that would make him not mention it? I don't know. Shall we see? Draco looked at Harry in disbelief. What? We can't do that. Why? Because. Draco cut himself off. There was no reason not to anymore. His father was dead, there was no such thing as invasion of privacy where his father was concerned anymore. The 2 boys landed in the foyer of the manor, right next to a slight younger-looking Lucius who was pacing back and forth on the carpeted floor of the stairs. Both jumped as a shriek echoed through the manor, but Lucius merely paused in his walking before beginning again. A cry and another passed, but Lucius kept walking, ignoring the sounds. There was a small pop to the left of the boys and they recognized the house elf as Diddy. Mistress Narcissa is demanding your presence now, Master Lucius, sir. Lucius nodded curtly to the house elf before walking up the stairs in a rushed, yet dignified, gait. Harry and Draco followed him through the halls to Narcissa's former wing. When they entered her bedroom they saw her lying on a mess of crumpled sheets, covered in sweat. She was holding a small bundle in her arms as if in distaste. Take him out of my sight, Lucius. After 13 hours of labor I don't want to see him. She nearly shrieked at the man, and a frightened wail came from the bundle. Lucius wasted no time in walking around the bed and taking the bundle of white silk from Narcissa's grip, the wailing stopping immediately as it changed hands. He left without so much as a word, Draco and Harry trailing along behind him. As he left Narcissa's wing, Lucius's walk slowed and he began to talk to the bundle cradled in his arms. I waited 5 years and 15 hours for you, my son. He walked through the manor, heading towards the wing that would be Draco's own. Your mother wanted a girl. She told me that over and over. She wanted a daughter to make just like herself. But the fates instead smiled upon my wishes, Draco Lucius Malfoy, though I doubt you'll ever use the middle name until you are grown and I am no longer here. The baby cooed at him as Lucius stopped at the doorway to Draco's wing. This is where you will grow up, my son. The house elves just finished it yesterday while your mother was screaming. Baby Draco giggled as Lucius swung open the door and walked inside. Draco's rooms hadn't changed over the years. More things had been added as Draco had obtained more possessions, but the skeleton of what Draco would live in now was there, even down to the same color sheets on the bed. Your crib is in my rooms at the moment, but when you grow out of it this is where you will sleep. Lucius walked around the room and stopped at the long ceiling-to-floor window that looked out over the land surrounding Malfoy Manor. And this, my son, will someday belong to you and whomever is outstanding enough to be deemed worthy of your life partner. I'm sure Narcissa will press for another child, a daughter most likely, but you can be assured, my son, that when I die there will be no one to stand against your claim to what you are entitled. You are my heir and my joy. The hand that was not holding the baby moved to touch the baby Draco's cheek. Baby Draco giggled loudly and grabbed Lucius's ring finger in both hands. The little hands found the Malfoy signet ring and pulled it off Lucius's finger. It immediately went into baby Draco's mouth and he bit down as hard as he could with his toothless gums. Lucius chuckled at Draco as he took back the ring. That too, will be yours. The memory shifted to Lucius sitting alone in his study writing something. It looked like a letter. But before either of the boys could see what it was, the door to the study swung open and a 5-year-old Draco walked into the room with a loud, "Father." Lucius looked up at Draco. "What is it, Draco?" "Mother says I have to wait until I'm 11 to learn to fly on a broom like everyone else." Lucius raised an eyebrow. "And I want to learn now." "And you shall." The elder Malfoy placed his quill down on the desk and walked over to where Draco stood with an ecstatic smile on his face. "I will teach you." "Yay." Draco let out a happy cry and hugged his father before hurrying him out of the room. Again the memory shifted, jumping forward 6 more years, by the look of Draco. The 11-year-old who Harry had met in Diagon Alley was seated in bed pouting. Lucius and Narcissa stood in the doorway. "I don't know what to do with the boy," Narcissa spoke, annoyance dripping in her tone. "He refuses to go to sleep as if he thinks that if he doesn't sleep he won't have to go to school tomorrow." A wry smile played about Lucius's lips as he closed the door with a, "Go to bed yourself, Narcissa. You look like you could use the sleep," and approached the bed. "Now why are you giving your mother a hard time, Draco?" Lucius asked in a mock-angry voice. "I don't want to go to school," Draco stated. Lucius motioned for Draco to move over on the bed and he slid in next to Draco. "School is a necessary evil that we all have to go through, son." "But I don't want to." "Why can't I go where you wanted me to go? It sounds much better than this place." "I could not agree more, but your mother insisted." "I don't care what mother insisted." "Draco, you should not say such things of your mother." "I'm sorry, father." "It is quite all right, Draco. Now you should get to sleep." Draco pouted, but it was a look of one who knew he'd lost the original argument. Lucius got out of the bed as Draco snuggled down into the covers. Lucius turned down the light of the room with a wave of his hand and moved to the door as if to leave. "Father." He stopped and turned to the boy in the bed. "Yes, Draco. The house elves said that when I was really little you would sing to me when I was crying and I would stop. I don't remember what song you sang. That doesn't surprise me. I stopped needing to sing to you when you were very little. Would you sing now?" Lucius nodded his consent and conjured a chair next to Draco's bed. Draco's eyes fluttered closed as a low baritone began to fill the room. "Tell me why you're crying, my son. I know you're frightened like everyone. Is it the thunder in the distance you fear? Will it help if I say very near? I am here." It became obvious that Draco was fighting sleep to listen to the rest of the song, but in the middle of the chorus a second time his breathing changed into the breathing of one asleep. Lucius began the third and last verse and chorus in a quieter voice, so as not to awaken Draco. "Tell me why you're smiling, my son. Is there a secret you can't tell anyone? Do you know more than men that are wise? Can you see what we all must disguise through your loving eyes? And if you take my hand, my son, all will be well when the day is done. And if you take my hand, my son, all will be well when the day is done." Harry and Draco found themselves back in the study, the fire dimming to cold embers. Harry looked over at Draco to see one tear make its way down his face. Harry leaned over and wiped it off with his thumb, his other arm curling around Draco's waist. "I think I know why your father put those particular memories in the pensive," he whispered. "Why? Voldemort is a Legions, and a very good one. Those memories are ones that your father considered so precious to him, he couldn't bear the thought of Voldemort knowing them. So he kept them safe." The train ride back to Hogwarts was more silent than the one leaving the school, with both Harry and Draco back in the normal Hogwarts uniform. Draco gazed out the window as the train took them closer and closer to the school. After he'd checked in with Dumbledore, he would have to begin his school work. He had the rest of today and all of tomorrow to finish all the assignments that he'd missed Friday and all that he would miss on Monday. He would not let the trial inconvenience him as Narcissa so obviously was trying to do. This was such a mess. He had to gain his inheritance, he had to. It wasn't just Malfoy Manor, or the money, or knowing that he had won over Narcissa Black. His father had promised him everything. He didn't remember it himself, but seeing the memory in the pensive, losing to Narcissa, losing his inheritance, he would lose his father's promise. In essence, he would be throwing that away. And he would not do that, he could not do that. But if it came down to it, would he allow himself to go the route of engagement just for that? Draco's eyes closed as he immersed himself deep in thought. He'd have to win, not only for himself, not only for his father. If he didn't win his inheritance, then he would have nothing, would have to stay with his godfather. And Harry would have to stay with him. The very bond would make that happen. But for Harry to stay that close to Snape would make him vulnerable. Voldemort would order Harry brought to him. Draco respected his godfather, maybe even loved him at times if that were possible, but he did not know where his godfather's loyalties lay in the approaching war. He could not risk Harry's life if his godfather was given no choice but to obey Voldemort. And he could not risk his godfather's life were his godfather to defy Voldemort. No, the only way to protect both of them was to keep his inheritance. But engagement, even as a last resort, engagement shouldn't be used in such a careless way. If he were to propose to Harry, or anyone really, he'd want it to be real. Heart and soul included, whatever heart and soul he possessed. Would Harry realize that if he were to go through with it? Would he understand what it was? Or would he treat it as another duty that he had to do, throwing it away when Draco turned 17? Draco's thoughts returned to the 2 bands of gold that had sat comfortably on their silken pillow when he'd looked at them the night before. I finally realize what you meant, Father, when you said that. If I choose to, I could keep my contact with Harry to a minimum if I choose to. I didn't choose that route then, Father, but I'm not sure when it shifted. What would you think, Father, if I were to ask you for permission to propose engagement to Harry Potter? Would you laugh? I think you would. You saw it coming. Even back then. Yes, even when I was 11 years old and you encouraged me to become friends with him, you knew even that long ago. But you never told me. You never pushed me into it. You let me deal with it, not minding that I never once asked you for advice. Now I wish for your counsel and you aren't there to give it to me. If I choose to, it was always my choice, wasn't it? It just took me this long to realize it. I'm going to ask my godfather for permission in your place. He won't tell the Dark Lord, will he? I don't think he will. You would not have taken him into your confidence if he was untrustworthy. It would be too dangerous for Harry to live under his roof, but it will not be a disaster for him to play your role in this, I think. Unless, of course, he does not give me permission. But we shall see what happens, won't we? And as Draco drifted off to sleep, lulled by the movement of the train, his hand reached to touch the 2 shrunken items in his pocket, his father's pensive, and the box that held the Malfoy engagement rings. Of all the things Professor Severus Snape expected to hear Draco ask him during his entire lifetime, this was not one of them. Why in Merlin's name would you ask such a question? He asked, partly in shock, and partly hoping that Draco was not serious in having an answer. And why, also, would you ask my opinion? It's very simple, Godfather. Legally, you're my guardian, and that makes you my Octor, so I have to have your approval. Snape sighed. Draco, this kind of a question puts me in a very bad position. Please find someone else to act as your Octor and ask them. Do not ask me to give permission to such a thing. And who would you have me ask? Dumbledore. I think not. I did not choose who my Octor would be, it just happened, and you are my Octor. I can't change that. Then do not ask me for permission to propose an engagement between yourself and Harry Bloody Potter. Snape snapped, his voice lowered to a calmer tone. Do not forget my status with the Dark Lord. As such, there is no way I could give my consent. Again, I beg you, Draco, do not ask this of me. You're lying to me. I don't care what you say, you're not a Death Eater, not really. And how would you know this? I just do. And I can't get permission from anyone other than you. But I will ask you a different question instead. As my godfather and my Octor, would you do everything in your power to allow me to propose an engagement to someone I felt worthy of myself? Snape looked at Draco for a long moment before replying. If the occasion arose where you found someone whom you deemed worthy of engagement to yourself, as your godfather, I would happily give you permission to propose to that person. However, as your Octor, I would only allow you to marry someone whom you not only deem worthy of yourself, but also deem worthy of sharing your very heart and soul with as per your very blood. Draco nodded, turning to leave. Don't worry, Godfather. If I do say the vows, they will mean more than just words do. Harry couldn't eat breakfast, just pushed his food around on his plate for a few minutes before finally giving up all hope of eating any of it and excusing himself from the table. Hermione and Ron watched him leave the Great Hall worriedly, but they had not bothered to ask him what was on his mind today. They already knew. Today was Monday. Draco was just leaving the bedroom when Harry entered the portrait. The blonde was dressed in clothing that Harry awkwardly realized were probably 3 times more than all his clothing put together. He had again deviated from the Hogwarts uniform to appear in clothing similar to what Harry had first seen him wearing in Diagon Alley before he had started his first year at Hogwarts. "I noticed you weren't at breakfast," Harry muttered. "I wasn't planning on having any," was the crisp reply. Harry shrugged. Now that he was in their rooms and in Draco's presence, he had nowhere to focus his anxiety. Harry looked up at Draco's almost hesitant tone. "How serious were you on Wednesday?" There was a question in the B***owned silver eyes, one that Harry was not sure he understood. "I wouldn't have said anything if I wasn't serious." Somehow he hoped that he'd said the right answer. Wordlessly, Draco crossed the room to where Harry was standing, picking up a small, nondescript box from the mantel as he did so. He stopped in front of Harry for a moment, looking down the few inches that separated their heights, as if searching for some truth in Harry's own gaze. Gently, Draco dropped to one knee, his hand holding out the box toward Harry. "Where I am Gaius, there you are Gaia." Harry's breath caught in his throat and he blinked in astonishment. "Where I am Gaia, there you are Gaius," he managed to say, using his own hand to open the box. 2 rings sat side by side on a white pillow inside the box. They were golden bands, encrusted in diamonds and opals and carved with the Malfoy family crest. Engraved on the inside of one were the traditional words for engagement rings, UBI to Gaius, and the other, UBI to Gaia. As Draco slipped the first onto Harry's finger, it shifted in size to fit, the same with the ring that Harry placed on Draco's finger. Draco stood again and they stood there for a moment, both unsure of what to do. I suppose we should key now," Harry muttered, suddenly finding his shoes very interesting. Draco did not respond, but a moment later 2 fingers rested under Harry's chin, pushing his face to an upward angle. Draco's mouth descended to meet his own. Like molten silver on magma, Draco's lips danced over his own. Draco's arms encircled Harry's waist to pull him closer, and Harry groaned as the key became more needful. "Draco." Harry and Snape walked through the door that Harry himself had walked through the summer before, when he had been charged with violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery and the International Statute of Secrecy. The room had changed very little since Harry's last visit. Instead of the 50 or so members of the Wizengamot, there were 7, including one Cornelius Fudge who frowned slightly at Harry's presence. The chair that he had sat in the year before was gone, and standing almost exactly in its place was a short and chubby man. His face was round like a bowling ball, his hair salt and pepper gray, and he smiled broadly at Draco as the blonde crossed the room towards him. Draco nodded to him, his eyes focused on another occupant of the room, as if wary of her very presence. Narcissa Black stood regally off to the side of the room, dressed in clothing as rich as Draco's. She smiled coldly at her son, who ignored her gesture completely except to mark her presence as a threat in the room. Her smile seemed to wane when Harry stepped up next to Draco, as if she was unsure as to the reason of his presence in the room. "Welcome, gentlemen." Fudge's smile oozed of forced politeness. "Shall we begin?" "By all means," Draco replied, nodding serenely to the members of the Wizengamot seated before him. "Minister, if may ask one thing. Before we start, I would like it made clear why Harry Potter is present. He was not mentioned in my late ex-husband's will and is not a part of the family. His presence here is completely irrelevant." Narcissa's voice was low and lilted, as if it was beneath her to even use the words, Harry Potter, in a sentence. "Harry Potter is family. He is my very eye bonded and has every right to be here," Draco drawled. The witch to the right of Fudge, a shallow, stick-like woman with graying auburn hair, cocked an eyebrow at that declaration. "Then are we to believe that you are indeed a Verre, Mr. Malfoy?" "I am. And a magical creature cannot inherit in a wizard's will," Narcissa stated primly. Miss Black, let us begin by stating exactly what is at stake, Fudge smiled at her indulgently. And then you may bring up such motions. The chubby man cleared his throat and unrolled a parchment that he had been holding. This is the latest will of the deceased Lucius Sergius Malfoy. It was signed 3 days before his death. The man handed the parchment to Fudge, who began to read it as he continued speaking. Proper authenticity charms have been placed upon it, as you will see. In the will, Lucius Malfoy left the entire property of Malfoy Manor here in England, the entire property of the Malfoy estate in France, and the entire property of the Malfoy villa in Capua, along with anything found within those properties, to his son Draco Lucius Malfoy. He stated that all of his monetary vaults in Gringotts should be transferred to his son's possession. Familiar guardianship of his son until his son has completed his 7th year of Hogwarts, Mr. Malfoy stated, was given to Professor Severus Snape. Thank you, Mr. Archeron, for your assistance. You may leave now. The chubby man nodded to Fudge and waddled out of the room. Now, Miss Black, Fudge set the will down before him and turned to look at Narcissa. You have challenged the right of Draco Malfoy, he nodded in Draco's direction, to accept this inheritance on many charges. Would you please state them now? Certainly, Minister. Narcissa smiled sweetly at the Wizengamot and began to speak. My son, Draco Malfoy, inherited the complete dominance of the very blood in my late ex-husband, Lucius Malfoy. As such, he is considered under the ordinance of magical creatures, to be outside of the wizarding race and therefore unable to legally inherit anything from a wizard. Also, we must question the use of a familial guardian, if Lucius intended for my son to inherit immediately after his death. Which brings me to my last point, that if my son were to inherit under wizarding law, he is not over the legal age. Thus he cannot manage property or anything that is on that property. The smile Narcissa Black sent at her son was venomous. Draco, however, was unfazed, calmly twirling the Malfoy signet ring on his finger. Well, Mr. Malfoy, we first shall see if we can quell Miss Black's qualms. Fudge's voice dripped honey, but Harry could almost see the laughter in Fudge's eyes, as if he already wished Draco to fail. Now, you have already stated that you are a full-blooded Varii. I am a pure-blood Varii, Minister. However, that has no bearing on my inheritance since, under the amendment of 1869 to the Ordinance of Magical Creatures, pure-blood Varii are to be treated as pure-blood wizards in all legal matters. Fudge blinked, the wizard 2 seats to his left nodding approvingly at Draco's statement. Well, then that is one problem solved. Fudge tried to look cheerful and failed. Now, Mr. Malfoy, your birthday is June 5th. And how old are you? 16. Fudge's smile was one of a child in a candy store. So you are not considered of legal status in? No. Harry's voice cut off Fudge's statement before the minister could continue in that self-assured tone. Draco is considered of legal status. And why is that? Fudge asked, turning a look upon Harry that was somewhere between loathing and satisfaction. Because Harry and I are engaged, Draco's calm voice cut into the tension of the room. The members of the Wizengamot began to whisper to each other as Fudge stared at Draco as if the blonde had just done something very abnormal. Well, then, Minister, we must be sure that, since this is a legal case, they did not pantomime an engagement in order that Draco be considered legal for this moment alone. Narcissa's voice dripped poison. Now, Harry Potter has no wizarding blood relatives, but as stated by late ex-husband in his will, Draco has a familial guardian. Professor Snape, did you give your permission for Draco to propose engagement to Harry? Harry realized why she sounded so smug. She thought that Snape would have refused to allow Draco to propose engagement to him because she thought him a loyal Death Eater. I gave Draco permission to propose engagement to anyone he felt worthy of himself, Snape stated coldly, staring down the blonde woman across the room. Well then, the little witch on Fudge's right cleared her throat for attention. Since Draco Malfoy is engaged, by law he is considered legal to hold property, thus there is no reason why he should not inherit what was written by Lucius Malfoy in his will. All in favor. 6 members of 7 raised their hands immediately, Fudge raising his a moment or so after the others. Hermione and Ron found Harry almost immediately after he and Draco stepped onto the school grounds. During their enthusiastic greeting, Draco slipped into the throng of students escaping from their last class of the day, and Harry found himself guided to the Gryffindor common room. "So what happened, Harry?" Hermione asked. Draco won. "What?" Ron sputtered. "How?" Harry started to explain what had happened, but Hermione interrupted him. "Harry, what's that on your finger?" Harry looked down at the ring that sat on the ring finger of his left hand. The gold glinted and the diamonds sparkled in the afternoon light. It's a ring." Harry answered her question awkwardly. Ron's hand shot out and grabbed Harry's, bringing it closer so that he could look at it more closely. "This is an engagement ring," Ron said at length. When Harry didn't respond, Ron continued. "This is how Malfoy won, isn't it?" "Yes," Harry said simply. Hermione was watching Ron carefully, as if unsure of what the redhead's reaction would be. But she was surprised when Ron smiled cheerfully and leaned back in his seat with an almost wistful expression. "Gotta give Malfoy credit for that idea, although I still would rather he lost." "Did he mention yet when you'll be breaking it off?" "No," Ron shrugged. "Oh well, can't do it that soon anyway. You'll have to keep up appearances for a while. Guess this is where we come in, right, my own?" Hermione was still confused, looking between Ron's carefree expression and Harry's sullen one. "What, Ron? With your idea?" "Listen, Harry, Hermione had this idea in order to keep all the other reporters off your back." Hermione carefully watched Ron and Harry walk down to dinner. Harry was almost ignoring Ron's words, which at the moment focused on the question of what Malfoy had bribed Harry with in order to get him to go along with the appearance of engagement. But Hermione noticed that while Harry hadn't told Ron his idea was wrong, he hadn't enforced it either. Hermione frowned slightly as they entered the Great Hall. She would have to talk to Harry soon and find out what was really going on. Draco was surprised to see that Harry left dinner before him that evening. Then again, something had been off with Harry ever since they had gotten back to school from the trial. But the rest of the Golden Trio had looked the same as they normally did, so Harry couldn't have told Granger and Weasley about the engagement yet. Not that Draco blamed him. After all, his own ring lay under 4 or 5 concealment spells at the moment. Pushing the rest of his dessert in Crabbe's direction, Draco stood up from the Slytherin table and followed Harry. Harry walked down to the lake, completely unaware of the very eye following him at a distance. He was torn between several emotions which were battling for control: anger at Ron assuming that his engagement with Draco wasn't real, worry because maybe Ron was right, fear that Ron was right, self-loathing for being upset at Ron because there was no way Ron could have known Harry's feelings about the engagement. It wasn't as if Harry had told him. But how could he? From his reaction that afternoon, it was obvious that Ron was not ready to understand how his feelings for Draco had changed. Ron hadn't gone through what Harry had, so of course he couldn't understand this shift of emotion. Harry sighed, shivering against the cold night air. And what would he do next? What could he do next? He knew that if he waited and didn't tell Ron, it would just make things worse later. Ron would find out from someone else or in some other way, and then he would feel that Harry had not trusted him, or worse, betrayed him. And then what if Ron was right? Draco had seemed serious, very serious, and before that, when he'd brought up the option of engagement the first time, Draco wouldn't even think of it because he didn't want to have a fake engagement. But Draco had never actually said they were truly getting married. They hadn't talked about it at all, in fact. "You know, I'm almost positive that it's been proven that standing around outside without warm clothing leads to problems with your health. But I could be wrong," a voice drawled from behind him, and Harry looked up to see Draco watching him, looking bemused. "I needed to think about something," Harry muttered, turning back to look at the lake. "Does your mind not work unless it's below freezing? Come to think of it, that would explain a lot." In spite of himself, Harry grinned at Draco's comment as the blonde moved to stand beside him. "So what did they do this time?" Draco asked after a moment. "What?" Draco sighed. "It's obvious that something happened either before or during dinner to make you this way, and you were up in the Gryffindor tower before that." "So what did they do?" He explained as if he were speaking to someone who does not think very fast. "Ron said something." "Ah, Weasel, I should have guessed." "Don't call him that. When he's making you upset, I'll call him what I want." "I'm not upset." Of course, and that's why you're standing out here attempting to freeze yourself. He really didn't say anything, much. He just saw the engagement ring and asked me at what date we were going to break it off. Draco glared at the snow on the ground as if it were offending him. How uncouth. Harry looked down at the snow as well. We're not going to break it off though, right? Draco was silent for a moment. I'll explain my answer in two ways. Logic would remind us that even when we leave here, it will not change the fact that I am a Varii and I am bonded to you. We will have to live together regardless, and would not be able to marry anyone else anyway. Therefore, there is no reason to break it off. Harry felt hurt by this explanation for a reason he could not fathom. He would have to live with Draco for the rest of his life, he knew that. But just having that as a reason behind engagement and then marriage. But Draco did not give him time to finish that thought because he continued speaking. And for the second way, Draco's hand lifted Harry's chin so that Harry's eyes caught his own. The blonde leaned closer to whisper in Harry's ear. I will remind you that it is I whom you are engaged to. And I would not allow anything to break our engagement. Draco's mouth found Harry's and Harry was lost in a tide of what made Draco Malfoy. Arrogant, possessive, self-assured, quick to anger, yet young, needful and Varii. His arms wrapped around Draco's shoulders, drawing him close. He could feel Draco's hands slide down his cloak to rest at the small of his back, and he could feel the 2 rings Draco wore through his clothing as though they burned upon his skin. The Malfoy signet ring and the Malfoy engagement ring. The right one that, mirrored on his hand, marked him as Draco's and marked Draco's as his own. Hermione looked up as Ron fell down into the sofa opposite her in the slowly emptying Gryffindor common room. I just sent Ginny to the Ollery with the letters we wrote, she told him. That's good. Ron's voice sounded listless and uncaring. Hermione frowned, noticing his haggard appearance. What's wrong? Everything, Ron shouted, startling the 2 first years who were whispering to each other in a corner. He fell back deflated against the sofa's back. And nothing, he whispered. I don't know what to do. Hermione moved to his side and held out her arms to him. As he fell into their security she pulled him close. What happened? I saw them. Harry and Malfoy. Hermione waited as Ron paused, not rushing his words. I don't think that they're going to break off the engagement, ever. What? I saw them keying. Again, down by the lake. I know they'd have to keep up appearances but that was going too far. Whatever they're feeling, it's real, Hermione. Hermione rocked him slowly as he trailed off again. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to do. He's my best friend, but it's Malfoy. But you knew Harry. Yes, I knew Harry liked him. Merlin knows I walked in on them keying before, but that's not liking what I saw down there. Ron sighed. I just never thought anything real would come of it. Do you trust Harry's judgment? Hermione whispered. I trust Harry. I don't trust Malfoy. If it were anyone else but Malfoy, I'd be happy for him. Hermione smiled. I'm sure there are some people you'd have a problem with, Ron. Despite himself, Ron grinned. Yeah, I'd have a problem if it were Voldemort, or Snape, but that still doesn't change the fact that I just don't like this commitment they're getting into. Hermione thought for a moment, staring into the fireplace and rocking Ron back and forth slowly. Well, if you trust Harry to make the right decision about what his heart wants, then I think what you have to do is talk to Malfoy before you talk to Harry. We know Harry. We know that he's true to what he feels. We don't know Malfoy the way we know Harry. I think, before you make a decision on how to act about this, if they really aren't breaking off the engagement, you have to talk to Malfoy. Draco almost ignored Medusa when she informed him that there was someone to see him on the other side of the portrait. He was almost finished with the last of the work he needed to do to catch up in his classes. But he put down his quill and walked over to the portrait door anyway. Ronald Weasley was the one who had been waiting. Harry's not here right now. Draco moved to close the portrait but Ron stopped him. I know. He's with Hermione. I want to talk to you. Draco's lip curled. And you assume that I want to talk to you. You are mistaken. Ron visibly held back whatever retort wanted to come out of his mouth. I need to talk to you about Harry. Harry frowned slightly. Something was strange with Draco. He wasn't in danger but still, the bond was acting up. I have to go, Hermione. The girl looked startled. Why? Harry smiled sheepishly. I forgot my potions book. I'll be right back. As Harry escaped into the hallway, Hermione looked over at the books he'd brought with him. But your potions book is right there. Talk quickly, Weasel, before you try my patience. You don't have any patience, Malfoy, Ron quipped before he could stop himself, but I want to know what your intentions are towards Harry. An eyebrow rose in a mocking query. And what gives you the right to discuss that with me? I don't need a right. I'm his friend, and I'm not yours. So while I trust his decisions, I question your motives. You're afraid I'll hurt him. Your fears are not unfounded, but I cannot hurt him any more than I can hurt myself. I know what being a very eye entails, Malfoy, and that doesn't make me feel any better about this. Are you waiting for a declaration of undying love from me? Because if you are, you'll get one. But if I were to say such things, I would say them in Harry's presence and Harry's alone. To Draco's surprise, a smile spread across Ron's face. But I'll hear it at your wedding anyway, so what difference does it make? Draco's eyes narrowed suspiciously. What are you asking? I'm asking if when you key Harry, do you feel anything besides your own narcissistic feelings for yourself? Get out of my sight, Weasley, Draco snarled. Do you think I would key him if I didn't? And Draco slammed the portrait closed, ignoring Medusa's protests. Harry almost ran into Ron as he turned a corner. Ron, why are you down here? I had to talk to Malfoy. What? Listen, Harry, I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Harry blinked. What? I'm not saying I won't have some problems with you and Malfoy. And I can't promise to suddenly like him or anything. But I'm not going to stop you from living your life, and if that means letting you marry Malfoy, then I'll let you do it. Harry was shocked. Thanks Ron. Ron grinned sheepishly. No problem, Harry. Draco was calmer when he emerged, dripping, from his shower, but not much calmer. If he was surprised to see Harry waiting for him when he entered the bedroom, he didn't show it. What are you grinning at? You talked to Ron. If that's what you call talking, Harry, then I wonder what you call arguing or throwing insults at each other. Harry just shrugged and leaned back against the headboard of the bed. He said not to expect him to suddenly be friends with you, but he's okay with our engagement. Draco rolled his eyes as he sat on the foot of the bed to finally finish the work he'd been planning to do before the weasel had shown up. I'll tell you not to expect us ever to be friends, but hopefully you understand that already. Did I ever ask you to be friends? Harry grinned lopsidedly. That would be asking for a miracle. I might as well ask Voldemort to go kill himself for me while I'm at it. Draco couldn't help the smirk. I always thought spontaneous combustion would be a good way for him to die. Harry laughed at the idea as Draco began to sketch his arithmancy problem. Hermione had an idea about how to get back at Rita Skeeter for that article before. Really? Do tell. Draco frowned absently as he began to take the rudimentary equation and expand it to fit the problem. She and some others are going to write articles about us. Detailed ones, with details that only they can get because they're our peers. Then they're going to sell them to different publications with the agreement that for continued information on us none of Rita Skeeter's articles can be published by those publications. Sounds good. Wait, what? Draco looked up from his calculations. You agreed to it. Too late to back out now. Harry grinned. Draco sighed. Whatever. As long as I get to see these articles before they're published. And he went back to his calculations. Harry peered over his shoulder. That looks like a lot of numbers and gibberish to me. That's exactly what it is, Harry, and that's why the answer's not coming out the way I want it to. And Draco reached for another sheet of parchment to start the problem all over again. They need a date, though. A date for what? Our marriage ceremony. Oh that, that's all you say. Sorry, Theta's avoiding me right now, and that's the calculation I need for the influencer on the future. Then I take that and multiply it by beta and I get the answer. Didn't you just do that? No, I divided by gamma. You lost me. Anyway, the date. You pick one, I don't care. Just make it after the school year is done. Harry grinned wryly at Draco's concentrated scribbling. I have a feeling you'll want to change that answer later. I'll ask again when you're not working on something. I speak the truth, my lord. Severus gave his blessing for their engagement. He said so. You lie, Narcissa. Severus would not betray me. My lord, I heard him with my own ears. He said. I do not care what you heard, Narcissa. I tell you that Severus would never betray me. You will leave my presence now. But my lord, Crucio. As the woman writhed on the floor, Voldemort shook his head sadly. One would think you would know to listen to me by now, Narcissa. Harry jolted awake from peaceful slumber, not sure of why he was waking so suddenly. The boy beside him shifted and pulled him closer against his chest, one wing draping over the two of them, the new feathers covering them and the other feathers that had been shed earlier that night. Harry frowned in the darkness, thinking. He only ever woke up violently like that when he had one of those dreams of Voldemort hurting someone, but because of his bond with Draco he could not see or feel those dreams anymore. Harry, why are you awake? Draco mumbled against the back of his head. I think Voldemort was torturing someone tonight. So, not your problem. Sleep. But I'm wondering who it was. The only way you'd know that is to experience the dream. Draco yawned. He'd been pulled from his own sleep by the bond. Harry must have been worried. And that won't happen, so why worry about it? But what if it's, Harry, you'd rather dream of Voldemort than me. I'm hurt. Draco smirked sleepily. I don't dream of you, you self-centered git. Just of your wings. My wings are part of me, Harry. Admit it, you dream of me. I'm not saying anything. Good, so I can go back to sleep now. Snape felt the dark mark burn and hurried to retrieve his Death Eater robes and mask before heading out of the boundaries of Hogwarts to apparate to the side of his lord. Severus, Narcissa has spouting accusations towards you. Snape took in the woman standing, looking more than a little shaken, off to the side of the room. She'd been put under Crucio. He could see the symptoms. What accusations, my lord? She says you are no longer loyal to me, Severus. She speaks of young Malfoy's engagement to Potter. What do you know about this, Severus? Did you allow this? Snape felt Voldemort probing subtly at his mind and he instinctively closed off all memories except for the one moment when Draco asked him for permission to request engagement the second time, the time when Potter's name had not been mentioned. He did not tell me who he was going to propose to, my lord. Had I known I would not have sanctioned it. He drew up the emotions he remembered from long ago, during the years when he had truly believed in Voldemort's cause and pushed them towards the surface of his mind. Voldemort smiled. I should not have doubted you, Severus. You may go, and extend my regards to your godson. Make sure he understands the consequences of his actions. I will, my lord. Hermione worriedly scanned the Great Hall one more time for the seemingly only missing students for breakfast that morning. Next to her Ron was not nearly as worried, chatting with Seamus and Dean about some Quidditch-related topic. Harry and Malfoy still aren't here. Hermione hissed in his ear. Relax, Hermione, Ron grinned. They're probably just sleeping in. But the articles. The grin dropped off Ron's face. What? That's today. Hermione nodded. The redhead groaned and turned back to his eggs as if to look for solace by doing so. Well, at least they're putting out a united front then. What? They're both skipping the publicity. Hermione rolled her eyes. That won't help them. It will just make it look worse. As owls began to swoop through the rafters of the hall, Ron smiled wryly. Well, there's nothing we can do about it now, Hermione. Harry sighed and nestled his face deeper into his pillow. When that pillow moaned at the action, Harry didn't think twice about it, already drifting back into dreams. But when Draco suddenly bolted upright, throwing Harry completely off of where he had been draped over his torso, Harry protested. Shut it, Harry, we've missed breakfast. What are you talking? Harry trailed off into a yawn. Maybe sleeping on the cold floor wouldn't be so bad. Get up, Harry. Harry was pulled off the floor and pushed towards his trunk with a shove. We have 5 minutes before classes start. Classes. Divination for you, Harry. You'll have to run. Draco appeared next to Harry, fully dressed in his school uniform. How did he manage to do that so fast anyway? And groaned at Harry's state of undress. You can't go to class in your nightshirt, Potter. Move it. It was perhaps the use of his last name that finally jolted Harry out of his sleepy stupor. Fine, Draco, I'm going. Look, just go to class. Trelawney won't miss me if I'm not there for the first few minutes. The blonde hovered for a moment, as if making sure Harry did indeed begin to get ready for class, before leaving at a run. Harry entered the incense-laden room as quietly as he could, but he'd forgotten that one of the floorboards near the door squeaked. Ah, Harry my dear. Harry jumped as Trelawney seemed to materialize beside him. It is so good to see you did not take the shortcut through the fourth-floor corridor. Had you done so I foresaw that you would have met your utter demise. She fixed him with a dreamy smile that reminded him strangely of the look Luna normally wore. Your inner eye must be expanding for you to have begun to realize the workings of fate so well. Harry nodded mutely, trying to ignore the sniggers coming from one corner of the room that were undeniably Ron's. Take your seat dear, your classmates will fill you in on what they are working on. Harry sit over here. Harry looked over to see Padma waving him over toward where she and almost the entirety of the female population of the divination class were sitting. There was one empty chair. Harry looked over at Ron with a pleading gesture but his friend could only shrug sympathetically as Trelawney shooed him over to the girls. Harry sat and it was as if he had been catapulted into a practice room for dueling spells. Only the spells weren't spells, but a barrage of whispered questions. Harry, why didn't you tell me you were like that? We could have gone shopping. Harry, what did Draco do when he proposed to you? Was it romantic, Harry? Did anything happen, Harry? Can I help with the wedding, Harry? Am I invited to the wedding, Harry? Can I be in the wedding, Harry? Harry sent another pleading look at Ron who was barely holding in his laughter. You'll have to talk to Draco about the particulars. He's doing the organizing of the wedding, Harry mumbled as softly as he could. There was a shriek of delight and Harry wondered how unnatural girls must be in order to actually reach that range of sound. That's so romantic, wanting it to be a surprise. Harry groaned inwardly. I wonder what Trelawney would say if I told her I would in fact not be killed by Voldemort but by being smothered with questions. Maybe I should tell her that all the whispering is clouding my budding inner eye. Harry attempted to catch up to Ron when the class ended, but to no avail. The girls practically dragged him from the room, their voices resuming their usual volume. Harry was overwhelmed by questions on all sides and by the pure noise of it all as they half walked, half dragged him through the hallways of Hogwarts. Words melded together as he couldn't pick out which girl was asking which question anymore. And then his knight in shining armor appeared. Except his knight wasn't exactly in armor, but in standard black Hogwarts robes with a Slytherin badge emblazoned upon them. Excuse me girls, but Harry seems a bit flustered. Mind if I cut in? An arm wrapped around Harry's waist and steered him away from the gaggle of girls who cooed and awed as Harry was led away from them. How did they make those noises without going deaf? Harry wondered as they turned a corner and Draco let go of him. That is a mystery that I have often wondered about. I believe it is not something the male gender is supposed to solve, Draco drawled. Harry shook his head. His ears were still ringing. Well, I guess it could have been worse. Oh, believe me, Harry, go down to the Slytherin part of the school and it'll get worse. What happened? Nothing yet. They're divided in opinion if you ask me. Draco ticked each opinion off on a finger as he spoke. One part is just confused and unsure if the whole thing is real or not. One part has decided that, if I hadn't been already, I am now the epitome of betrayal. And the third part just doesn't care, and is waiting to see what becomes of the whole thing first. That's nice of them, Harry muttered. The Gryffindors appear the same way though, Draco smirked. But I think you have another category to add. Those that think it's the best idea ever and the cutest thing in the universe. Harry groaned as Draco changed his voice to mimic the girls they'd just left as best he could. If dinner was any indication of the temperament of Hogwarts students, Harry was exceedingly glad that he'd skipped lunch. He barely had a chance to eat. What were you thinking, Harry? It's Malfoy, Harry. Someone quick, check for a dark spell. He can't be acting of his own mind. But it's so adorable. Are you crazy? It's horrible. You're not actually going through with it, right, Harry? Harry, you're not really getting married, are you? And it was about at this moment that they saw his ring. Again, the reactions were varied, but forceful. Harry's arm was dragged towards everyone that could reach so that they could get a better look at it and discern that it was, in fact, an engagement ring. Over on the Slytherin side, Harry could see that Draco was faring only slightly better. The Slytherin students seemed to be quieter with their inquisitive statements, but more vicious. There was a sudden clatter and smash of food and cutlery falling to the floor, as well as the soft whimpering of someone who'd been hit before Snape's voice roared out. "Mr. Zabini, you will not act in such a manner towards your fellow students." Harry peered over Ron's head to see Blaise standing over a 7th-year Slytherin, his fist still curled from the punch that broke the student's jaw. Draco, sitting next to where Blaise was standing, looked nonplussed about the entire situation, but his eyes showed a slight irritation towards the student sprawled on the floor. "He's not going to get in trouble for that," Ron muttered. "You can tell Snape's just making a show of it. He's not really angry at all." Harry collapsed, books and all, onto the bed, completely exhausted. "Going to leave me any room, Harry?" Harry's reply was something between a muff and a gee-froof, before he lifted his head partway off the mattress. "Not at all. Wake me for exams. I doubt even you could sleep for almost 3 months. A muffled, "I can try," was his answer. Draco rolled his eyes, shifting Harry's books off the bed and onto the floor where they landed in a heap. Then he shifted Harry's legs from where they had been dangling off the bed to a more restful position. Harry murmured his thanks. "Stay awake a bit longer, Harry," Draco said as he pulled out a roll of parchment, ink, quill, wax, and the stamp with the Malfoy crest carved on it. Harry half rolled himself onto his side so he could peer at what Draco was writing. "Who are you writing to?" "I don't know exactly, Harry. You'll have to tell me." "What? I'm paying your price, Harry. You have to select a next of kin for me to send it to though." Harry blushed red at the word price, and buried his head in a pillow. Draco pulled it out from under him. "You must know who is closest to you in family status, Harry." Harry was silent for a moment. Then he mumbled something into the sheets so all that Draco heard was, "Muse." "What, Remus? Remus Lupin, the werewolf?" Draco asked incredulously. Harry nodded. Family-wise, Remus was his closest wizarding kin. He doubted Draco would want to send anything to the Dursleys, much less money from the Malfoy family vault. Draco was still staring at him. "How exactly does that work?" "He and my father were friends in school," Harry replied, fighting off a yawn. And now that his godfather was gone, he was the last link Harry had to his real parents. Draco nodded thoughtfully. "I think that qualifies then. Unless you'd rather send it to my Muggle relatives." Harry couldn't resist. Draco grimaced. "No. Okay then. Remus it is." Draco continued writing. The silence stretched for a few minutes, broken only by the sound of Draco's quill scratching the parchment. "Draco. How much are you sending him?" Draco grinned devilishly, ripping off a large scrap of parchment and scribbling a figure on it. "Well, the normal price for one marrying into the Malfoy family is this." He dropped the parchment next to Harry. Harry gaped. What, had he really counted those zeros right? "You're kidding." "Of course," Draco drawled thoughtfully. "Considering that you're the boy who lived and all, decorum would state that I double it." "Double it?" Harry was instantly awake, trying to calculate how large a figure that was. He couldn't. "That's crazy. How many vaults are you going to have to empty for that?" Draco frowned. "I think it'll take about a 16th of one of the minor vaults." "Yeah, that's about right. Maybe 1/17th, but that's not taking into account the interest that has added up since the last time I checked the value." Harry stared at him, mouth agape. "Draco, with that much money, Remus could live like a king for the rest of his life." Draco grinned. "Are you implying that you won't? You're going to be a Malfoy, Harry." He leaned forward to whisper, "We live better than kings," before capturing Harry's mouth in a brief key. The teapot whistled, breaking Remus Lupin out of his train of thought. Without setting down the newspaper clipping he was reading, he stood and walked the short length of the kitchen to the stove, took the kettle off the small flame and set it on the counter absently. His eyes turned back to the headline of the article and the stated author below. Hermione Granger. Returning to the table with a cup of tea, Lupin set the article next to 2 others. Hermione's article had appeared the day before in the Prophet. An article by Ronald Weasley had appeared in the Quibbler. And one, sent to him by Mrs. Weasley, authored by Ginny Weasley, had appeared in Witch Weekly. All three articles were on the same topic: Harry Potter's engagement to Draco Malfoy. Lupin had to smile lightly at the skill behind the three writers. They had obviously collaborated and split all the facts evenly between the three articles so that each one would present new details. But it was the topic that was puzzling Lupin. The last he knew, Draco Malfoy and Harry were not on the best of terms, to put things lightly. And he doubted that Hermione, Ron, and Ginny were writing falsities about Harry. Of course, one had to wonder why the three were writing about Harry at all. But then he remembered Albus had mentioned some rather strange articles had appeared about Harry in the Prophet a while ago. Maybe this was to make sure that if things had to be printed they weren't detrimental to Harry. There was a scratching at the window which caused Lupin to look up from the articles. Two owls were seated there, waiting to be led inside. One he recognized as Hedwig, the other he did not know. It was a proud-looking eagle owl, whose feathers were so dark they were almost black. Lupin crossed to the window and opened it, letting the two owls fly in. The eagle owl dropped its letter on the table and left, but Hedwig remained on the table, watching Lupin. Lupin took Harry's letter from her, opened it, and began to read. Dear Professor Lupin, as you've probably already seen what Hermione, Ron, or Ginny have written about me, I won't bother to repeat what they've said because it's true. I'm engaged to Draco Malfoy and the wedding is set for a few weeks after school. But in the tradition of wizarding weddings, since there's no way that Draco would agree to a Muggle one, I have to be accompanied by my closest male guardian. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind being my familial guardian now that Sirius is dead, but as Draco has already sent his own letter to you I'm a little late in asking, but I figured I should ask anyway. Please send your reply back with Hedwig. Harry. Lupin reached across the table to where his own quills and parchment sat and scrawled. Dear Harry, I would be honored to be your familial guardian. Remus Lupin. As Hedwig soared off towards Hogwarts, Lupin reached for the letter that was, as Harry stated, bearing the Malfoy crest. Dear Professor Lupin, in following with tradition, I have instructed Gringotts to place the amount listed below in your vault in honor of the upcoming marriage between myself and Harry Potter. I look forward to seeing you at the wedding. Draco Lucius Malfoy. Lupin looked at the number listed after the scripted name and blinked. That was a lot of galleons. As the weeks passed, more teachers started to begin their lectures with, because exams are coming up in a few weeks, or, in order to prepare you for your exams. The amount of homework that Harry received was almost doubled as, review, assignments were added to the regular homework. And Harry still had to deal with the comments about the wedding coming from different classmates. Of course, they continued to remind him that it was he who had to buy both his and Draco's robes for the wedding. The coloring of the robes was standard. Both he and Draco would have to wear the colors that represented their families, with a white band on the sleeve to signify that the robes were for a wedding. But Harry hadn't known there were so many styles of these official robes, until a rather large book of designs had been forced on him by a group of bashful Ravenclaw girls. How am I supposed to choose? Harry grumbled to Ron. I can't even see the difference between these two. Hermione peered over his shoulder and pointed to the collar of the robes. This set has lace and the other doesn't. And that makes a difference. Harry moaned. Just pick one and be done with it, mate, Ron advised, continuing to scribble on his transfiguration essay. He is not going to. Just pick one, Ronald Weasley. Hermione's tone took on the quality of Mrs. Weasley's as she berated Ron. She turned to Harry. Narrow it down to the few that you like and then try to pick only one. Harry sighed and turned back to the book. Oh, and Harry. Harry looked up. When you and Malfoy have figured out the invitation list, we want to publish it. You want to what? Publish the guest list. Well, invitation list, but anyone who gets an invitation will be going. But why? So that we can kick out all reporters during the actual ceremony, Ron explained. If we give them all the details of who will be there and so on before the ceremony, we can keep out all reporters for the real thing because there won't be anything left to say. I guess. Harry's head was back in the book. But we haven't even thought of who to invite yet. You haven't. but I bet Malfoy has, Ron muttered. Hey, what do you think of this one? Harry asked, turning the book so his friends could see the design and completely ignoring Ron's muttering. The style was for long, three-layered robes. The innermost layer was a white dress shirt and black dress trousers. The second layer was a full-length inner robe in the familial colors, with long tapered sleeves. The third layer was a simple, yet elegant, black outer robe that looked rather cape-like. I think they'd look lovely, Harry, Hermione said, looking from the design to Harry as if she was picturing him wearing it. The outer layer looks kinda like what Malfoy's dad used to wear, Ron observed. Yeah, I thought Draco might like that. What are you going to do about your familial colors? Hermione asked. I wrote to Lupin about that, asking what my family's colors were. And apparently the Potter bloodline was too recent a bloodline to have a tradition as old as family colors. But since Sirius was my godfather, he suggested I use the black family colors. So I'll be wearing green and bronze to my wedding. What's Malfoy wearing? Purple and gold. When Harry returned from sending Hedwig off to Madame Malkin with the design, colors, and measurements for his and Draco's wedding robes, he found Draco sprawled out on the sofa in their rooms looking down at a scroll of parchment. As Harry entered, he added another line at the bottom of the scroll and looked up. "Whatcha up to?" Harry asked, dropping his books on the armchair next to the sofa. "Guest list. Do you think we should include all of our teachers or just the heads of our houses?" Harry blinked, getting a sudden image of Trelawney at his wedding and hoping fervently that her inner eye would tell her that the day of his wedding was not a good day for her to leave her tower. "All of them, I guess." Draco nodded and went back to scribbling names. "Who else do you have on there?" Harry asked, leaning over Draco's shoulder to see. "Just the Slytherins I want to invite. I didn't get to your people yet." Harry grinned. "I guess I should write those then." Draco handed Harry the scroll. "Yes, you should." As Harry read through those Draco had written, he noted that the only Slytherins that were on the parchment were those who had backed Draco when it was revealed that he was a Verii and when it was revealed that he was engaged to Harry. Harry noted that Snape was not on the list. "What about Snape? He's my closest familial relative. He doesn't get an invitation, so to speak, since he's part of the ceremony." Harry frowned in the middle of writing down Ron's name. "Speaking of relatives, who are you going to dance with?" "I haven't decided what to do about that yet. I won't allow Death Eaters at my wedding." Draco snorted. "My godfather is a Death Eater. You know what I mean. Ones that actually want me dead." Draco laughed. "I'm certain there are some days when my godfather really does want you dead, Harry." "On those days the feeling is mutual and you're avoiding the question," Harry replied as he finished adding Mr. and Mrs. Weasley to the list after Fred, George, Bill, Charlie, and Ginny. He thought for a moment about whether to invite Percy or not and then decided against it. The ties between Percy and the rest of the Weasley family were strained at best now, and he didn't want to aggravate that. "On my father's side of the family, I have no other relatives since he was an only child and his father was an only child before him. I won't ask Narcissa, and I won't ask Bellatrix." "What about Tonks?" "Who?" "Nymphadora Tonks." Draco frowned thoughtfully. "I think I remember my mother spoke of her once, something about being a disgrace to the family. Her mother married a Muggle. That would explain it, but if she's related to my mother she's the only other female relative I've got." "I'll write to her about it if you want," Harry offered, adding the names of those in the DA to the list before handing it back to Draco. "Sure." Draco scanned down the list of names as Harry made a mental note to ask Tonks to look as Malfoyish as she could to the wedding. "You put a house elf on here." Draco looked up incredulously from where he read Dobby's name. Harry shrugged. Harry realized that the invitations had been sent out when Dobby appeared on top of his potions assignments, clutching the letter and howling. "Mr. Harry Potter, sir. Dobby is so honored to be asked to your wedding like a wizard, sir." It's no problem, Dobby," Harry tried to soothe the house elf. The door to his and Draco's bedroom opened and Draco leaned against the doorway in obvious amusement as the house elf continued to tell Harry how wonderful he was to send a house elf an invitation. Harry looked up at him with a pleading expression, but Draco shook his head. "You got yourself into it, you get yourself out," he spoke under Dobby's hysterical words. Harry debated about when to tell Draco about the Dursleys. He realized that he would have to spend enough time with them to renew the protection that they unwittingly gave him for his last summer with them. He was under no illusion that he would be let back into their house once he graduated Hogwarts, not that he would have gone back anyway, but for one more summer he needed that protection. Because of his very eye bond to Draco, he would either be pulled to where Draco was at night or Draco would be pulled to where he was. That meant Draco would have to spend those same few weeks at the Dursleys with him. Of course, neither the Dursleys nor Draco would like that. Draco would hate them immediately because the Dursleys were as muggle as you can get, and then because of how they would treat him for being a magical creature, which was certainly worse than being a wizard for their part. The Dursleys would hate Draco because he was a magical creature pure and simple. But then, if they found out that Draco was his fiancé, well, that was definitely not normal to the Dursleys. "You're too quiet. You must be thinking," Draco commented from where he was finishing up his Ancient Runes essay before bed. "I'm thinking about the summer." "What about the summer?" "Well, you know how I lived with muggles. I'll have to go back there for the few weeks before the wedding." "No," Harry sighed. "Yes I do. There's some protection ward that they give me because we're related by blood, or that's what Dumbledore said. So I have to go back there each summer to renew it, at least until I finish Hogwarts." "You do realize that I will have to be there for those few weeks as well?" "Yes," Harry replied miserably. "I won't like it." "They won't either." It wasn't until after Draco had already fallen asleep that Harry realized Draco had said, "I won't like it," and not, "I won't go." Ron seemed to wilt in his chair as McGonagall neared the Gryffindor table with a stack of parchments, while opposite him Hermione seemed to glow with excitement. Harry muttered, "Thanks," when she handed him his exam schedule. Ron was refusing to look at his or act like it existed. Hermione was poring over hers, like a first year on the first day of school. Harry looked down at his with trepidation as he piled more breakfast on his plate. The week of exams was broken into 3 exam blocks per day. The morning block, the afternoon block, and the astronomy block, since those exams had to be done at night. Monday, Harry had potions in the morning session and divination in the afternoon session. Tuesday was care of magical creatures in the morning, and transfiguration in the afternoon. Wednesday Harry only had his astronomy exam in the night block. Thursday was history of magic in the morning and herbology in the afternoon. And Friday was charms in the morning and defense against the dark arts in the afternoon block. Ron looked over Harry's shoulder to see what his first exam was and nodded sagely. "Potions first. It's the end of the world as you know it." He raised his pumpkin juice in salute. "Good luck with that." Harry stared glumly at his breakfast, only half listening to Hermione reminding him of last-minute facts and tips. "Hermione, I'm going to fail anyway with Snape grading me." Ron shot his friend a sympathetic look. "Look, Hermione, Snape will grade him the same whether he's right or wrong." Harry ignored the ensuing argument as Hermione couldn't fathom a teacher grading someone wrong when they answered the question correctly, and Ron interjecting that this was Snape so of course he would do something like that. Harry stretched his fingers as he looked down at the final question. Ensnared in a protective no-cheating bubble, he was only vaguely aware of his classmates. Some were still scribbling furiously on the written portion of the exam. Only Draco and Hermione had started the practical. Considering that those two would most likely finish way before the time limit, he figured he would have enough time to finish. Define both positive and negative concentration and state how each would alter the effects of an invisibility potion. Harry bit his lip absently as he began to write. A negative concentration would cause an alteration on the potion's effects, most often the opposite. But there was something different about the effect of having a negative concentration in an invisibility potion. Obviously it didn't to the reverse because that would just make you visible again. It was something about disappearing and not wearing off. That was it. The effects of a negative concentration for any of the ingredients of an invisibility potion causes the user to lose whatever the potion is applied to instead of merely turning it invisible. The afternoon exam for Monday had Harry and Ron heading for divination while Draco and Hermione took their arithmancy exam. Draco nearly groaned when he saw the prediction he had to make. This was another, locate the derivative of theta, problem. And that would dictate his lifespan. Of course it would come out to have conditions, so it wouldn't be a worthwhile calculation anyway. And as he scanned the parchment, yes, that was the second question, is this an exact calculation? Why or why not? Harry sat staring at Ron's palm in silence as Professor Trelawney watched them. Ron had already written his prediction for Harry, which sat on the table, face down, next to them. Harry frowned slightly and began to write. Ron's lifeline is very short. He will die exactly 4 weeks from now at my wedding. From the line over his thumb, I can see that he will get very drunk and endanger the life of one with a very strong inner eye, shown by the intersection of lines across the fingertips, and kill himself in grief, as shown by the perpendicular line running towards his palm from his lifeline. Harry sat back satisfied, having completely disregarded anything factual about palm reading he might have known. And if he was lucky, Professor Trelawney would read it and think the one with the very strong inner eye was hers. That way she wouldn't come to the wedding. The Care of Magical Creatures exam took place in a classroom on the second floor. Harry took a seat behind Draco and turned over the parchment on the desk which activated the no-cheating bubble. Hagrid's untidy scrawl covered the first few lines of the paper. Describe any magical creature you wish in a completely developed essay. Harry blinked and began thinking of which magical creature he should write about. His eyes fell on the outline of Draco in front of him and he smiled as he began to write. Verii, or Atra Veritas, are perhaps one of the most misunderstood magical creatures. McGonagall's Transfiguration exam was set up much like Snape's Potions exam. The first half was a writing section and the second half was a practical. Draco finished writing the essay What is the difference between transfiguring inanimate objects to animate ones and transfiguring animate objects to inanimate ones? And turned the parchment over. It disappeared and a small box with a note on top appeared in its place. A small garden snake was in the box, stated the note, and the practical half of the exam was to turn the snake into a goblet. Draco flicked open the latch on the box and let the snake crawl out on his desk. Feeling for the magical currents in the room, he latched onto one hovering over the window, an earthen current. He gently guided it into the snake's aura, blending the two, and then began to mold the earth current into that of something with gold and gems. Harry was having a more difficult time of the practical than Draco. But I don't want to become a goblet. His snake hissed pitifully. They're no fun. If I have to become something, make me something that goes places and sees things. Harry frowned. The snake continued to break his concentration with its whining about how it did not want to become a goblet. And he was sure he couldn't ask McGonagall if he could transform it into something else simply because the snake liked it better. Frowning, he closed his eyes and tried to block out the snake's speech as he thought of all the aspects of a water goblet. Harry napped most of Wednesday in preparation for his astronomy exam. Draco had taken it the night before, so the two of them just stayed in bed until lunch when Draco dragged them out to get something to eat. Then Draco had to take his Ancient Runes exam as Harry attempted to get more sleep. But sleep was not forthcoming, and Harry found himself envisioning many disastrous meetings between the Dursleys and Draco. The astronomy exam left Harry exhausted for his History of Magic exam as he tried to write down everything he remembered about the Wizard-Troll Wars of 1000 BCE. Finishing the exam, he was very happy to simply fall asleep on his desk. Ron woke him shortly after the exam was finished and they headed for herbology. Harry's herbology exam took place in Greenhouse 4, which had been divided into sections by fogged glass walls, so that one couldn't see what was going on inside them. Professor Sprout told them that there was a different plant inside each section of the greenhouse and that they each had to pick one. Once inside, they had to identify the plant by writing its name on the glass and had to harvest whatever useful items they could from the plant. Harry randomly picked a section and walked in to see a smallish, bushy plant with long leaves that looked like hair. He looked at it for a minute before tracing Gorgon tree on the fog-covered glass walls. The name was deceptive, since the plant was actually a bush, and Harry was almost positive that's what the plant was. Now all he had to do was get to the small leaves under the hair-like ones, and he would be done. Harry emerged with a handful of small leaves and dropped them in the small bin next to the glass wall. As he headed towards the exit, he paused by Draco's section. The blonde was pouring a thick golden liquid into the container outside the glass. What happened? Harry asked, taking in Draco's appearance. Draco shoved one strand of matted, bloody hair behind his ear and glared at the glass. Bloodbush. I hope we don't get marked off for killing the plant because after I drained it of nectar I burned the thing. Harry grinned as Draco stomped off towards their rooms and, most likely, their shower. Harry left his charms exam with a curl of dread beginning to work its way into his stomach. All that was left was defense against the dark arts, yet another Snape exam. And remembering the potions exam, he didn't dare think what Snape would come up with. The exam was given in an empty circular room with no windows. As the last student filed in, Snape charmed the door to be transparent. Your exam will be a duel between all of you. It will be timed. For every minute you remain in the duel you will be granted a point. When all except for one person has fallen, that person's score, however many points it is, will be the perfect score and all others will be graded accordingly. You may begin as soon as the door closes. Snape stepped outside the room and slammed the door shut. Harry didn't know who shot the first spell, but suddenly the air was thick with them and Harry felt a faint pulse of pain settle in his filled the room as he ducked under 3 curses and fired a jinx of his own. Someone yelled out as they fell to the floor and there was a bright light as the Gryffindor disappeared to reappear outside the room. 2 Slytherins fell next, then another Gryffindor. Harry swerved out of the way of Ron's Expelliarmus and fired back a Jelly Legs curse, as Ron fought to regain control of his legs which were buckling underneath him. A Slytherin fired Petrificus Totalis on him and Ron dropped to the floor. Harry then jinxed the Slytherin, who was also removed from the room. Harry became vaguely aware that Draco hadn't fired anything yet, nor had his wings sprouted. He turned to find where the blonde was. He was on the other side of the room, and anyone who got near him seemed to be shot back with a stream of water. Harry turned back to his own situation when he felt a curse hit his back and his upper body began to twitch. Ignoring the itching feeling that spread across his skin, he turned around to hex the other person. His beam of purple light hit Hermione and she fell to the ground. Harry blinked in surprise as she smiled and disappeared to the other side of the door. There were only 3 students left: Harry, Draco, and Blaise. Draco launched himself at Blaise, and Harry could only watch as Blaise did nothing to stop him. They fell to the floor as Draco's wings ripped out of his cloak. Ignoring spells altogether, Draco began to hit Blaise, and Blaise let him. Harry blinked as he recognized the look on Blaise's face and he backed away from the 2. Blaise was treating this like penance, letting Draco finally take out any anger from what had happened at Malfoy Manor on him. Blaise's whole face was bloody when Draco stopped and the spell inside the room triggered so that Blaise appeared on the other side of the door. Draco looked up towards Harry but was stopped by the curse Harry had waiting. As Draco's form fell to the floor, the door opened, and the exam was over. After dinner Draco headed for the infirmary. Blaise was still there, and would spend the night. He'd broken Blaise's jaw and nose, and given him a concussion. The room was silent as he entered. Blaise looked up from his bed and gave him a sad smile as he sat down on the chair next to him. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gotten carried away like that," Blaise finished. "Don't be. You have nothing to apologize for. I didn't get carried away. I wanted to hurt you." "Of course you did. You have ever since then." Blaise didn't have to clarify when then was. They were both thinking about the incident at the manor. "And I can't blame you for it. If I hadn't gotten in your way, your father might still be alive. But you didn't kill my father. And it's not your fault that he's dead." "Maybe. We'll never know, will we?" Draco shrugged, his eyes staring at the floor. "I know it's too late to say this. But I'm really sorry, Draco. If I could fix it." "Don't say it, Blaise. I don't want to hear it. I know you're sorry. I know you only did that because you had to appear loyal. You did warn me not to let myself be seen. But I was. Under the circumstances, not knowing what would happen, you did the right thing." "I'm not on his side, Draco," Blaise whispered, "but I was too weak to stand by that at the initiation." He leaned back against the pillows. "I don't think I've ever seen my parents more proud, or hated myself more at any other moment in my life." Draco nodded. The 2 were silent for a moment. "Do you, I got your invitation?" Blaze stumbled through his words. Do you really want me at your wedding? Draco nodded slowly. And Potter's okay with this. Do you want him dead? No. Then he won't have a problem with it. You're not a good enough Death Eater. Blaze smiled wryly. I'm a horrible Death Eater. I'm glad you are. The Great Hall was covered in red and gold in honor of Gryffindor House as Harry, Ron and Hermione entered for the leaving feast. As they passed the Slytherin table, Harry heard Draco drawling to Pansy and Blaze that if he'd been on the Quidditch team, then Slytherin wouldn't have lost the cup that year, and couldn't help grinning. As all of the students found their seats, Dumbledore stood in the hall quieted. Yet another year has passed. And we're older and hopefully a little wiser for it. Now for the House Cup. Hufflepuff finishes the year with 320 points, Ravenclaw with 340 points, Slytherin with 410 points, and Gryffindor with 450 points. Cheers and applause filled the hall. Yes, congratulations Gryffindor, and I'll not bother you with an old man's mumbling there's a feast to be had. As food filled the tables, Harry looked over at the Slytherin table and grinned. Draco raised his goblet in a mock salute and smirked in reply. Oh, stop staring at him and go sit with him. Ron muttered in between mouthfuls. Yeah, Harry, it's obvious you want to. Dean added from across the table. What? Harry gaped. Sit over there. You are his fiancé, Hermione added. There's no reason not to. Well, if you don't want me here anymore. Harry trailed off with a grin as he stood and amidst loud denials and laughter made his way over to the Slytherin table. Just come back for dessert. Ron called after him. Got room for one more? Harry murmured in Draco's ear. I don't know, Harry. Draco looked up and down the table. There don't seem to be any empty spots left. Then I'll just have to sit on your lap. And Harry did so. Uncouth Gryffindor, Draco drawled as Harry grabbed a drumstick and added it to Draco's plate. Yup, and you'll get to spend the rest of your life with me, Harry reminded him. Oh joy, Draco drawled, but his eyes were glittering in laughter. Draco and Harry parted ways at the train station, so Harry could have time to tell the Dursleys that Draco would be staying with them before Draco met them. Draco was going to arrive at Privet Drive a few hours after Harry and his relatives. Draco nodded to the house elf who had brought the carriage, disguised as a stretch limousine, to King's Cross. I trust the horses know where to go, he asked as he opened the door to the carriage. Yes, Master Draco, they is taking you there. Draco nodded and sat back against the plush seats as the horses made their way through the busy streets of London. When the horses stopped an hour later, Draco was outside a run-down shop on the outskirts of London. But he knew this was only part of a facade to keep the Muggles away. They wouldn't have enough to pay for anything inside this shop anyway. Inside, the shop became one of the most beautiful places Draco had ever seen. This was Cutterman's, a specialty shop that sold jewelry of a quality so perfect they were peerless. For generations, the family who had owned the shop had created one-of-a-kind masterpieces for the Malfoy wedding rings. And Draco was not one to break tradition. Ah, Mr. Malfoy, it is good to see you. You look just like your father. The man behind the counter was old, with gray hair that was slowly turning white, whose pleasant features had lit up with a smile as Draco entered. Did you get my letter? Yes, Mr. Malfoy. The rings are finished, but we're still putting the spell work on them. You can see them if you want. I would like to. He followed the man into the back of the shop where the two rings sat on a work table of ivory. They did not match, because in order for the spell work to bind the ring to its owner completely, the ring had to be unique, as its owner was. Both rings were bands of diamond, with the date of the wedding and the Malfoy crest, engraved in minute detail in platinum on the inside of the band. And that is where the similarities stopped. Draco's ring was centered with an obsidian gem surrounded by amethysts and sapphires, all set in platinum settings on the diamond band. Harry's ring was centered with an emerald in between two rubies and 4 small opals, set also in platinum settings. When finished, they would be spelled to fit the owner perfectly, to adjust as needed in order to slide on and off the ring finger of the owner as wished. They would also be spelled with multiple protection spells, which are what took the most time to set, as one needed to spelled on top of the other. They will be ready on the day of your wedding as promised, the old man promised. That will be perfect, Draco replied. Harry endured a completely silent car ride back to Privet Drive. His uncle was fuming, he could tell. He'd explained that another student from Hogwarts was going to be staying with him that summer, and his uncle had gone completely silent. This was the calm before the storm, he could just tell. And he was right. The minute Vernon was inside his own home, with Aunt Petunia and Dudley as his attentive audience, he exploded in anger. He yelled about the nerve of some people who took advantage of the goodness of others, and how he allowed one freak in his house and that was enough. In the midst of this, Harry noticed Dudley was looking at him strangely, or rather, looking at his right hand. "What's that on his finger?" Dudley asked abruptly, and both of his parents turned to look at Harry's hands. "Why are you wearing?" "I'm engaged," Harry said quietly. Vernon was rapidly turning colors as he looked at the band of gold, and he was about to speak when the doorbell rang. "I'll get it," Harry said quickly. "No, you will not, boy," Vernon yelled, pushing Harry out of the way as he headed for the door. Harry rubbed his shoulder where it had hit the wall as he followed his uncle, aunt, and cousin to the door. A man in a three-piece Muggle suit stood at the door with a slightly hidden look of disdain on his face. "Is this the house of a Mr. Harry Potter?" he asked. Harry watched his aunt and uncle exchange looks before looking back at him. "No Harry Potter lives here," Vernon stated gruffly. The man raised an eyebrow, looked past the Dursleys to Harry and then replied, "I shall tell Lord Malfoy this the house." He turned and walked down the driveway to where a stretch limousine was waiting on the curb. He opened the door and Harry watched as Draco, dressed in full wizarding robes, stepped out and made his way up to the house. Harry couldn't help grinning as Draco appeared, as if he was looking down at his aunt and uncle even though they were taller than he was. "You are Mr. and Mrs. Dursley," he drawled. "Yes, Draco Malfoy, your nephew's fiancé." Draco swept past the Dursleys as if they weren't standing in the doorway and looked around the foyer with disgust. "You will leave at once." Vernon had found his voice again. "I will not tolerate any of your kind in my house." Draco turned on his heel to face Harry's uncle. "If you think for one moment that I will derive any pleasure from living in this hovel, you are gravely mistaken. And I do not care what you will or will not tolerate. In fact, it is you who should care what I will or will not tolerate." Vernon sputtered, realizing that they were attracting the attention of the neighbors, and slammed the door closed. "If you are still a student at that school, then you cannot do magic." "I cannot do magic," Draco echoed, as if in disbelief. "And I will not tolerate any of your strangeness in my house." Harry wondered if his uncle was referring to Draco being a wizard or Draco being his fiancé, and then decided that his uncle was probably referring to both. "And here is where our viewpoints differ," Draco drawled. "You seem to be acting under the idea that I am a wizard, a student at Hogwarts." Draco emphasized the name deliberately as the Dursleys flinched. "I am no wizard." In fact, there was the sound of fabric ripping and Draco's wings extended outward from his back in an upward cascade of sharp black feathers. "I am not even human. And I assure you," Draco's head tilted in Dudley's direction. Something shifted in the air and Dudley found himself suddenly thrown into the wall by an invisible force. "I can very easily do magic." The Dursleys didn't adjust to Draco and Draco refused to adjust to their standards. After complaining that Harry's bed was the worst piece of furniture he'd ever seen, Draco summoned a small army of house elves to completely redo Harry's bedroom, the bathroom, the kitchen, and any other common rooms that, this poor excuse for a house, might have. This then started a shouting match between Uncle Vernon and Draco about where the original furniture had gone. Vernon said that Draco had stolen it, and Draco replied that he wouldn't touch the furniture in this house if his life depended upon it, and that the Muggle would find his furniture back in their places once Draco left. Draco had also turned part of the living room into a potions laboratory which Harry's Aunt Petunia couldn't stand. The smell was dreadful, she said, and insisted that Draco get rid of it immediately. To which Draco calmly replied, "Make me, you pathetic excuse for a Muggle." Dudley learned very quickly to avoid Draco at all costs. Once he made the mistake of calling Draco a fag, and, once Harry explained what it meant and that it was an insult, Draco had sealed his mouth shut and locked Dudley in his bedroom for 3 days. Yes, when Draco and Harry finally left, The Dursleys were very happy to be rid of them and did not bother to hide it. Harry woke to an empty bed the day of the wedding, and a house elf nervously stammering, "Master Harry, sir. The heir's guests here, sir." "Who are they, Lil T?" Harry muttered as he slid out of the cocoon of bed sheets he found himself in. "A Mr. Ronald Weasley and a Miss Hermione Granger, Master Harry, sir." Harry nodded. "Let them in and tell them I'll be down in a minute." Hermione was appalled when Harry appeared in pajamas. "Harry, it's nearly noon." "I know, Hermione. I slept in." Harry thanked the house elf that brought him breakfast. "Do you want anything?" "No," Hermione answered for both Ron and herself. "You have to get dressed, Harry. Guests will start to arrive in 3 hours. Lupin and Snape should be here any minute," Ron added, swiping a muffin off the tray that had been brought to Harry. Fine, I'm going." Harry shook his head helplessly as he headed back to Draco and his bedroom to change. Hermione and Ron looked around the house while they waited for their friend. "The house elves have outdone themselves," Ron grudgingly admitted. "It doesn't look half bad." "It looks gorgeous, Ron," Hermione corrected him. And indeed it did. The entire first floor and stairway had been decorated in white and platinum. The marble and wooden floors shone with equal sparkle, as if just cleaned. Garlands of fresh white roses hung from the moldings and around the banisters. The flowers in the garden that lead to the double doors of the manor were in perfect condition and in full bloom. White petals had been sprinkled on the walkway and across the close lawns, and a bouquet of white orchids sat primly on every windowsill. "Your husband has very good taste, Mr. Malfoy." Cutterman nodded at Draco's robes. "Here are the rings. I wish you many happy years, Mr. Malfoy." "Thank you." Snape and Lupin arrived at around the same time, with Draco following shortly after. Snape and Draco then disappeared into what had been Lucius's study and was now Draco's, as Lupin, Hermione, and Ron stayed with Harry. Snape looked at the rings for a moment before handing them back to Draco. "They're lovely. They'll do both of you justice. And the spell work is immaculate." "Good. Are you nervous?" "Why should I be? You have the Weasley twins coming to your ceremony. They'll probably try to jinx the doors shut." Draco blanched. "Don't tell me things like that." "You're serious then?" "Of course I'm serious. Did you doubt me?" Snape studied his godson, decked out in wedding robes. "No, but it is one thing to know it and another to believe it. And thinking that your godson is in love with Harry Potter is very different from truly knowing the same fact." Draco didn't reply, but looked down at the 2 rings again. After a moment he murmured, "I know, I'm still surprised myself." As sundown neared, guests began to swarm the manor and Harry made his way down the long path leading to the manor, with Lupin by his side. "Are you nervous?" Lupin asked. "A little." Lupin's smile was a knowing one. "Try not to be. This is your day after all. Yours and Draco's. It's a day to be remembered so that you can tell it to future generations. And it wouldn't be a very interesting story if you only remember being nervous." Harry smiled absently at the remark before asking, "Do you think they would be okay with this?" "My parents. Sirius. I think that it would have taken some getting used to, especially for James and Sirius. Lily would have loved the idea right away, but it might have taken a week or so for James and Sirius to see what she would have immediately. But I do think that at this moment, were James or Sirius in my place, they would both be very proud of and happy for you." Harry's closest friends surrounded him as Lupin led him up the walkway. The path was lined with classmates and friends who all smiled at him and joined the group as they passed. Draco's close friends stood near him as he watched Harry walk towards him. When Harry had walked to where Draco stood in front of the large double doors to the manor, Lupin placed Harry's hand in Draco's outstretched one and stood back next to Snape as the two faced each other. In a clear voice, Draco spoke, "Where you are Gaia, I am Gaius." "Where you are Gaius, I am Gaia," Harry replied. Snape stepped forward with the wedding rings, and Draco placed Harry's ring on his finger with a reverence Harry had never seen from him before. Harry then picked up Draco's ring from the box Snape held and slid it onto Draco's finger. "Ubi-to Gaia, ego Gaius," Draco spoke in little more than a whisper, and Harry responded in kind, "Ubi-to Gaius, ego Gaia." Snape and Lupin stepped out of the way as Draco and Harry turned to the doors. Together they pushed them open. In one swift movement, Draco picked up Harry in his arms and walked across the threshold of the manor. Someone cheered and then others joined in, cheering and clapping as Draco made his way slowly through the foyer of the manor, carrying Harry to the ballroom. Everyone followed them into the ballroom, which was lit in the early evening by huge chandeliers, covered in white flower garlands. Small instruments scattered amidst the candles of the chandeliers began to play as Draco set Harry down in the center of the ballroom. Their music flowed down and around the two as they began to dance. Harry found it was much easier to dance while being led by someone who in turn knew how to dance. Draco and he seemed to flow around the ballroom as if dancing on the music itself. Harry forgot those who were watching, carried off by the music and Draco. Instead of winding down to finish the piece, the music increased in volume and speed, rising in a crescendo that brought the two dancers with them, till finally in the last, triumphant note, they stopped. Lupin then took Harry's hand and they danced. "You did very well, Harry," he murmured as they fell into step with the soft music. "I am very proud of you, as I'm sure are your parents and Sirius." Tonks had outdone herself, Harry thought, as she took Draco's hand for their dance. She looked almost as Malfoyish as he did, in cascading blonde ringlets and bright blue eyes. Food was served by the house elves as the dancing continued. Harry was sure that Fred or George Weasley had spiked the punch at some point. Draco shared his sentiment, after having tasted it. "I really don't want to know what they put in there. It tastes like a mixture of fire whiskey and worse. But if that's the worst prank they pull, then we're lucky," Harry grinned, leaning against Draco. They didn't notice Ron and Fred Weasley making their way to the middle of the ballroom, nor did they notice Blaise break away from his dance with Pansy to follow them. But when Fred Weasley pointed his wand at Ron's throat and whispered, "Sonorous," and Ron began to speak, everyone noticed. "I'm told," he said, and everyone stopped dancing or eating to look at him. "There's this new tradition starting in wizard marriages, where the best friend of the groom or other groom in this case, called the best man," he looked at Hermione quickly for confirmation before continuing, "has to get up in front of all the guests and family of the couple and spout embarrassing stories about his friend until his friend is completely embarrassed. It's kinda hard to say more things about Harry that you already know, since all of the bad stuff has already been published, and if I were to relate all the details, we'd be here all year, not that I'm complaining of course because the food's great. My compliments to the house elves." Ron paused and then continued. "We've been through a lot, Harry and I, and some of the less known, less dignified moments of our adventures include falling onto a devil's snare and not knowing what it was, following a trail of spiders into the forbidden forest without trying to plot exactly where we were going or how we'd get out, being the only ones sitting through an entire ball without ever dancing, and I will always remember fondly Harry riding around, frantically chasing after a flying key until I die. And thus having completely shattered Harry's pride, I will step out of the way for my counterpart here, to do the same for his husband." Draco stiffened as Blaise stepped up to where Ron had stood and Harry heard him mutter, "If he brings up the potions incident." You know it's hard to think of undignified Draco Malfoy moments. Partly I think, because being undignified is Draco Malfoy's worst fear, right up there with having a bad hair day. But there is one incident which sticks out in my mind which I am going to tell you at great personal sacrifice because after I tell you this, there is no way Draco will ever let me be a godfather to whatever children he and his husband are going to adopt to carry on the family bloodline. So Pansy dear, corrupting them will be all up to you." He saluted Pansy as titters went around the room. "So now, this story, which has become in my mind, and maybe in Draco's too, the potions incident. You see, Draco's always had this fascination for potions ever since he found out what poisons were. Of course, his father said he couldn't brew those until he knew what he was doing. He had to start off small and work up to it. Of course, for Draco, this was unacceptable. And so, on one of those rare visits of mine when his father was out of the manor, he decided to disobey. And we didn't decide to make a poison, because that couldn't be tested too easily without killing something and having to get rid of a body, but we decided on a mood-changing potion. And to this day I will never know what Draco did wrong, since I wasn't allowed to touch the thing while he was making it, but he did something. And instead of creating a mood-altering potion, he created a mood-alternating potion. He tested it on himself. Those few hours were the funniest hours I have ever lived through. 1 minute, he's laughing, the next, he's crying, the next he's dancing around singing off-key, and then suddenly he's picking a fight with a wall because it got in his way. But the best thing during that hour was Draco attempting to jump out of the window of his room because he was convinced that he could fly. So now that I've signed my death wish, we can all continue eating and drinking and dancing. And ignoring the glare from Draco and the slightly mortified looks from Harry, everyone went back to doing just that. 2 years later, Blaze looked up as the other man slid into his seat across the table from him. "Long time no see, Draco." Draco shot him a smirk as he ran his hand through long platinum strands, even longer than his father had worn his hair, Blaze noted. "Becoming a master in potion making isn't as easy as I make it sound in my letters." Blaze laughed, thinking of how Draco ranted in his letters about the demands of the masters he was working with. Have they stopped bringing up the fact that you don't sleep on campus? No, they keep telling me that I should be around at all times. The very I shrugged. I've gotten used to ignoring them. Their glares have nothing on my godfathers. Draco, I don't think anyone can glare like your godfather. Although, Blaze's eyes laughed merrily as he spoke, if I remember correctly, you could come close. I find myself improving. They're going to start having me lecture next semester in Durmstrang. Not Hogwarts. No, believe me, I tried. I think they don't want my godfather to grade me. They think he'd favor me or something like that. Blaze snorted into his wine at the thought of Snape favoring anyone enough to up their grade. Nope, it wasn't compatible with the reality. So how's your better half? Blaze asked. Well, right now we're arguing. You don't say. Blaze's tone was dry and sarcastic. About children. Blaze choked on the wine he was drinking and decided that, even though it was really good wine, he should not drink it during this conversation. I can honestly say that is the last thing I thought you were going to say. Draco smirked. I enjoy surprising you. So what exactly are you arguing about? How they will come into existence. Oh, you mean whether you're going to use a potion or a spell? Yes, let me guess, you want the potion, he wants the spell. Exactly. Blaze grinned lopsidedly at him. Well, I think whoever has to carry the baby should decide. Blaze, that is disgusting. Blaze couldn't help but laugh at the look on his friend's face. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Well, if memory serves me correctly, the hereditary potion and spell are both administered at the same time of birth, right? Correct. As long as the baby hasn't gone through a naming ceremony, either one can be used to change his or her heritage to another family's. Well, why don't you just adopt twins and use both? Draco shrugged off his outer cloak and dropped it into the house elf's waiting hands as he entered the manor. The masters had kept him late again. He sighed. Harry didn't like it when he wasn't there to help tuck the children in. He would have to apologize for the ill manners of his teachers, yet again. Master Draco, Master Harry and the little master and mistress are waiting for you in the little mistress's room. They is having Master Harry tell them stories while they wait for you. Draco thanked the house elf and strolled towards the room he and Harry had fashioned for the younger twin. She was Harry's twin, and had been made a Malfoy by Harry casting the hereditary spell on her, while the older twin was his twin, having been made part of the family by the hereditary potion that Draco himself had brewed. The door was open and he paused in the hallway as he realized that Harry was nearing the end of the story. As always, he couldn't speak more than a sentence without one of them asking a question. And Draconis protected Harold with his wings as Harold said the spell to kill the big bad wizard. Did he have wings like Father does, Daddy? Yes, exactly like Father does. What happened after the big bad wizard was killed, Daddy? Well, Harold and Draconis decided to have a family, of course. Draco moved to stand in the doorway. Harry was sitting in the middle of the bed with one child on either side, listening intently to him. Harry looked up at Draco as he entered. And did they all live happily ever after, Daddy? They did, Draco answered, stepping up to the bed to hug and key his children good night. They all lived happily ever after. 7 years later, Headmaster Severus Snape surveyed the hall as Hermione Weasley, Minerva's replacement as Transfiguration teacher, lead the new first years into the Great Hall for the sorting. His eyes swept down to one end of the table where Ron was watching his son in the gaggle of first years. He allowed himself a small smile. From this year on, he wouldn't have to worry about young children exploding their cauldrons in his dungeons anymore. Casting a glance at the wizard sitting next to him, he wondered how the children would react to their new potions teacher. He'd seen Draco teach as part of his application to be on the Hogwarts staff, and his godson had impressed even him on how strict a teacher he could be. Next to Draco sat his husband, and the only defense against the dark arts teacher to remain at Hogwarts for more than 1 year, 10, to be exact, and still counting, Harry Malfoy. Though, Snape thought with a hidden grimace, he would always be Potter in his eyes. Harry was watching eagerly for his own 2 children to be sorted, his hand reaching for Draco's under the table. Snape turned his attention back towards the group of students and picked out 2 very blonde children in the crowd. One, a girl, was standing in the front. The other, a boy, was more towards the back, hidden behind the other students. But the hair gave them away as the 2 Malfoy twins that Draco had written of constantly in his letters. Snape looked forward to seeing how they'd grown. He'd not seen them since their naming ceremonies. Malfoy, Lily. Hermione's voice rang out and the frontmost blonde head moved out of the crowd. Lily Malfoy smiled brightly at her 2 fathers before she sat down on the chair. She had wavy golden hair, much more gold than platinum, Harry's eyes, Harry's smile, Draco's nose and poise. Everyone waited as the hat was placed upon her head. Gryffindor, it yelled, and Harry smirked at Draco before joining in the applause for his daughter. One more left, Harry, Draco reminded him over the chatter, and Snape fought the urge to groan. Would the rivalry between those 2 never stop? For 1 minute, Draco edged forward in his seat as Hermione's eyes fell to the next name on the list. Malfoy, Lucius. Snape's jaw dropped as a carbon copy of the Lucius he had gone to school with made his way through the small huddle of first years, and nodded respectfully at his fathers before sitting down. The elder twin waited patiently as the hat was lowered towards his head. No sooner had it touched the long platinum hairs that were brushed back into a horsetail did it shout. Slytherin. Draco beamed at his son as Lucius sat proudly at the Slytherin table, very much in the same seat that Draco himself had occupied during his years at Hogwarts. The twins shot each other challenging looks across the hall, and Snape fought the urge to groan, thinking of all the trouble 2 Malfoys, who were part Potter, would cause, now that they were in different houses. Well, I think that we needn't have feared, Harry, Draco spoke as the sorting continued. Our inter-house rivalry legacy will be continued. Nothing else was said until Weasley, Mordred, was sorted. Mordred, Snape asked the blonde next to him as the red-headed boy sat down on the stool and his mother dropped the hat on his head. It was apparently Mrs. Weasley's idea, was all the Malfoy patriarch would explain. And Mr. Weasley didn't have the determination to tell her no, not after 12 hours of labor. Snape nodded, wincing slightly, and thanked whatever force was guiding the universe that he would never have to worry about children of his own. Slytherin. At the other end of the staff table, the flying instructor, Ronald Weasley, began to choke on the very air he was breathing. Hermione, however, smiled proudly at her son and watched him swagger over to the table over which hung green and silver banners. The redhead plopped down next to Lucius and, from the conspiring grins between the 2, Harry and Draco both knew that something was being planned about this turn of events. Draco couldn't resist. You should be happy, Weasley, he smirked down the table at the sputtering Ron. My boy will make sure yours grows up right. Ron shot a glare at Draco but didn't say anything, pointedly returning his attention to the sorting ceremony. Later that night Harry remarked on how quiet it was in the manor, now that Lucius and Lily were staying in the Hogwarts dorms. Draco's smile was predatory as he whispered in Harry's ear, I bet I could make you scream loudly enough that it echoes. And he would have proven that was there not the sound of a nervous house elf trying to get their attention. Masters, there is a guest demanding to see you in the fire. Draco sighed and got up, pulling Harry off the couch with him. The 2 walked into the foyer where a very irate Severus Snape waited for them in the fireplace. Draco, I need you to flow to Hogwarts immediately. You are needed as head of Slytherin House. Why? Harry pouted. Because your son and his Weasley friend were just caught sneaking into the restricted section of the library. Harry burst out laughing as Draco shrugged and went to grab some flow powder. He had a feeling the two wouldn't be punished for trying to sneak into the restricted section on their first night of Hogwarts. No, Draco would chew them both out with a lecture to rival and perhaps utterly destroy one of Snape's own, but it would not be about breaking the rules. No, it would be about breaking the rules and getting caught. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.